Mesdames et messieurs, désolée d'interrompre votre petit déjeuner. Buenos
Good morning.
dias.
I'm sorry to interrupt your breakfast.
Je m'appelle Anne-Raphaël Audouin et j'ai l'honneur de présider le comité consultatif public mixte pour l'année 2025. C'est avec un immense plaisir que je me joins à vous
It's a pleasure for
en
me
compagnie de mes distingués
to
collègues
be today
des États-Unis et du
with my
Canada.
colleagues from Mexico,
Nous
the United
inaugurons
States,
donc
and
notre
Canada.
deuxième tribune publique pour l'année, consacrée
Sorry, I
aujourd'hui
have no
au thème
interpretation
rémunéré
from
l'avenir de
French
l'Amérique
to
du Nord.
Spanish.
Avant d'entamer nos travaux, j'aimerais inviter M. Kevin Deere, Facekeeper at the Mohawk Trail Longhouse, à nous rejoindre sur scène pour procéder à la cérémonie traditionnelle de bienvenue. Merci.
Kuyane, 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 kuyane. Yo ho. Anagadi ko amuni sarade. Anjinitu ka izues agwegu wat kunwaradu. Zinizi dakkanaraje agweyu gotsanuni agweyu goda garide. None of the Shatorate o God in New Jersey Tuniut. Igo Ostawa Kawi. Ne the one Aduki at Tidney Star Hudza. Nedzi Zinizi Judaso Zimza, the Signore one when is rade, say you got Kawahaja, Gwegun Hodi, you got Stachata when is rage. Tani Atana Jodakse. None of the Sato Gaur Anagan Hoda Garunu, a Gwegu Sagunane, Tunizi Rodiu Tajan Yoni, Danuguanek Kariwanota Chata when is rage. Monaxi the Dunarado. Tanasego Tini Doerha, when he's rade, Agwegu what Hunwaradu. So I started out with this water drum. There's water in here because when we do our sacred ceremonies, our songs, and our dances, we understand that water is life. And from that water is going to come all the trees and the plants, and then the animals, and that's us. Everything is held together by natural law. And when we come into this world, each and every one of us are given this sacred breath. Now, you just heard this little boy water drum sound its voice just like all of you. From the moment of your birth to this moment in time, you're all sounding your voice. And at the same time, we're all participating in this sacred dance called life. And if you don't believe me, just look at your chest and what are you going to find? Your chest is expanding and contracting. Look at your heart muscle expanding and contracting. The snow comes, the snow goes. The snow comes, the snow goes. Ocean goes up, ocean goes down. That drumstick hit that skin and that skin went up and down. We're all participating in this sacred dance called life. And when you understand this teaching, there's no more war. We have no right to kill another human being. We're all sacred beings. The animals, even this earth mother is a woman and she's alive. And you know what? She's not only alive, she has feelings. You know, before I got involved with all of this stuff, it's a nice flowery word in English. We say, oh, yeah, Mother Earth. This turtle rattle, when we sing the song of the Great Spirit, this is what we use. And I always used to say, yeah, Mother Earth, but it's a nice flowery word. Until in 1992, I heard an Anishinaabe speaker talking at a language conference because in Kahnawake, I've been a Mohawk immersion school teacher for 30 years, teaching our next generation of youth our language, our ceremonies, our songs, our dances, everything that makes us who we are. Anyway, he was talking about how we as men are out of balance because we're not connected to the earth as women are. So he said, if you want to heal and you want to get well, you know what you're going to do? I said, what? Give up your wife, give up your kids, give up your gadgets, give up food and water, and go sit on the bosom of your mother in a sacred manner. And open yourself up to the cosmic intelligence. And even that little ant that comes walking on your leg, you say to that little brother, hey, brother, how can you help me? Pitiful me. Because as men, look at what we do. We war, we kill, we think we're superior to women. We're destroying the earth. I says, hey, I want to do that. When you build your lodge, there is one sapling that represents your life. It says, go back to your earliest recollection. What do you remember? And then from that time on until that time when I was 36 years old, all of that. And if there's any pain or any hurt that you have, give it up. And who are you giving it up to? Your first mother. Who's your first mother? I thought he was going to say, well, your biological mother. No. Your first mother is the Mother Earth. So here I am out in the woods. You know, a lot of guys are tough, right? You got a gun. You got a bow and arrow. You got a knife. Now you're going into the territory where there's bears, there's wolverines, there's different animals like that. And when those animals should come and visit you, what are you going to do? You're going to shoot them and try to run away? Oh, no. You're going to humble yourself to those brothers and say, hey, I'm in your home. I'm in your territory. I'm showing you utmost respect. But anyway, getting back to this teaching. So it says, now you're going to take your tobacco and you're going to give it to your Earth Mother. So I said, okay, Earth Mom, in my own language. I said, Ista, God needs you want to discharge again, huh? Okay, Mom, how can you help me? And I can't explain how this works, if it's my own thoughts. But anyway, okay. So do you see this soil? This soil is an extension of my body. So lay down, get naked, and cover yourself with it. So that's what I did. And if I could have chose the moment of my death, I would have wanted to die at that moment in time in 1993. Because I said, imagine that. I'm going to die in the future. I'm going to go back into the womb of my Earth Mother, but here I am, I'm dead. And here I am, I'm experiencing this, and I'm still alive. And I thought, wow. All of a sudden, self-doubt came along and said, that's not true. You just made it up. So I took my tobacco again. I said, Ista, gigo zinidzi ganuta nugos, onakzi oya joknoda na sajene nezaga satstane. All right, Mom, you have to do something that's going to prove to me that this vision quest and fasting that I'm doing is more powerful than that. That's going to help my mind. So I took my tobacco again. I put it down. Okay, my son, get up and count your footsteps. So in my lodge, in my circle, my cedar circle, I was, okay, so what could be the logic rationale to that? So I said, I don't know, I'll count my footsteps, then heel to toe. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I go around that whole circle. And as I'm counting, when I got to where I started, to me, there was a magical number. And when I said that number out, I got all down on all fours and I kissed my mother. Now, anybody want to take a guess about what do you think that number was and why it was so significant? No, I'm going to tell you. I was 36. And you know why it was so significant? Because I was 36 years old. And I thought to myself, wow. Now, as a Mohawk man, I was taught that babies cry, but a real man, you're never going to see a real man cry. I remember when my mom's dad, my grandpa died, and the undertaker hit that casket, and that casket started going down. That tear came, and I wiped it. I said, I ain't crying. We don't do that. But all of that hurt and pain that I carried was still there because I never dealt with it. So now it came to the point in time where now I'm going to talk to my mother, Earth Mother, about all of this stuff. And as I'm going to my earliest recollection as a baby, from the time I remember being in my diaper and all the things that happened to me, the good, the bad, the abuse. And when those tears started to flow, the snot and the slobber, I'm giving it all to my Earth Mother. All of a sudden, I feel this drop on my shoulder. And I'm thinking to myself, it better not be a bird shitting on me, because that ain't going to be a good sign. I look up and there's nothing. I continue again, it happens a second time. I continue again, it happens a third time. When it happened that third time, I said, I got to investigate. Where is this drop coming from? I'm not crazy. And when I built my lodge, because when you go vision, quest, and fast, we do it in conjunction with our grandmother, the moon. And it's always in the spring and the fall. And when I built my lodge, I inadvertently cut a vine. And as I was crying, all of a sudden the vine started to drip. And that was a sign from my Earth Mother validating me and saying, it's okay, my son, I hear you. And I'm even going to cry and validate your pain. And when I came out of that fast, I was transformed, because now when I speak, I don't only say Mother Earth as a nice flowery word, because she healed me. She gave me a different way of understanding and looking at her and who we are as people that are all at her bosom, that she gives us all of this unconditional love from the beginning of time. And the only thing she asks of us every day is to have an attitude of gratitude. And for us, it gets expressed through our sacred songs. That song that you just heard, we call that in my language, Ono Uzara Neha. And it talks about the pumpkins and the squashes, because we talk about our life supporters, the three sisters, the corn, the beans, and the squash. Now, we all have a belly button here, right? If you don't have a belly button, please raise your hand, because then I want to talk to you. But because we have a belly button, without a doubt, we know who our mother is. We know who our grandmother is. We know and our grandmother all the way. And it takes us all the way back to our first mother, which is Mother Earth. So now that song talks about the corn and the squashes, because it's a vine, comes from a seed, produces a flower, and then you get your pumpkin and your squash. We're the same way. We start from a seed. We're connected to that umbilical cord, and here we are, all this beautiful life. So that song that you just heard talks about our connection to the life forces here. And I'm just going to end with one final thing. You know, all this stuff that I talk about, I wasn't raised with it. Even though I was in Ganawage, Mohawk territory, a reservation and all of that, all I knew was Christian concepts and beliefs. Adam and Eve, all of that stuff. When I went to school in high school, then they taught us, Bering Strait theory. Then after that, we come from monkeys. Then after that, the Big Bang theory. So there came a time in my life when I started to question all of this, and it was so confusing. I said, you know what? Because I even asked some of the older men in my community, I said, hey, what happens to us when we die? Well, they said, you're dead. Well, I said, what about this idea of heaven and hell? They said, that's all BS. When you die, you're dead, there's nothing. I turned on the radio, and you know what the hit song of the day was? Because we're here for a good time, not a long time. So have a good time, the sun ain't gonna shine every day. You want a good life, Miller High Life. You want to be cool, walk a mile for a camel. Muhammad Ali, look like a butterfly, sting like a bee. So then we wonder why we're in all of this confusion. So that was my rites of passage into manhood. But then all these teachings changed me. Went back, I learned my language, our ceremonies, my creation story, our songs, our dances, and all of that. So we transformed our lives. My dad gets a heart attack in December 2014, and he's going to die in August of 2015. The day he died, after we were at the hospital, he didn't want to be resuscitated. I saw him going into a cardiac arrest. The doctor was going to grab the defibrillator. I said, nope, let him go. And the doctor gave me a look like, hey, don't tell me how to do my job. I said, let him go. He didn't want to be resuscitated. So I held his hand until he transitioned. At the end of the day, I went back to my dad's house. And as I was sitting there on his porch outside, all of a sudden I began to feel guilty. Because I said, if I didn't tell that doctor to let my dad die, he'd still be alive. I don't know what condition. And the tears started to flow. I had a lump in my throat and I had a knot in my stomach. I was feeling guilty. I didn't feel good. I said, Dad, between me, you, father and son, we know there's no such thing as death. All this fear that people put in our heads, we're forever. My language, we call myself a ugwa hunwe. We take that word apart. Ungwe is a person. Unwe comes from the root word zinawa, which is forever. So I'm a forever being. No such thing as death. We come from spirit. We're here for a short time and we're going home. So I said, Dad, you're part of that giant Sky World Council. If you could hear me, give me some kind of a sign. And I was thinking to myself, I wonder what's going to happen here. Anyway, I open up my eyes and there it is. And I don't have too much time, but if some of you want to know, I took a picture of it. And I have a message from the ancestor, my dad, showing me and reinforcing this idea that there's no such thing as death. Because what happened was, first of all, there was a bird, actual bird on the line. So my friend Debbie came out, she said, hey, what kind of bird is that on the line? I said, a mourning dove. She said, well, how come there's only one? I said, well, that's a sign that my mom's gonna be by herself for the rest of her days. In 1999, my dad came visit me. He's coming up the back steps. I go open the door for him. I give him a kiss and a hug and tell him that I love him. And this little fledgling baby robin lands on my clothesline this close. I said, Dad, you see that little messenger, that little baby robin? I said, watch this, we're gonna get a message. Go to the kitchen, make coffee, we're drinking our coffee. All of a sudden the phone rings. And it's my spiritual mentor when I began to walk this road. His name is Tom Porter from Akwesasne. Tom Porter says, Kevin, I need a favor. I said, sure, Tom, what? He says, you know our good friend Ward Stone? I said, yeah. He said, I just got word that his 3-year-old daughter died. He said, there's no way I can make to the funeral. Can you go and help and bury the little girl? I said, absolutely. So second story, bird on the line. So as I'm going through this thing and thinking about all of this, the good, the bad, not so good, and I'm asking Dad for a sign, I open my eyes, and in the clouds, the message is written. There is a bird with the wing with the letter D in the bird. And on this side, you see the letter F, the first initial of my dad's name, Freddie. Anyway, just like that, all of that guilt left, and I feel good. And since that day, I tell this amazing story. But sometime during the day, if you're interested, say, hey, you had a sign from the ancestor realm, your father that passed on, and I'll show you the picture. Anyway, how much time do I have left? All right. Thank you very much.
I want to see that picture. What a set of stories. That's amazing. Thank you very much, Kevin, for welcoming all of us to this beautiful city and getting us off on the right path for today. En tant que présidente du comité consultatif cette année, j'ai certains privilèges. L'un de ces privilèges, c'est que j'ai l'opportunité de
This year,
collaborer
we
de façon
have several
rapprochée avec
privileges. One of these
l'équipe de la
privileges
commission.
is the opportunity
Nous
to
avons
work
abordé
with
l'idée de ce
the
forum et les thèmes
with
que
the
nous
team
pourrions y
in
aborder.
this mission when we
L'un de ces
address
thèmes
the
importants,
idea of
c'est
this
d'attirer
forum and the
l'attention
ideas
sur la crise des polluants
that we wanted
éternels,
to
sur les
address. It
pesticides
was very
utilisés dans
important for us
l'agriculture
to
et les
try to talk
microplastiques dans
about
notre alimentation. Et
pesticides
enfin,
and
notre eau
microplastics
et
in
la
our food.
qualité de
And
notre
finally,
environnement au sein de
water
notre vie quotidienne.
and the
Notre
reality
forum
of our
d'aujourd'hui
environment
commentera
in
donc ces
our
trois
daily
volets
life.
principaux.
Today's
Nous ouvrirons la
forum
séance par une
will
présentation du
deal
directeur exécutif
about
de la
these
CCE,
three
M.
main
Paul
topics. We're going
Vaillant,
to start
suivi de
this
4
session
questions principales qui seront
with
animées par
the
M. Julian
executive
Postma.
president of the CC, and afterwards we're going to
I'm
hold
speaking mostly in French, by the way.
several
So if
sessions.
you need interpretation, I think they're outside. Selon la tradition de nos forums, nous aurons également un aperçu du processus des communications sur les questions d'application, mieux connues sous le nom de SEM. Il s'agit d'un mécanisme de participation publique qui permet aux particuliers et aux organisations en Amérique du Nord
This is a public participation mechanism allowing the organization and individuals from North America to discuss their concerns, specifically their environmental concerns with the governments of Canada, the US, and Mexico. We will also have a discussion with our members of the Traditional Ecological Knowledge Group, with members from all 3 countries, and we will have our traditional opening ceremony for those in the room.
Live simultaneously in Spanish, English, and French. As some of you may know, JPAC has made extensive use of electronic tools to ensure that citizens in the 3 countries, regardless of their location or language, have access to timely information on North American environmental issues. We are also going to be launching a series of polls throughout the day, which you can access via the QR codes that can be found on each of the tables where you're sitting, and that will be shown on the screen throughout the event. You'll also be able to send us questions, any questions that you may have in the 3 languages, and share your contact information with other participants through Slido, which can also be accessed by the same QR code on the blocks or the butterflies on your tables. Pour celles et ceux qui ne connaissent pas le CCPM, permettez-moi de vous donner quelques précisions. Le comité consultatif public mixte est composé de 9 citoyens bénévoles.
Before we begin, we have a few details to share. I would like to explain a little bit more about the work of the JPAC. Our mandate states that we are here to advise all 3 countries of the North American region regarding concerns on environmental cooperation, as well as to practice our tasks. The role or the task of the JPAC is quite simple. It is to promote continental cooperation and the protection of our ecosystems and sustainable development, guaranteeing active public participation. Our members share a common commitment to preserve and improve the environment of the North American region. The JPAC works by consensus. We have independent individuals that bring to the table different cultural perspectives.
The members of the Joint Public Advisory Committee, the JPAC, have played a key role by providing the Council and the Secretariat with valuable expertise, guidance, and strategic direction. The JPAC chair, myself this year, also participate in meetings with the alternative representatives throughout the year to provide updates on our activities, and the full committee meets with the Council once a year during an in-camera session. So that you know the lay of the land, I will now ask all the members of the JPAC and the TEKEG to please stand and wave when I mention your name. From Mexico, Esteban Escamilla. From the United States, we've got Octaviana Trujillo. And Robert Varney. From the TEKEG, we are joined today from Mexico by Maria del Pilar Garcia. And Emilia Monteros. And I believe from the United States, we are joined by our newly appointed members, Kara Burst, online, maybe? Okay. Oh. Jason Walker. And Gary Morishima. And I want to acknowledge, I think her participation wasn't confirmed until just now. So Elizabeth Whistlet is also with us. She is a JPAC member, Representative Canada, alongside myself. Good morning. Oh. Okay, more good news. Felicia, I think you are here as well. Felicia is a JPAC member for the USA. Good morning. Before I introduce the CEC's Executive Director, I would like to launch our first poll for the day. Where are you joining us from? Please select the option that applies to you. Are you coming from Mexico? Are you coming from the US? Or are you from Canada? J'aimerais maintenant vous présenter le directeur exécutif de la CCE, M. Jorge Daniel Talian. Il est depuis toujours un ardent défenseur des droits humains et de la protection de l'environnement à l'échelle mondiale. Sa carrière s'étend sur plusieurs décennies.
We're going to present Jorge Talian, director of the CEC. He has a long-standing career over the past decades, collaborating with different development and environmental organizations, civil society organizations, and he has also worked with communities that are underattended to promote development. Over the past decade, he has directed the fight against global climate change, as well as pollution. He has also fought for biodiversity. And he wants to work towards inclusive, resilient adaptation. In our last event, we saw Daniel when he was just at the end of his duty as director of the commission, but he has been approved for an extension of his role. Welcome, Daniel. Please take the floor.
So last night it snowed a little bit, about a centimeter. 20,000 years ago, there was so much snow right here, right where we are, that if you looked up, it's about 3 kilometers of ice. You could not even be here. At that time, the Earth's tilt was just a little bit more than it is now. And that tilt, it's very small, that angle was very important. And that combined with how the Earth wobbles when it spins, as well as how it circulates around the sun, these things always changing, brought on an ice age. An ice age that cooled our planet by several degrees, enough to cause all of that snow to fall and to bring most of North America, certainly these latitudes, under ice. This phenomena occurs regularly, and it occurs on schedule about every 100,000 years, and it has repeated for about 1 million years. The end of an ice age brings great transformation. It carves out canyons. It breaks up the mountains. It forges rivers. It fills the ocean with fresh water. Between an ice age and a non-ice age, there's about 600 feet, that's 200 meters, of difference of sea level. The retreating ice uncovers lost forests and prairies. It defines the terrain of every single continent and fundamentally changes, it transforms the way of life of every living thing, including us, humanity. It defines where we live, where we thrive, and where we perish. The periods in between ice ages, they last anywhere from 10,000 to maybe 20,000 years. They're called interglacials. And they're a good time to be on Earth. The weather of much of the planet is very mild to amenable. It's very stable because most of that ice recedes. We couldn't be here during an ice age here in Montreal. And also the oceans and the atmospheric currents, they're stable. They're welcoming, and they bring livable conditions and good weather to most of the planet. We are now in this interglacial area, but as you know, we all know, things are not stable. This is the first time in 4.5 billion years when one of the species on the Earth, we know who that is, has fundamentally changed the natural balance of things, particularly our climate and our biodiversity. Whereas we should be enjoying this interglacial period for maybe thousands of additional years, we have instead altered the course of the ecology. Some scientists argue that naturally, we should be now moving into an ice age, very slowly, in a trajectory that would take about 80,000 years to create another peak ice age. Instead, we've altered the weather and destroyed our biodiversity to such an extent that we've broken the natural evolution of the ecology, of this interglacial period. We've destabilized our planetary ecosystem. Wow, I mean, that's powerful. It's all because of what we do and how we do it. That is the Anthropocene. That's what we call the Anthropocene. We are changing the course of the ecology. The first human activity to do this was organized agriculture. Been doing some new reading on this. Some great information is emerging. And that goes back about 8,000 years. That's just a blip of time in human history, and it's pretty insignificant in planetary history, but it has profoundly changed our planet. As our Earth's most destructive species, by about 8,000 years ago, humans had already overhunted the Earth's largest mammals. They were mostly extinct, and today, very few remain. The mass production of food and the transformation of our ecosystems to do it has reduced the natural capacity of our native forests to capture the CO2. This is our problem. And we are intensely increasing the amount of methane emissions due to the land changes that we brought forth to do this. And that includes from the decaying biodiversity. The irony of this intense agricultural production that we've been doing for so much time is that more recently, about 40% of everything we produce agriculturally goes to waste. We throw it away. With the cost of groceries at the store, it's amazing that 40% of our agricultural production is never even at the table of anyone. The second, even more impacting human activity since we became the intelligent species on the planet, was industrialization. And that's achieved by squeezing the earth to extract fossil fuels, coal, oil, natural gas, kind of a nice name to say methane. We spew black carbon into the atmosphere in this industrialization process, and that emits climate warming CO2 at unnatural levels, levels that can't be absorbed by the native forest. That's really the problem. And by releasing methane gas, methane, 86 times more potent than CO2. And this is transforming our atmosphere. And we've changed all these habitats where we shouldn't have lived, in wetlands and in really hot environments, by bringing AC systems, air conditioning. We have it right now going on. Using really highly polluting refrigerants, which can be 1,000 times more potent than CO2. So we are doing this to the planet. We've cut into mountains. We've rerouted waterways. We've made artificial lakes and reservoirs that are so large, so big, they affect the rotation of the earth. This is what we do for our comfort and our progress. We are changing the seasons, and now some scientists say we're also changing the ice age cycle. We've raised forests to settle, to populate, and to plow, to feed ourselves, all in the name of progress, comfort, and economic growth. The triple planetary crisis of climate change, pollution, and biodiversity loss is not natural. On all accounts, it is anthropogenic, absolutely. It's a consequence of our decisions about how we organize, how we live, how we consume, and how we produce to meet that demand that we've created for ourselves. This irrational behavior is what's taking us to the 6th mass extinction of our planet. And you may say, and many do, oh, but it's happened before in Earth's history. Yeah, it's happened naturally that we've been snowball Earth. It's happened naturally that we've had 1 million years of rain nonstop. But this time what's crazy is that we're choosing to do it. People are doing this by choice. We're pushing the earth beyond its present sustainable limits. And we're triggering what are progressively irreversible ecological systems tipping points. And the thing about these tipping points is that we don't get to go back and fix the problem. At this point, all that we can do is try to stabilize the situation. Glaciers are rapidly vanishing, sending more fresh water into the salty oceans, and this changes the composition of the ocean. And that affects the air currents and the ocean currents. In Mexico, glaciers have pretty much vanished. In places like the Sierra Nevada or the Trinity Mountains or the Rocky Mountains, and certainly in U.S. Glacier National Park, they're practically gone. Only fractions are left. And in Canada, the retreat is very apparent and just as alarming. The ecology of the cryosphere, upon which all of us depend, we don't realize how much we do depend on the cryosphere, but we do. The cryosphere are the cold environments. The ecology of the cryosphere is quickly destabilizing. And as I said earlier, once that ice melts, you don't get it back for a long time. It takes about 80,000 years to get that ice back. Melting of glaciers means the rising of the seas. As I mentioned, from full glacier ice age to the melting of one, you get about 600 feet of sea level rise. And that means the displacement of a lot of people that live on coasts. That's billions of people on the planet. The climate refugees will be coming if they're not coming already. Melting glaciers, as I said, they cause disturbances in the atmospheric currents and the ocean currents. And this is why this balanced weather that we have around the world is starting to change. The disappearance of white ice, white is reflective, it reflects heat from the sun back into the atmosphere, discovers darker surfaces, and that absorbs heat. And that's why in the Arctic, we're warming 4 times faster than everywhere else. And this brings, and you know the list, drought and floods and extreme heat and wildfires, intense storms, coastal erosion, species die-off. These are all the products of this impact. Pollinator deaths, biodiversity loss. This is part of what we call the Anthropocene. And so, as the species die, as the fish disappear from our rivers, as pollinators are unable to pollinate, as birds and butterflies can no longer fly across our land safely, as the planet's ecosystems irreversibly collapse, our capacity, humanity's capacity to provide for ourselves in this god-awful way that we do, also vanishes. Instead of living gloriously with this wonderful interglacial period that we should be in right now, going back to Deere's, let's have a good time, we're ruining that good time. We are in the Anthropocene, an age of human consumptive irrationality where people, not nature, determine the state of the ecology, and we're not doing a very good job with this determination. So why have we let this happen? And what can we do about it? First, we've lost our place and our relationship with our ecology. That's something Indigenous peoples understand very well. Well, we need to find it wherever we've left it. We've separated ourselves from nature. We need to go back to her side. We see nature to be at our service. She's not at our service. We are at hers, and we're not doing a very good job of that. Our primary aim is to grow and to accumulate. We look like those hoarders that you see on your TikTok feed. We don't nurture nature. We don't protect nature. We extract from nature, and we give it back to her as waste that we then don't want to even see. We want to bury it someplace where it's not visual. We've built an irrational extractivist model. And I'm quoting my boss here, one of them at least, Mexican Secretary of Environment, who refers to that often. And we need to change that. Our excessive and unsustainable living patterns have fueled this irrationality, our excessive buying, our unsustainable packaging, our widespread use of plastics, which we'll be talking about, our fashions, our travel, our buying frenzies, our unbridled consumption, our thirst for energy, which is now only growing exponentially due to the use of AI. Ultimately, it's our disregard for our role with nature, our role vis-a-vis nature. It's our disregard for this delicate ecological balance. The science is clear on all of this. There's no question on the science. We've moved past negation. The discussion now is not if we have a problem, but what we're going to do about it. Bienvenue, I have to go into French a little bit. Bienvenue à la tribune publique du Comité consultatif public mixte, alias JPAC.
Welcome
We all call it JPAC in English.
to the JPAC, and I'm going to say this event is an event to stop and reflect on this environmental crisis, in the existential crisis, what the tribune gathers, civil society, environmental leaders, you yourselves, the persons the First Nations and all types of cultures to be able to exchange ideas on how to address contamination, pollution, and develop the policies that we want to be able to implement at the North American scale. And this is the difference of this meeting, that we have 3 countries in North America.
These are tiny and very tiny invisible particles of fossil fuel derived, let's remember, they're fossil fuel derived materials that are in our environment. And we'll also be discussing these persistent pollutants or forever really, really toxic chemicals. Those are called PFAS. One troubling characteristic of these pollutants is that they remain in the atmosphere and in our environment, and they accumulate. They're everywhere. They're in our oceans, which means they're in the fish we eat. They're in our water, which means they're in the water we drink. They're in our soil, which means they're in our fruits, in our vegetables, and in the animal food that we consume. They're in the air, which means we breathe them in constantly. They're in our drinks, in our water, in our milk, in our honey, in our salt, in our sugar, in our rice. They're in cosmetics. They're in our trash. They're in our packaging. We wrap food that we eat with packaging that has these pollutants in it. They're in the cleaning products that we use in our homes and to clean the rooms of our babies. They're in the household dust that when you wipe your finger on the windowsill, you pick up. They're in the clothes that we're wearing right now, all of you. They're in your shampoo. They're even in our dental floss. They are intimately invasive. They are everywhere. They find their way into our breasts and into our breast milk, into our blood. They find their way into our saliva, into our kidneys and liver. They're in our placentas. They're in our testicles and in our ovaries. They're in our lungs and they're in our hearts. These pollutants are all over us. They're in our gut. We even find them, and this is startling, in the stool of newborn infants. They're everywhere. And however much you may care about your health and that of your children through your eating habits and buying responsibly and all that great stuff that you do, you are unavoidably full of plastics. And these persistent pollutants are part of you. They are inside of you. Exposure to these pollutants, we're learning about that, are likely causing an unknown number of diseases amongst many of us. And that ranges from metabolic disorders to cancer, to hyperactivity, to immune disorders, to hormonal problems, to fertility issues, to birth defects, and developmental issues as well. They've infused our DNA. They are now part of everything about us and everything that we do. Being told I have to finish. I got about a page left and I still have to do Spanish. Este foro del Comité Consultivo Público Conjunto, el JPAC,
The JPAC, the Joint Public Advisory Committee, is an important step to discuss a trilateral forum where we work at a regional level through 3 countries to advise about these 3 pollutants. This is a special session, not only for this topic, but because the 3 countries are creating their strategic plan and they are reassessing the environmental agreement. The idea that are addressed today will be important to develop this plan.
And I'll just wrap up. I'm going to skip a few lines. Sorry, I was going to do a little more French and a little more Spanish, but my time is up. The interrelatedness and interconnectivity and the relational well-being of all species, the living and the non-living, the human and the non-human, will define and is defining the health of our planetary ecosystem. It's defining it now, and what we do with that interrelationality will define what it is in the future. The discussions that you will have today and over the next few days will feed thought, knowledge, and inspiration from your communities and from your cohorts and from you to the environmental governing agencies of our three nations. Make them count. Make them count. You have that opportunity. As Executive Director of the CEC, I welcome you to Montreal and to the JPAC Forum. May your discussions be fruitful. May they be lively. May they be inspiring. May they be relational. And hopefully, if they are true to the situation that we are facing and our responsibilities to do something about it, they will also be very uncomfortable. And I welcome that. Thank you. Merci. Muchas gracias.
Merci, Daniel. Vraiment des remarques excellentes. C'est toujours difficile parfois d'entendre la vérité.
Thank you very much. Excellent, Daniel. It is difficult to listen to the truth, but when we talk about the development of the discussions on today's meeting, we actually have the great opportunity to see ourselves through a mirror and discuss these.
Maintenant, c'est mon rôle et mon plaisir de vous présenter Monsieur Julian Portilla, qui animera notre dialogue aujourd'hui. Depuis août 2008, Julian s'investit activement dans la médiation, la facilitation et la conception de processus de consensus multipartite. Nous sommes donc entre de très bonnes mains aujourd'hui pour notre événement et j'aimerais donc inviter Julian à me rejoindre ici, s'il te plaît.
Good morning, buenos dias, bonjour. Thank you, Anne-Raphael. Thank you, Daniel. My name is Julian Portilla, and it is my honor and my privilege to be moderating the discussions today. I was born in Mexico to a Mexican father and an American mother, and I live just a few miles on the other side of the border between Canada and the US, and I spend a fair amount of time in this beautiful city, so I feel very much at home in these discussions. These territories are deeply important to me and to my family. And the topics of today are also important to me because I have three boys. And when it's my turn to take to the sky and join your dad, Kevin, I want to make sure that we have done what we can so that they have an opportunity to bring their children into the world and so on and so forth. So it's a great honor for me to be here with you all today. We have a very exciting program lined up for you. It's going to be fantastic. We are hoping to have a very dynamic and engaging set of discussions with some guests who are going to join us up here. We're going to open up each session with a short intervention and presentation that will sort of frame the topic. We're going to start the day with pesticides. And then we're going to have some panelists come up and join us, and we're going to have a very interesting exchange, dynamic exchange among them. And then we welcome your interventions and your questions. And I want to remind everybody that we have, I don't know, maybe 100 or so people in the room, and we have many, many people online as well. We typically have at least as many, if not more, online. So I want to make sure that we welcome them into the room. And when you see us doing these polls, that's partly to get your best thinking in the room, but also to get their best thinking who are online. And that's a critical part of this exercise. Remember what Daniel said, this whole exercise is meant to gather your best advice and recommendations to the three governments to manage these problems and others that we've been talking about and that we will be talking about. So it's really a wonderful opportunity to send your best knowledge and understanding to the three governments who are here represented today. Let's see here. Oh, a couple of details. Number one, we're in translation, as many of you know, so we're speaking three languages. That means, though, that when you do take to the microphone, and this is for the panelists, but also for anybody who asks a question at the microphone, speak somewhat slowly so that we can translate and make sure that everybody can follow along in all of the languages. Number one. Number two, there is a photographer. Actually, there's several photographers in the room. If you would prefer to not have your image included in any of the after meeting materials, please see Georgina, who is over here right in the middle of the room. Hello, hail. There we go. Great. Let's see here. Yes. Now, we have QR codes up here, but you also have these cool little wooden cubes on your tables. Have you seen those? If someone could just hold theirs up for just a second. Yeah, here we go. Paulo's holding it up. Yeah, okay, great. Those cubes and that butterfly, depending on what you have at your table, has a QR code on it. It's the miracle of technology carved into wood. It's pretty cool. So when you want to participate in the polls, when you want to ask a question, that is your go-to place. Your phone will take you to this magic place on the internet where you can put different options in, including when we get to the question section, there's a little tab for questions on the Slido tab there that you can use to ask your questions of our panelists when we get up here. So, let's see, what else do we have? Okay, great. So the next piece is, speaking of polls, we have, I believe, the results from the first poll, which is to say, where is everybody from? A lot of Canadians participating, no surprise, given that we're here in beautiful Montreal. But we also have some Mexico and some United States, and even folks from further afield who want to know what we're up to, so they can take it back home, I'm sure. Great. So, everybody at the right meeting? Yeah? Okay, this is your chance if you want to escape out the back. Okay, but I think you're all here for the right reasons. Okay, great. Now, let's see here. Before actually I present our first panel, I want to ask you another question on our poll, which has to do with the topic of our next panel, which has to do with pesticides and the use of pesticides in agriculture. So we're going to put up this next question onto the Slido. And remember, if you're at home, you can beam your phone onto this QR code and it'll take you to the place where you can answer. If you're in the room, use those little cubes or the screen, whatever you like, and answer your questions. So this first conversation is about pesticides and pesticides and the use of agricultural production. And we have a really, really great lineup of speakers and a panel for you to talk about this. And the first person I want to present is Sophie McCafferty, who is the farm manager at Hudson Heartbeat Community Farm. Now that's heartbeat with a B-E-E-T, as in the vegetable. And she's going to talk to us a little bit about her work. Sophie, come on up.
Hello, can you hear me? Okay, great. I can't hear myself as much, so it's better. Hey, bonjour, hi, hola. My name is Sophie, and I'll just jump right in. So I'm not sure if any of you have taken the time to read the over 400-page Canadian budget released a few weeks ago. But on page 433, tucked in, you can see a declaration that the government is planning to amend legislation to remove cyclical pesticide reevaluation. And I start to tremble not because sustainability is one of the most co-opted words in the environmental movement, but because this takes away one of the few protections that people in Canada have against these chemicals. So in labeling it as sustainable pesticide management, they're trying to make us believe that this will help our planet and its people thrive. Yet, the known impacts of pesticides are causing lots of harm. I want to highlight that in Canada and the US, the people directly subject to chemicals are migrant workers from Mexico, the Caribbean, and many other countries that our food system relies on. And currently, Eco-Justice is pursuing Health Canada for their negligence to ensure safety data requirements are enforced on farms that employ these workers. Many migrant workers have raised concerns about the lack of pesticide safety data sheets on farms, causing them to suffer from acute and chronic illnesses caused by pesticide poisoning. Can we expect better if our current legislation is planning to erode our policies on pesticides? My name is Sophie, and I'm here today to talk to you as a farm worker myself, but also as a sister, a partner, a friend. And I can't stand idle knowing that the people I love and the land I cherish is impacted by these pesticides. So wait a minute, what are pesticides anyway? They're basically chemicals that stop unwanted organisms from eating, damaging, outcompeting, or harming crops, whether it be whether it be insects, fungus, weeds, or any other living organism. Simply put, they kill things. So it's no coincidence that synthetic pesticides first emerged during World War II. The herbicide, now known as Agent Orange, was simultaneously sold to farmers in the US while also being employed by the Department of Defense. Pesticides are chemical weapons used for violence, like the unannounced aerial spraying of crop-killing herbicides in Gaza by the Israeli occupation. So are we surprised when research in 2025 is proving that this has a whole host of negative impacts on our health, that they pose a significant risk to our children and are being linked to neurological alterations and chronic diseases, that the chronic exposure of residues contained in our food are linked to a range of cancers, Parkinson's, Alzheimer's, respiratory disorders, diabetes, reproductive issues, and developmental defects. You don't even have to be a farmer for this to concern you. It concerns everyone. And what about all the other living beings? A recent global synthesis published in Nature by Juan and her team found that non-target animals, pesticides decrease growth, reproduction, and modify behavior. For non-target microbes, they're decreasing their growth and their reproduction. And for non-target plants, they're decreasing their growth, reproduction, photosynthesis, metabolism, and transpiration. They even compared new and old pesticides, finding no significant difference. That means that the development of new ingredients that are being sold and greenwashed to us as progress actually have no reduction in environmental impact. So who's selling us these lies? Pretty simple. There's four companies that own over half of agrochemical manufacturing, and those same four companies also own over half of our seeds. Why? I'll let you all think about it, but corporate concentration is terrifying. But farmers aren't stupid. So why does our dependence on pesticides seem to grow? Some aren't aware of all the risks until it's too late. Others are trapped in law-binding contracts by the same companies giving them seeds. Most are just trying to make ends meet. And then some ingest these same pesticides to end their lives because the systems that the agrochemical industries have created have failed them. Now for the biggest twist. This is a picture on my farm this summer. Granted, the pesticide being used is a certified organic biopesticide. It was our last option to save our whole crop of garlic. I understand why sometimes farmers have to turn to pesticides. With the impact of climate change increasing exponentially the invasive species impacting our food production, something has to give. And young farmers like me, who are facing the realities of the farm renewal crisis, land speculation, corporate control, rising food prices, the list goes on, can tell you that farming is really hard and is also really beautiful. So what now? Apart from the panel of exceptional people you're about to hear discuss this very issue and the audience of exceptional people here to engage, stay hopeful. Pesticides haven't been around for all that long. What did we do before? How did the people that stewarded this land do it for so long without poisoning it? Maybe let's turn to them. Maybe let's take a beat on whatever we do. Let's do it together. Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you, Sophie. So I'm going to invite the other panelists up here to talk about that. We have, first of all, from Canada, Antonio Spettro, who is the Executive Director of Regeneration Canada. We have, come on up, Antonio. We have Laura Gomez Tovar from the Department of Agroecology at the Autonomous University of Chapingo. Welcome, Laura. And we have Brian Leahy, who is a consultant and is the former director of the California Department of Pesticide Regulation. Welcome, Brian. Let's give him a warm round of applause. Okay, great. Well, thanks, everybody. Thank you, Sophie. That was lovely, scary and lovely, and also hopeful, which is all of the things I think we want. So panelists, my first question for you is, what's on your mind these days with regards to pesticide? What are you most worried about? And what is your greatest cause for hope? And let's just go on down the line. Let me start with Antonios. We'll go on down the line, and then we'll get Sophie back in there as well. Antonios.
Bonjour tout le monde. Vous m'entendez bien? Yeah. So I'm just going to honor my French-Canadian identity here. I'm going to introduce myself in French, and then I'll switch after.
You can say in French.
We'll see.
Okay.
Donc, je m'appelle Antonius Petro. Je suis directeur général de Régénération Canada.
I am Antonius Petros, General Director of Regeneration Canada. I am also a farm manager for a farm that's not too far from Quebec. I have a background in earth sciences and agriculture, as well as climate change. I work for Regeneration Canada, covering the entire Canadian territory, to work on the promotion of regenerative agriculture, looking at the different crises that we are facing. Our main audience is composed of producers and agricultural producers throughout the country. We work on biological seed pricings.
Go ahead and answer the questions, and then we'll go to Laura and Brian, Antonius.
Okay, so as I said, I'm here representing the voices of our farmers and ranchers. And when we talk about pesticide, of course, in my word, I would like regenerative organic farming to be the norm everywhere. And as Sophie said at the end of her presentation, we have a choice between fighting on one side, supporting our farmers from the other sides. And I think both are important. What we choose to do, what I choose to do, is to meet farmers and ranchers where they are, showing them different routes on where they can go, and then let them decide. So again, referring to what you're saying, access to science-based information, unbiased agronomic services is really important. So for us at Regeneration Canada, we work with non-organic and organic, and our goal is really to, if we can't eliminate, we need to reduce. And I wanted to maybe talk about Canada as an example. We work with ranchers in Alberta, Saskatchewan, or Manitoba. One farm in there is really, I did some calculation to give examples, half the size of Montreal, of Veracruz, or Philadelphia. We're talking about 50,000 acres. So for us, if we can reduce pesticide usage to 20%, 25%, this is huge. It's not ideal. It's not near ideal. But these farms that we might think it's a company by its own, it's actually just a family farm. It's our system that brought them to be 2-3 people, managing 50,000 acres. So I'd like to bring more nuance on this. Again, I'd like to see all this disappearing from our society. But for now, we have so much work to do with our farmers and ranchers to show them what's possible. And then we need the activists from the other side to push on politics, to pull us toward where we want to go. And we are there pushing from the other sides, if I can say so.
Yeah, great. So it's not a light switch that you turn on and off. It's a transition. It's reduction. It's a combination of measures, many of which pass through education and training. Excellent.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great.
Yeah, and the good news is that it's happening. It's happening. We have farms and ranches again in an average of 15,000 acres. We've been transitioning toward regenerative agriculture for 10, 15, 20 years, and we're going to talk later about the barriers and where we're at. And And if they can do this on 15,000 acre farms, then we can do it with everybody else. It just needs a system.
Yep. Excellent. Okay, great. Laura, you work at the Department of Agroecology. Tell us a little bit about what that means, agroecology, and tell us what's on your mind. What are you worried about, and what are you hopeful for?
Bueno, pues cuando hablamos de agroecología,
Well, talking about agroecology means talking about the transformation of our food systems. This means we will not look at the countryside as a machine or a factory with cogs and bolts that control everything, but here we need to look at in-depth knowledge about the soil, our temperatures, the changes that are being brought on by climate change itself, learning about biodiversity. And it implies using ecological theory as well as agronomic theory to produce in harmony with nature. It is not easy. However, we see more and more examples currently worldwide, not only in terms of organics. We see that there are over 100,000 hectares of organic production throughout the planet. But in those thousands of acres, they are no longer using agrotoxics. So, of course, we can continue to think about healthy agriculture, healthy for the soil, healthy for ourselves as producers, but also for our consumers.
Brian, you have a policy background, but you've been in the ag world for a while. What do you see happening right now in terms of policy that is cause for concern and cause for hope at the same time?
Those are good questions. But first off, I think I represent the grandparents and the history. So I do want to very briefly give you a history so that you can understand where I came from. I learned to farm from a man that came back from World War II and on his family's 3,000 acre farm and tried the new chemistry. And what he said was this toxic chemistry approach, it killed the frogs, killed the fish, killed the soil, and he wasn't going to go there. He just got done killing. He was done with that. So he went on what I would call a biological, wildlife-friendly approach. We always had habitat as part of how we farmed. And then in 1980, our neighbors, the Lundbergs, came to us and said, your wildlife-friendly rice is organic. You get twice the price. So we became organic. That was a no-brainer even for us. And the local newspapers said it was a communist conspiracy to overthrow the American food chain, to question farm chemistry. The entire market was maybe $78 million in the United States, and no one knew what you're talking about when you talked about organic. So marketing became a very important part, and we did that. 40 odd years later, Governor Brown made me the head of the California's Department of Pesticide Regulation, which we take very serious in California. We have 400 crops. My budget was the equivalent of US EPA's pesticide program. We had spent $27 million a year just on enforcement and education. And running the Department of Pesticides really opens your mind about what pesticides are all about. More than around half of the pesticide use in California is for public health, water, mosquito abatement, all the antimicrobials, and the other half ranges from soil fumigants, which are nothing but killing machines that want to move, to organic, fairly benign, but there's no kind and gentle way to kill things. So my concerns is that we changed the approach that we basically took in the 20s and 30s of looking at chemistry approach to farm and go back to a biological based approach. And we're not we're playing with that idea, but I asked the strawberry growers in California who rely on soil fumigants, how do we get off of soil fumigants and produce a crop? They said, we have so little knowledge of soil, it actually costs us more to test for soil pathogens in the soil than it is to simply put $3,000 worth of soil fumigants down every acre every year. So that was an eye-opener. We lack the basic science foundation to really make the kind of progress we need to do to get off of this treadmill and go on to a biological-based approach. So that, and my concern is that we're not going there. We play with it. I would give more money to the California's integrated pest management program every year as the director of the pesticides than the legislature would. So we're talking about it, but we're not doing it. And we need a major commitment from foundations as well as governments to do the basic research that gives us the tools that entrepreneurial people can then build on to create a biological-based agricultural system.
So farming is an extraordinarily complex endeavor. You have to be a scientist, you have to be a researcher, you have to be a business person. If you have animals, you have to be a veterinarian. I mean, it's just the scope of knowledge that you have to have is just so vast. And when you talk to a conventional farmer about pesticides and production methods, when you talk about alternatives, they typically get very worried about two things. They get, and maybe others, but at least two that come up very frequently. One is yield. How much can I produce? And if I stop using pesticides, what impact will that have on how much I produce and therefore on how much income I make? That's on one side. And then on the consumer side, there's a lot of people who, when they hear organic or agroecological or sustainable, they think, oh, that's nice for the people who can afford it. But what about me and my family? I can't afford those things. So I'm sure you all have heard these arguments, and I wonder what you have to say about them. And maybe, Sophie, we can start with you and run on down the line.
Yeah, there's so much to say, and I think a lot of you have a lot of knowledge about this. For me, I definitely see in Canada, it's a huge policy thing when it comes to consumers. So I sell organic vegetables myself, and we have a lot of discussions with people about pricing. Yet when you look at the subsidies that the government will give to conventional farmers to spray their fields, there's no wonder that they can sell all their produce at such a reduced price. And so it's really systematic in how it's made, because it should be less expensive for me to grow things without buying all these chemicals and relying on the things on my farm to assist in my growing. That's just not the case, because there's so much money going into the chemical industry that's being fed to these farms. So I think it's a very political thing. And then I think that's the same with the transition. I think there's a lot of farmers. Farmers are, most of the time, really enjoyable to speak to. Like, there's a lot in common if you're an organic or a conventional farmer. There's always a good discussion. There's a lot of basis that's like very similar. And when you talk about the transition, yeah, there's these things of pricing. And I think that's, again, a policy standard. Like, there needs to be more money put into this transition, and then more knowledge, like Brian was saying, about how do we do this? Because it's scary. A lot of people don't know this. A lot of people were taught to farm this way by their parents and now continue to farm this way. And so there needs to be a lot of programs and support in place to encourage them to change.
Fascinating. So you're saying it's cheaper to farm conventionally because that's the system that we have built to make it that way. It's not necessarily naturally cheaper to do it that way, but we've set up a system that locks us in to those modes of production. Okay. Antonius, what do we do then? We're locked into this system. How do we get out?
I would like to invite us all first to think about this idea of alternative system for a second. You don't have to show your hands, but I'll show mine. How many of us changed our way of attending meetings like this amazing one since we discovered that actually flying is one of the worst things we can do? Okay, I did not, because I enjoy seeing people. I have a family in Egypt that I want to see every 2 years. So before we start, pointing fingers to anyone, let's just take a step back and understand that actually change is scary. And whatever we think, even when you have all the opportunities and barriers got rid of, like there's the money, there is the knowledge, there is the science, inside us, the ability for human being to change is not an easy thing. So just to start with, then let's bring it to producer. I think the first thing that we as a society need to change is that shift from productivity per acre since the 50s to something like resilience per farm. We all know the crisis here. We all know the problems. But the actual system up until today is functioning by how many bushel, how many ton we're producing per acre of grain, feed, or anything else. Without doing this, then any kind of alternative agriculture, agroecology, organic, regenerative, sustainable, it wouldn't make sense to anyone if you look at it at productivity per acre. And I'm not saying that there is an inevitable loss of yield when we do this, but yes, there are some in that transition period where, yeah, you will see your farm producing 10% less. But then if I can shift this to profitability, when you cut in pesticide, when you cut in machinery, when you're doing no-till or cover cropping, when you cut in pest management, then yes, we are productive. Our regenerative farms here and everywhere are productive. It's just not our way of looking at productivity. From consumer side, and we can all agree that we are collectively responsible of this 1 billion people that actually are in famine today, while we produce for 10 billion. So you said, or I think it was Danielle, that we 40% of our food is waste. But then I think this idea of cheap food that we are all living in, we need to remind ourselves and everybody around us is whatever we're not paying in food, we're paying in degraded soil, in polluted water, and on indigenous land, and on immigrant worker sweat, right? So we're not paying the full price for the full cost of our food. We're just paying it with our planet and with our climate. So I think it's a collective responsibility. It's not normal that we pay what we pay now for food. It's just not normal. And if you take this to the farmers, that's also their point of view.
Yeah. Great. So yield does not necessarily indicate profit on the one hand, and on the other hand, we may be getting cheaper food through conventional means, but we are likely not paying the full price of the effects of the ways that we grow that food. Is kind of what you're saying.
Plus, we're feeding, we're not nourishing. We're filling the stomachs and we're not nourishing, because that also comes with it.
That's another one, right? So yield is not the same thing as, or rather calories are not the same thing as nutrition, right? And we don't really know the difference. Well, maybe we do. And maybe Laura, I can ask you this partly. I wonder to what extent we understand the difference between calories produced and nutrition attained through what we produce. And you don't have to answer that if you don't like, but feel free to chime in there. I do want to ask you, though, about this change topic that Antonio brings up, Laura. When you approach farmers about agroecology and changing the means by which they produce their food, what kinds of reactions do you get? How do you bring people into new modes of production?
Bueno, pues tenemos un ejemplo de lo que hemos trabajado.
We have an example of what we have been working in Veracruz. I am the daughter of organic orange farmers, and my grandparents were also farmers. In 2004, we have 16 hectares, 32 acres approximately. My dad said, We're using pesticides, we're using this bisulfite and different agrochemicals. So we're going to try to change this. And it took us 8 years to be able to change the way we were growing all the pesticides. Uh, uh, we we included mixes of minerals, sulfur, limestone, different organic exfoliant compost. We tried everything, compost, coverage crops, but after those 8 years of struggling with different strategies, we were able to produce much more. Actually, the average yield was 14 tons per hectare of orange. The same thing in the region and in our municipality, but we were able to produce 40 tons per hectare. We were able to produce organically, but it required a long-term effort. We had to do some research, analyze organic materials that put into practice all the strategies, and we started working with the farmers of the region, and many people from the region started knocking on the doors. They were asking, how are you able to produce that much? And it wasn't until we eliminated the agrochemicals in 2004. In 2012, we were fully organic. Then we were certified, and in 2017, we were not able to. We had lots of people visiting our acres with the University of Chapinco. The University of Chapinco was helping us spread the word. And it wasn't until 2022 with the National Council of Science and Technology and with a decree in Mexico for substituting the phosphate in the previous administration that we received a better budget to be able to train producers and farmers and invite them to learn more about the agrotoxic damages. We were able to speak to 40 technicians, most of them community leaders, people that were expert in producing oranges, and students from agroecology department in the University of Chapinco. With those 40 technicians, we were able to talk about with 10,000 people between 2012 and 2024. And out of these 10,000, 33%, that is 3,600 producers said, yes, I want to try these new techniques in my parcel, in my crop. And the thing was, if you want to try this, we can accompany you, we can provide some training sessions, we can visit your crop, we can support you during the whole process. And 8,000 acres in the north zone of Veracruz and in the northeast of Puebla without bisulfate. And we were able to, out of these 3,600 producers, we were able to install 600 demonstrative parcels, so they could be a reference for other areas. But this required a public policy, support from the government, and we have Alison Palmer with for a project that we have. It's a Council of Humanities of Canada, the University of Wilfrid, and the University of Webb to keep this process growing. What has happened? We have the glyphosate was paused, and we can only keep 8 of these technicians out of the 40 technicians that we have, with a new project from the Ministry of Science and the support of the FLO. obviously, we cannot help so many people, and they are asking, when are you coming? What we can do? There are questions, of course, because some people still need more technical support, and we haven't been able to do so. We have to do these supporting strategies on an ongoing basis, but if there are public policies in place, we can do a lot. Fascinating, Laura. There is a universal law that says that what exists is possible. And what you are showing, that the existence of this transformation shows that it's possible to do so if you want to. I've also heard that when you can show that you have been successful, this becomes appealing for the farmers, for the researchers, for the scientists, because they want to replicate the techniques that you're using in so you, from 40 tons, you were able to produce 40, from 14 to 40, is that what you said? Yes, yes, of course. One of our technicians, Mr. Albino Gauno, Albino has 3/4 of hectares of a hectare, and he has been able to produce over 50 tons per hectare. He has a very small territory or small piece of land, and he can maximize his production. Not only does he produce art, but he produces chili, and he produces other things. I have two questions for you, Laura, and then I want to talk to Brian about this. First, you just mentioned when you increase the yield, the production per species, you're also growing other species. I understand that that means agroecology. So can you briefly tell us how this works? Because there is more productivity when there are different species in the same area grown, right? And number two, you mentioned that the transition took 8 years. Yes, in our case, that's a long time, right? Yes, it may be a long time, yeah. But what I mean is many producers, many farmers do not have cannot take 8 years to produce. But when I listen to 8 years, that requires a lot of commitment, and that requires a lot of experimenting, right? Very briefly, please, Laura, because I would like to pass the floor to Brian next. How do you grow different species at the same time? And please tell us a little bit more about that transition. Why should you start that transition? Because it's difficult, it's expensive, and it takes a long time. An example that we see that has to do with the agroecological practices. Once you master them, we have agroecological hubs that we constituted, and these agroecological hubs are those successful experiences that would like to share their knowledge with their neighbors, and not only spreading knowledge, but also creating a movement to benefit agroecology. And that's where we are finding this network. We have 40 farmers in the region, but what we see is that my father says they are surpassing our capacity. Yes, of course, they are people that want to experience this, and they want to experiment. Their first floor is what we gave them, what we delivered, but we see that there are some practices that are not necessary, that some others are very important for the use of the legumes to reduce the growth of other species. We see that the transition can be done in less time. So in average is 4 years, 3 years or 4 years. That's how long it takes for the farmers to be able to complete the transition. And if you promise that in 3 years I'm going to triple my yield, this proposal is appealing, but reality is harder than it seems, right? what we see today. We have also found a series of diseases in the region. I don't know if you have seen in the supermarket the price of the orange juice. The production of Florida dropped dramatically because of the greening. The greening is a bacteria, and this is also getting into our countries. So nowadays we are also facing that disease. We can keep production because some of them cannot be producing in a conventional manner because it reduces the defense system of the tree. We can continue producing, but not in the same amounts as before, but we can keep a similar yield than the conventional farmers have. But some would say, so the price is extremely high. No, it's not that true.
Brian, how do we support this transition that Laura just described, number one? And number two, how do farmers stay ahead of this? Is it too much to call it a battle? I don't know. This sort of evolutionary back and forth between innovation and pests that come back and forth. Pests are a fact of life for farmers. One option is to bomb the whole place, carpet bomb with the killing toxins that you mentioned. But there's other ways. But how do you stay ahead? So lay it on us.
Okay, those are good questions. I think, farming, agriculture is basically, it's technology, it's biology, and it's luck. It's really, pesticides are about risk management, and fertility. The things that the plants need to really do well, is pest management, it is fertility, a lot of times it's water, and it's labor of some sort. And how we keep up and is through science and then extension. We've had in California, we've had people come from many different countries, oftentimes after a war that we were involved in. So we had a great example with people from Vietnam and Cambodia, where they would come and the communities that they settled in would start to lease them land or give them land. The California Extension people would help them understand how to use, fertilizers. When they first started, they would just take it out, throw it by hand. And so information, there's an amazing amount of information there that will help farmers get to a more biological based approach. It's simply getting it out there. So, the way to change much of agriculture is through great extension services, through pragmatic research. It's amazing. A lot of the very large farms now have their own research, their own extension people, so to speak. And the middle, I was in the middle of agriculture. That's been hollowed out for the most part. But we do have a lot of small producers and people that want to farm at least part-time, if not full-time. And they need that basic information. They need a fair market, so it's pretty basic. It's what all these folks are doing right now is getting the information that we do have and understand that's pragmatic, getting it into the hands of the producers, and then learning and hopefully, learning from those producers what we need, where we need to go next. I was part of the group that started the sustainable ag system at UC Davis, and it was simply because as an organic farmer in the 80s, there was no information, there were no tools, there was no research, and we needed that, and we needed some people to start to do that. So I think that answers your question.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, great. So we have some time to take some questions from the audience. So I want to transition to questions that you may have, and I want to do it in a way that is that helps us gather the questions, both from here in the audience, but also from people who are watching us online, of which there are many. So to the extent that you can send your questions in to the Slido link through the QR codes that you all have at your tables if you're here and on your screen if you're online, I'm going to ask you to do that. And then if for any reason you can't do that in person, we'll take some questions in person as well. I want also to share with you the results of the poll that we did earlier. So if we can get those up and see what people in our JPAC Public are thinking about the question that we asked them a moment ago. In terms of barriers to reducing pesticide use in agriculture, you all talked a lot about policy, but almost tied with this question of limited awareness or education. Implementation costs, transition costs came up there, and then market pressures or buyer demands are lower down the table there. But still, a lot of things that we've discussed up here. We talked maybe a little bit less about policy and regulation, though Laura mentioned both the positive effects of policies that are geared towards supporting, let's call it, healthier forms of agricultural production, and then the impacts of when the policies are not aligned. And that's interesting because you mentioned that, Laura, in direct relationship to the education piece. Now you don't have the extension support to help farmers transition. And yeah, if we can scroll down just a little bit, let's see what else we had on there. High transition implementation costs. We had market pressures as one of the limitations, which is not something that we talked about. When we get to the Q&A, I suspect we're going to be talking about how to get your products to market, because for smaller producers, they have challenges anyway, let alone smaller producers who are trying to work with alternative methods. Okay, great. So that is what you all were thinking. We like to ask you lots of questions because this is your opportunity to give advice to the three governments. So I'm going to ask you once again. We're going to get in this habit that's going to be going on throughout the day of asking and hopefully answering a lot of questions from you. So when you think about what matters most when evaluating alternatives to pesticides, what is on your minds? You'll see a series of potential questions that you have on there. Please, for those of you online, please make sure that you are asking, or rather answering these questions for us. It's really, really important for the outcomes and for directing the activities of the JPAC and the Secretariat. So these are not just questions for fun. They're questions to guide the activities and the priorities of the JPAC. That's why we're here. Okay, so let's go to the questions. If we have some, I bet we have some questions already. Okay, now we have a couple of questions that are starting out. I know there's questions in the room. Try to get them on the screen, and we will take them and let them loose. So we have this question from Edmundo. What knowledge do temporary agricultural workers in Canada contribute or could contribute to climate change adaptation and pesticide reduction? We have not talked too much about the links between pesticide usage and climate change and adaptation. Any thoughts on that? Anybody want to start with that topic? What do you think, Brian?
Well, I mentioned the farmer that I learned to farm from. And when he was a young man, he said there were times when you wouldn't see the sun because of the wildlife just flying overhead. And the little creek that runs through the farm, there was neighbors that would pitchfork enough salmon to get them through the Depression days. And from there, we went to a biological desert. In California, we're fighting a lot. My wife is one of the main water attorneys in the state, and water use, a lot of it centers around Endangered Species Act, because basically we have turned once an incredible biodiversity place into a parking lot. And so that change alone is just astounding, because, the rivers and all of that, it was millions of years of salmon that created so much of the ecosystems and wildlife and on and on. So that was my real passion was, how do we create a food system that lives with nature and gives them room? And just climate change, among others. I mean, climate change not only affects insects, because we are seeing mass invade, new insects coming into California because of the climate change. We're seeing insects that used to not be a problem because we had enough cold are now a problem all the time. And we're seeing plants that can't evolve quick enough to deal with the fact that we don't have enough chilling. So climate change is very real in agriculture. I see it in my own yard. I have 20 citrus trees and a lot of fruit trees and a lot of things. And even in the last 20 years, I see it change in what works and what I need to plant and what I shouldn't plant. And I'm one that has like 10,000 hours on those heavy, huge diesel guzzling, re-scraping the earth. So I know that we have done a lot of climate change with our agriculture, and it's good to feed people, but we do need to really look at what's going to happen with this.
Yep. Excellent. Okay. Pesticides, of course, traditional pesticides are fossil fuel based in large part as well, right? As I understand. And as I understand, the agricultural sector contributes almost a quarter of greenhouse gases that are going on out there. So there's an intimate link between climate change and mitigating climate change with all the work that you all are doing. And I wonder, Sophie, can we do, and maybe you and Antonios can do this together, but there's a question about terminology. We talk about regenerative, we talk about agroecological, we talk about organic. What are we talking about? Give us a 30-second kind of glossary definition here of the ways you guys see these things differently. Maybe Sophie, you can go organic, and I don't know, Antonios, you can do regenerative, and then we can ask Laura for agroecological. What are the distinctions here that we're talking about?
Look, if I was here 20 years ago, I would have been a real championing, sustainable agriculture. Now I'm talking about regenerative agriculture. In 2 years, we're talking about climate smart agriculture. What is important is that we want a practice-based knowledge sharing and outcome-based policies and compensation for our farmers. So don't talk to me about what is called, show me the results without being very rigid, without being very disabling for most of the farmers. Of course, my organization, we're talking about regenerative agriculture as the umbrella, as the mother umbrella of agroecology and organic and sustainable agriculture, in a way where, again, our philosophy is to meet farmers and ranchers where they are. If they want to go into the organic certification, we're going to make sure they have all the support they need. If they really don't have that $30,000 for that certification, but want to have access to organic market, will help them do it. And if they don't want to know anything about certification and you just want to take care of the soil, we're going to do that. And this is not to dilute the message. It's just to say we are in a moment right now where what is most important than what is it is how it's done. What do we need to empower our farmers and ranchers to do it? And who pays the cost and who bears the burden? That's not what my board would want me to say, but that's how I believe in it.
Okay, great. So again, this theme of like, it's not on or off. There's a range of things that can be done. You need a little bit of support to get there. You need some knowledge, you need some training, and hopefully some financing for that transition. But it sounds like there are many, many practices that anybody from a strictly conventional farmer all the way to an agroecological organic producer can deploy. Sophie, do you want to add on to that, first of all? And second of all, there's questions about soil health and what we mean by soil health and why that's important. Can you talk about that?
For sure. I'll add on to that. I think that was the perfect answer. I was going to say I use all those terms interchangeably, just depending on who's in the room, because language can be a tool. It can also be used to gatekeep. Does it mean I'm not an organic farmer if I don't use pesticides or any chemicals when I farm, but can't afford the $1,000 certification? No, but some people would say it does. So I think all of these words are part of the movement, like you just said, and kind of mean slightly different things. to illustrate just the nuance of what farming is. And now I'm not the soil scientist. I wish. But when we talk about soil health, what I know as a farmer, having touched the soil quite a lot, is just about kind of like environmental health. So the soil gets not a bad rap, but no one really thinks about it. It's all that's under the ground. We never really look at it. There's so much diversity. There's so much going on, and we can kill it quite easily. Like a pesticide. If you put a pesticide that's toxic to not only the thing you're trying to kill, but also everything else, your soil becomes quite depleted. And so what we try to do on our farm anyway to increase the health of the soil is to think about all the living things and all the things that they need to continue living and to continue this beautiful diversity that is the web that soil is. What can we do to feed them, and how do we do it? And then maybe you have more of a scientific explanation.
Anybody want to talk about soil? Go ahead, Laura.
Bueno, no del suelo, quería hablar sobre.
Not about the soil itself, actually, but I wanted to talk about the difference in language between regenerative and organic, and the differences in the terms, even with agroecological. So first, I want to say that the focuses on nature protection, biodiversity protection overall in our soils is of course a lot more important than continuing to use pesticides that are highly toxic. At least in Mexico, we use 170 molecules that are banned in other countries and that we continue to use. And well, there is no regulation on that. Going back to the topic, I think that one of the core topics within one of these approaches could be, for example, in the agroecological approach, we try not only to produce for the market, but we want to supply the necessary food for the family. We are thinking about food sovereignty, in being able to produce what we consume ourselves and do it locally. We're looking at different approaches. Some of these are actually leading the larger industry to say, well, if they're not selling agrotoxics now, they're going to start selling microorganisms that are even genetically modified to produce other types of pesticides that can also be marketed. So the language is changing because a consumer wants to see a different language. I think that can be very dangerous. As consumers, we need to be more and more demanding. We need to ask a lot more questions and not just go with a terminology, but we need to look at who produced what is on our table and what we find in our local markets, our supermarkets. Who is producing that and how? And I think that as consumers ask more questions and demand that these are natural products, and that ask who is producing and who is receiving our money, who is the big winner in the food system. There are very few companies that are putting everybody at risk. That we are consuming a lot of ultra-processed foods affecting our health, and very few people notice.
We're running out of time. You have, but don't go anywhere. You have this is your last chance to address the three governments of our countries here. We've talked about a lot of things in the time that we've been up here. We've talked about the critical importance of education and outreach and funding research. We've talked about the ways in which our current system of subsidizing certain means of production over others creates distortions in pricing and makes it seem like actually food through conventional means is cheaper than alternative means or different means. We talked about maybe the difference, the need to change the metrics. It's not just yield. What if we were also measuring for nutrition? What if we were measuring for resilience? And we've also talked about the utility and importance of demonstrations that can show what is possible and the importance of farmer-to-farmer networks, not only to see what is possible, but to solve the constant emergent problems that farming always presents. There's always new pests, there's always new fungus, there's always new something that you have to deal with. And the farmer-to-farmer experiences that you talked about in particular, Laura, but that I think your organization is designed for, Antonio, and I'm sure, Sarah, you have experienced farmer-to-farmer networks, is critical in order to stay ahead of this kind of biological push and pull between the producer and nature. And then, of course, the policy. The folks in the audience mentioned the importance of policy to support the transition from conventional agriculture. And when I say conventional, what I mean is the use of pesticides away from the use of pesticides. So these are things that we've talked about. I want to give you each one last opportunity. You got about 45 seconds each or so to give your best final advice to the governments that are here present. And I'm gonna double up on a question. You're not supposed to do this as a moderator, but I'm doing it anyway. We have several people who are talking about inflation and food prices, and in fact, elections have turned on this question in many places. Food prices are rising. What does that mean for a transition to regenerative farming? So if you want to talk about that, I'd love to hear if you have any perspectives on that. But also your best final advice for our governments and for other producers who are trying to transition into more regenerative practices. Let me go in reverse order this time. Brian, let me start with you, and we'll come down this way.
There's a lot of questions there.
Yeah,
number one, I think we need to get back to a food-based culture. So we have people that are eating, that are shopping, that have no idea what food is anymore. They don't know how to cook it. They don't know what real food really is. 40%, as we've said, upwards of 40% of food goes to waste. People buy stuff they don't know how to deal with. There's 80,000 products in the grocery store. Very few of them are real food. So we really need, part of growing up in this culture, in any culture, should be food knowledge. And so we need to get to that. That'll solve a lot of these problems. The governments should be long-term, but this whole fossil fuel-based agriculture was effective, but the long-term costs are too high. We need to get back to a biological-based agriculture. I think that's it. And the government matters. As a farmer, I lived, especially in the 80s, without government policy, I could not have survived. And we follow government. The leaders tell us what the rules of the game are. We need to change the rules of the game so this system is more sustainable in the long run, and it's biological based, and it's serving the needs of people who need to eat and have clothing and energy to some extent. The biomass, 40% of the corn crop going into fuel is a hard one for me to understand. And I used to grow corn.
About feed and fuel yet. There's a lot to talk about there. Laura, final thoughts. You have about a minute.
I think that our countries need to move forward and make significant progress in continuing to ban highly dangerous pesticides, the so-called PFAS. As I said before, in Mexico, we have 170 of these pesticides being used. Unfortunately, this past April, a decree was published to ban 35 molecules, but the pesticide industry was the one consulted to learn which ones they should ban. They did not consult the networks of toxicology researchers. They did not consult the organizations like Renacer, and the ones that are banned were the ones that were out of use. The list was generated by the Ministry of Agriculture together with the industry, but not based on products that bring in the big earnings, like ethyl, paraquat, different types of atrazines. All the products that bring in the big bucks were not banned. It is a real shame that we are in the hands of the big transnational corporations telling us what to use, what to eat, and it's just those big powers that are being benefited. Our people are actually trapped in consuming these agrotoxic chemicals every day.
Last word.
Yeah, and I will be happy if you have any question, please come talk to us during the day. J'aimerais finir avec trois constats. Premièrement, au sol, à la ferme et au niveau de l'écosystème. Au niveau du sol, 90% de la vie sur Terre.
At the level of the soil, 90% of life is in 10% of fertile soil. We need to find a lot more microorganisms in a tiny spoonful than in a lot of soil. We're talking about 7 billion microorganisms in a small spoonful. If we do not take an interest in our soil, we are truly going down the wrong path. At the level of agricultural production, I can say that in Canada, the average age of our agricultural producers is 58. Of the soil itself as well. I'm a living example of an immigrant coming in with a lot of knowledge. And yes, in Canadian culture and in other countries as well, if you know about an institution to measure and to fund my business with $1 million, I would be ready to take it on. We need to learn to produce and to grow the earth and to work with the earth. No matter the type of worker, they need to learn. I tell my friends, if you're paying for your beer, for that glass of beer, if you're paying a lot more as well for a kilo of tomatoes, we're in serious trouble. I'm not talking about 1 billion people. I'm not talking about anyone else. This is just about you and me. If we're paying a lot more for our clothing than for our meat, something's gone wrong. This cannot be. That's my vision.
So if I was talking to the Canadian government, I'd have a lot to say. But they're about to renegotiate SCAP. If people don't know what that is, it's our agricultural program. And I tell them that they need to stop trying to tell me that drones need to be the new farmers, because I hear that all the time, this smart agriculture. Stop trying to disconnect people from the land and start putting the priorities that farmers are telling you to put on the agenda. Stop listening to the big corporations that are selling the farmers products and listen to the farmers on the ground. And like I said in my presentation, we need to work together, because what's happening over the border is affecting farmers here. And so it's only going to be positive if we do it together. That's it.
Lovely. Okay, well, first of all, a round of applause for our panelists, please. Boy, there's so many things that we didn't have time to talk about. We didn't even talk about technology. We didn't talk about the distribution of production among small, medium, and large producers. We could spend days on this, and people do all the time. I'm sure you do all the time. But we do have other things we need to move on to. Before we do that, I want to share with you the results of the poll that we started out with at the question moment, which is, remember, what matters most when evaluating alternatives to pesticides. Biodiversity came up on top, human health, of course, long-term environmental impacts, and then costs for farmers. We're not just talking about cost to consumers, but also cost to farmers in here. And I don't know, is there more as we go down, guys? Are we scrolling down, or is that it? Here we go. Yeah, productivity and yields actually came out somewhat lower. Look at that. And then compliance with industry standards. So there it is, friends. So we are going to do the following. One more Slido question for you to answer. And this is a question that we're going to come back to after lunch, but I want to launch it now. And we're about to go to a little break, so you have plenty of time to answer this question. We're gonna break for about 15 minutes. We're going to come back at 11:15 with our next topic, which is these forever chemicals that Daniel was talking about. and another fascinating round of interventions, I'm sure, from our panelists. So let me ask you to do two things. Number one, let's do a final round of applause for our panelists. And number two, let's get a cup of coffee, stretch your legs, and come back here by 11:15. And am I missing something? No. Okay, great. Then we will see you at 11:15. Thank you very much. Damas y caballeros, ladies and gentlemen, monsieur, mesdames. Para esta sesión voy a arrancar en
Ladies and gentlemen, for
español.
this session, I'm going to start in Spanish with this session.
Bueno, entonces, bienvenidos, bienvenidas
Welcome
a
back
nuestra segunda sesión.
to
Esta
our
sesión
second session. This
son sobre los
session
PFAS,
is
los
about
químicos
PFAS,
que duran para toda la vida,
the
toda la
forever
historia.
chemicals.
Y bueno, mismo formato que
Same
acabamos de ver, vamos a arrancar con
format.
una
We're
presentación
going to start
de
with a
nuestro colega
presentation
Diego, y
from
de ahí
Diego,
pasamos al diálogo
and then
con
we're going
nuestros
to start
panelistas.
a
Así
conversation
que,
with our panel members.
sin más,
So, without
quiero
further
darle
ado,
la
I would
bienvenida a
like to
Diego Arriola
welcome
Fernández,
Diego
fundador y
Arriola Fernández,
presidente
co-founder and
de
president
Green
of
Speaking,
Green
para que nos
Speaking,
abra este tema de
so he
PFAS.
can
Bienvenido,
start
Diego.
talking about
Gracias.
PFAS. Welcome, Diego.
Muchas gracias, Julián. ¿Me escuchan bien?
Thank you very much, Julian. Can you hear me clearly?
Gracias.
Okay, thank you very much.
Bienvenue à tous, bonjour. Thank you so much for inviting me to be here. It's a pleasure. Muy buenos días a todos. Mi nombre es Diego Arrola Fernández y les voy a hablar en 5 minutos.
My name is Diego Arrola Fernández, and I'm going to talk about PFAS. Why are they a problem, and what can we do about them? So we're going to start right now. The first thing I would like to talk about is that when we talk about damaging things, which we think of cigarettes, ultra-processed foods, illegal drugs. These are the regular examples that comes to our mind. But what would happen if I tell you that there are things like clothes, drinking water, a salad that we think is nutritious and healthy for our health, compost or cosmetics, are also damaging our bodies. And yes, I'm very sad to tell you that these four things are toxic or maybe toxic and damaging because they probably have per and polyfluoroalkyl substances, PFAS, which are made up of chemical compounds that damage the environment forever. They are called forever chemicals by Joseph Allen in Harvard in 2018 because of this link between fluor and carbon, which is one of the strongest link. It's a very strong link that does not separate, and this makes them resistant to water, to fat, so they have many uses in daily consumption products. But at the same time, this is a problem because they last in these products and in the environment thousands of years. And some of the products they are in the Teflon pans, lubricants, medical devices, clothes, industrial medical use, cosmetics, pesticides, and others. The exposure is inevitable. Different scientific studies, many conducted in the US and Canada, have documented their presence in most ecosystems and animals. It's not only a human problem. PFAS transfer through air, water, land, and they end up contaminating all the species in the world, and they bioaccumulate. They go from one organism to another organism, and especially in mammals and invertebrates, they biomagnify. That means that the concentration increases. There are many studies here. You can search if you would like to know more about this topic. The main exposure means, as Daniel mentioned, is food and drinking water. And this is due to bioaccumulation, but also because of landfills, incomplete treating mechanisms. And once they get here, it is very difficult to remove them and very costly as well. Other exposure means include air dust, landfills,
liberan en la atmósfera con la incineración de
wastewaters,
ciertos
and
desechos
they
químicos que se
spread
mueven y
into the
viajan
atmosphere
sin
through
fronteras.
the incineration of some chemicals. So they have no
El
borders, no frontiers. The
particularmente en Canadá,
biomonitoring in
ha
Canada
determinado que
specifically
casi
has
toda la población
determined that
tiene
most
cierta
of
concentración
the
de PFAS en la
population
sangre,
in Canada
aún
has
después de
a
años de
certain
regulaciones
concentration in
de
blood
ciertos de estos químicos.
even after
Aunque
regulating
dicha
these chemicals for
concentración es
many years.
considerada
This
pequeña,
concentration, though this concentration
que no
is considered
afecta
very small,
de una
that
gravedad
does
mayor.
not
El
have
problema es,
a
como lo
major
mencioné, que se
consequence. The
acumulan y son
problem
muy
is that
difíciles de
these
quitar y ahí se van a quedar
accrue
por muchos
and
años.
they will remain
Y
there
una
for
vez que
many
están en nuestro
years.
organismo,
And
están
once they
contaminados
are
con
in
daños al
our
hígado y daños a los
organism,
riñones.
they
Se pueden
can
ver que hay
damage our
decenas de
liver
estudios
or
comprobando
our
esto.
kidneys. There are
Y también
dozens of
están
studies that
correlacionados con
prove
daños a
this,
otros
and they are
sistemas,
also
el sistema
correlated
reproductivo,
with
el
damages to
metabolismo, el
other
sistema endocrino y
systems,
el desarrollo,
reproduction
el
system,
sistema
the
nervioso.
metabolism, the
Y
endocrine and development
desafortunadamente,
system.
los
And
grupos más
unfortunately,
vulnerables, más
the
afectados
most
son los grupos
vulnerable
indígenas,
groups
los
are the
trabajadores
First
industriales, las
Nations, the
comunidades que viven
industrial
cerca de
workers, the
fábricas
communities that
o
live
tiraderos, las
near
mujeres embarazadas y los
plants
niños,
that,
que
or
enfrentan niveles más
landfills,
altos
pregnant
de
women
exposición
and children
y que
who
presentan
have the
niveles altos
highest
de concentración en la sangre.
exposure levels and highest
Se preguntarán
concentration of
entonces, ¿cómo
PFAS in blood.
lidiamos con esta
So
crisis?
how
¿Qué
can we
podemos
deal
hacer
with
ante
this
este grave
crisis? What
problema?
can we do before this
Se ha
great
demostrado, como lo
issue?
mencionaban en el caso de los
As
pesticidas, no falta
it
con
has
pedir
been
buenas
mentioned with
prácticas,
pesticides,
no falta con
well,
pedirle a la industria que haga
it's
cosas de
not
forma
enough
voluntaria,
with
se necesita
implementing
regulación.
best
Es
practices, but
urgente
we also
prohibir los
need
PFAS de
to
uso no
regulate.
esencial,
So
así como restringirlos y
we have to
monitorearlos en su
restrict
totalidad
them
como una
and
clase de
monitor them
químicos para
as
proteger
a
la salud pública.
chemical type
En
of
Norteamérica,
product.
la
In
regulación
North
avanza de
America,
manera
regulation
fragmentada.
advances in a
Canadá ha prometido
fragmented
regular
manner.
los PFAS de
Canada has
manera
promised to
escalonada,
regulate
pero
PFAS,
lentamente, recortando otras
but
protecciones
very
ambientales,
slowly,
como lo hemos visto
cutting
en
off
los
other
últimos meses, y
environmental
flexibilizando leyes de
protections
pesticidas, como fue
be,
mencionado.
and
En
having
Estados
more
Unidos sucede algo
flexible
similar,
rules about
incluso con
pesticides
retrocesos
in
en
the
muchas otras
US.
áreas. Y en
Happens the
México el
same thing
progreso de
with
las
some
regulaciones no es
backlog.
claro y hay
And
graves
in
problemas en la
Mexico, the
aplicación de
regulation
estas
is not
leyes.
clear, and there
El
are
principio
problems
de
related
precaución es
to
vital,
law enforcement.
porque hay una gran diferencia
Why
entre
is
los
there?
daños
There
que
is a
estos
great
productos
difference
que
between the
consideramos
damages
tóxicos que mencioné al principio, como
for
el
those
cigarro y el alcohol,
products and like
y estos
cigarettes and
tóxicos
alcohol
invisibles.
and these
Y es que con los
invisible
primeros decidimos si
toxics, because
consumirlos o no,
with the
y
first
con
one we
esto
decide whether we
nosotros no decidimos,
consume
están en
them
todas
or not.
partes.
Here we
Y
do
ese es
not
un
have
grave problema
that
que tiene que
decision.
ser atacado con
We
regulación.
are accruing them,
Y
and
con
this is
educación y
something that we
conciencia
have
social.
to be
Yo aprendí
considering.
por primera vez sobre las
I
PFAS
learned
en
about the
una clase en la
PFAS
Universidad de
in a
Toronto hace
class
algunos
in the
años, de
University of
profesores que
Toronto
están al frente de la
a couple of
investigación
years
de los
ago.
PFAS. Y es vital que los
From
gobiernos empiecen a
professors
escuchar
that are
tanto sus
leading PFAS
investigaciones
studies. So they have to
como
listen,
las
the
decenas de
authorities have to
científicos que
start
presenté en
listening
las
to
diapositivas
these
anteriores para
studies and
desarrollar
the
políticas que
studies
protejan
of
nuestra
different
salud.
scientists to develop
Es por eso que
policies
mi
that can
organización,
protect our
sin
health.
fines de lucro,
That's
Green
why
Speaking,
my
trabajamos para
non-profit
promover la conciencia
organization,
ambiental en
Green
niños y
Speaking,
jóvenes
we
en temas
promote
como los
to
PFAS,
raise
como los
awareness in
microplásticos,
relation to
porque la educación y la
microplastics and
movilización
PFAS,
colectiva
because
son de las herramientas más
awareness
poderosas para
and
demandar
massive
esas políticas, para demandar que la industria proteja
acknowledgement
nuestra salud pública. Tenemos
allow
que
us to
demandarlo
develop
nosotros.
public policies. We need to
Es
demand
por eso
these
que mi
public
esperanza
policies.
en esta
This is
sesión
why
es
my
que
hope in
colaboremos a
this
través de
session
los
is to
sectores,
collaborate
a través de los
among the
países,
different
para
sectors,
elevar la
among the
ambición
different
política y
countries,
educativa y
to
trabajar
raise
juntos
awareness
para
and
reducir
work
la
together
exposición a los
to
PFAS.
reduce
Muchas gracias.
PFAS exposure. Thank you very much.
Gracias, Diego. Excelente. Bueno, pues entonces, continuando el formato que utilizamos
Thank
en la
you, Diego. So
mañana,
we're going to continue with the
tenemos
same
tres
format from the
panelistas
morning. We have
una vez
three
más con nosotros.
panelists.
Tenemos desde Canadá a
We have
Benoit
from
Barbeau,
Canada,
quien es
Benoit
profesor
Barbeau,
y
who is a professor
director
and
del
co-chair
Departamento
of the
de Agua
Industrial
Potable en la
Sharing
Politécnica
Drinking
de
Water
Montreal.
Polytechnic Montreal.
Bienvenido, Benoit.
Welcome, Benoit.
Tenemos a Sergio
We also
Gasca
have
Álvarez
Sergio
de
Gasca
la
Álvarez
consultoría Green
from
Sync. Bienvenido,
Green
Sergio.
Sync. He's a senior consultant. Welcome, Sergio.
Y tenemos también a
And we also
Meredith
have
Williams de los Estados
Meredith
Unidos,
Williams from the
quien
US,
trabaja para
who is the
una
principal
consultora que se llama Advancing
at
Impact y
Advancing
fue
Impact,
también
and
directora
she
del
was the former
Departamento de
director
California de
of
Control
California's
de
Department of
Sustancias
Toxic Substances
Tóxicas. Bienvenida, Meredith.
Control. Welcome, Meredith.
Bueno, pues entonces
Okay.
aquí tenemos
So we're going to be talking about many things. Diego has mentioned that PFAS are everywhere. We are literally covered with PFAS. Daniel mentioned that before. The clothing, everything made of fabric. Benoit, I would like to start with you. What do we know about PFAS, or what we do not know about PFAS? What is the universe of knowledge we have, or what do we need to learn? Can you please introduce yourself first? A very brief introduction. My introductions are very brief, but we have the complete biographies of our panelists. If you use the QR code codes that you have on your tables, you can see the biographies of our panelists. Benoit, I'm about to ask 2 questions. Please tell us a little bit about your work. And number 2, please tell us about what we know and we don't know about PFAS.
Donc, je suis francophone, je suis de Montréal, mais I will switch to English to just make it easier for everyone to understand. So I'm a professor of environmental engineering at Polytechnique. I've been working for last 20 years at Polytechnique Montreal. I'm specialized in water treatment. I do mostly, I would say 80% of what I do is drinking water treatment. Slowly moving toward the dark side of the force, doing wastewater treatment more and more because there's a lot of issues related to the presence of micropollutants in wastewater also. For me, micropollutants for a long time has been algae toxins, has been pesticide. For about, I would say 6-7 years now, a lot of my research program is actually oriented toward PFAS removal. A lot of interest in the water industry. Just to let you rapid idea of the extent of the problem in Quebec, there's been a survey of about 400 plants in Quebec, and out of these 400 plants, we have 6 water treatment plants with contamination with PFAS. So 400 plants out of about 1,000 water treatment plants in Quebec. So for Quebec, it's a manageable problem, but I can tell you it's a costly problem for these communities, quite often smaller communities, and there's a lot of uncertainty about where it's all going. So I'm really happy to be here this morning to talk about this issue.
Great, thank you, Benoit. Sergio, welcome. When you think about PFAS, what are you most worried about at the moment, and are there any reasons for optimism about managing the PFAS problem?
Eso es lo que pienso de los PFAS. Perdón, o sea,
I'm sorry, but that's what I think about the PFAS. I would not like to start with this type of standing, but when we have such a huge problem, when we have a situation where it is inevitable to be under that influence or in contact with substances of this type, concern grows dramatically. And since from the public policy work standpoint, this is divided in 3 parts. The first part of my lab was focused on oil research on the dark side. As Benoit mentioned, the gray agenda of pollution that would be in the oil industry. And despite of the fact I am a biologist, I was in the green side once in the coral reef, and now I had to move to the dark side, first with the oil industry and then in public policies, because I was the head of wastewater in Mexico, and that dark side always brings a series of elements that have to do with how people perceive things, how people use things, who are exposed to these pollutants, and why. And this becomes very complex and very frustrating when things do not work like you would like them to do so. being in these events allows you to share the awareness and concerns, but maybe in our countries, these divert to other areas that have to do with health, diarrhea, simple deaths, or apparently simple deaths that are becoming huge problems. And when we face PFAS, you find that the universe that is exposed is the most vulnerable population. The people that recovers these materials, not only the people that produce them, or if we're in contact with a Teflon pan, we are all exposed, and this exposure, whether we like it or not, is there. Regulation should be in place to be able to control this type of things, but regulation per se will not work. Regulation has to be accompanied by the enforcement of those regulations, and an effective enforcement of those laws and regulations. In Mexico, we have laws that are acknowledged for their innovation, condition, etc. But if you want to see the enforcement of those laws, the enforcement is not there. So it doesn't matter if you have an excellent law or act, nothing will happen if it's not enforced. In the case of PFAS, in most cases, people who are responsible for creating the laws, the legislators, do not have this concern. When you drink water, when you use a pan, a Teflon pan, or you use a computer with certain residues, with flame retardants or anti-static components, you are constantly exposed to PFAS. But people do not perceive this because you cannot see the outcome right away. And the people that recycle not only burn materials to extract metals that have this type of components, but when they crush some products, they also breathe these materials. So these are my main concerns.
Great. Meredith, tell us a little bit about your work. And also, Sergio is talking about policy, yes, but also implementation and enforcement. And you have a little experience there. So talk to us. How bad is it? What's happening out there?
Okay, I'm a senior fellow for the Green Science Policy Institute, as well as working as a consultant, policy consultant for advising impact. And like Brian, I was appointed by Governor Jerry Brown to serve under his administration. I came into the Department of Toxic Substances Control to oversee the implementation of California's Safer Consumer Products Law. And that's a law that is designed to compel manufacturers to move away from harmful chemicals. And eventually I became the director of the entire department. But as part of our work under Safer Consumer Products, or SCP, we are able to take advantage of a number of the other laws in California. One of the programs in California is called Biomonitoring California, and they determine what chemicals they will biomonitor for in the California population. They decided to look at the perfluorinated chemicals, the PFAS chemicals, as a class. And as soon as that happened, that allowed Safer Consumer Products to consider all of the perfluorinated chemicals as a class. And in doing so, we were able to take some action to list as a priority product carpets and rugs with PFAS. And what that means is that it compels manufacturers to look for a safer alternative or reformulate their product. And before we were even through the regulatory process, the manufacturers for carpets, at least, moved out of PFAS in the U.S. manufacturers, although the law applies to anything that's sold in the U.S. So in order to enforce that, we worked with Customs, who made sure that the communications to foreign manufacturers included information about how our program worked and what their obligations were. And then we did do testing to verify whether or not we were seeing PFAS in carpets and rugs and whether there was compliance. And the compliance rate was very, very high. So, but I couldn't agree more that without some enforcement mechanism, it's very unlikely that companies will comply or feel compelled. And that was one of the driving forces behind why California's green chemistry laws and safer consumer products were put in place, was because the other laws did not have the capability to be enforced effectively.
And just to be clear there, Meredith, when you say it was a win to get PFAS classified as a category, as a class of chemicals, I presume that's because then as a manufacturer, I can't fool around with slight variations of a particular chemical. The whole thing is out of bounds. Is that accurate?
Yes, there are thousands. I think everyone knows there are thousands and thousands of PFAS chemicals. You laid that out. And if you look at the regulatory frameworks in the US and other places, I think, you know, US EPA has has set limits and designated less than around a dozen PFAS chemicals as hazardous substances. And a dozen, even if you start to get up to 30, which some state governments have done, you're nowhere near able to take on the whole class.
Got it.
And so that possibility for a regrettable substitute by changing the formulation a little bit is quite high.
Okay, excellent. Okay, so Benoit, Meredith is talking about preventing PFAS getting into the environment in the first place. You mentioned a fair amount of work in terms of removal. Tell us a little bit about removal, how it works, to what extent we can hope and rely on the ability to remove PFAS to ensure our health versus the production side.
I'll start first about wastewater treatment, and to say that for municipal wastewater treatment, really, there is no realistic treatment options right now, given the extent of the flow that we need to treat, and the fact that an optimal treatment is usually adsorption, and you would put in adsorption on wastewater only after you've done extensive wastewater treatment, and we're not at that level yet. So this is a huge challenge for the industry. Now, if we go back to drinking water, well, there are options. Most of them are based on adsorbents. Activated carbon, people know about activated carbon, but quite often ion exchange will be used. Reverse osmosis has been also put forward. However, reverse osmosis does not destroy the PFAS, it just concentrates. So if you have a reverse osmosis system, you will end up with a concentrate. You will concentrate 4 times your level of contamination, and you need to discharge it somewhere. So that's also one of a big issue. And currently, the big challenge is to try to find a way to absorb these contaminants. Then after that, desort them from, for example, the carbon or the resin, and then destroy that heavily concentrated level of contamination that we will have after extracting it from the sorbent, in order to reuse it once more. And even if we reuse it only one time, it's cutting the cost of the adsorbent by half. We would hope to use it maybe 2-3 times. And then after that, well, what do we do with the sorbent? That's another really, really big issue. We cannot send exhausted sorbent to hazardous waste facilities. There are not enough hazardous waste facilities in North America to receive all these sorbents. So we would need probably to burn them. Now, building incinerators, that's not really popular to do. And there are still a lot of questions about incinerating these sorbents, because we generate other compounds while we're burning it. So how can we burn it really effectively? And this implies additional treatment. So one of the big paradoxes in my field of work is that you need to pollute in order to depollute. And I've never realized that when I was undergrad, that actually I would pollute a lot to try to remove pollutants. And so there's a big discussion right now to what extent we should remove PFAS, because it will be a very polluting activity. I mean, most of the most effective sorbents, the resins, really nasty to produce. The activated carbon, well, it's actually the best one is the one that we extract from the soil. And so we put carbon back in the circulation, so more carbon footprint, and we need to burn it to produce it. So a lot of side issues needs to be addressed before deciding to do extensive PFAS treatment, because there will be a lot of side negative effects, and we need also to research the side positive effects. Because if I implement, for example, carbon treatment for my removing PFAS, I will remove pesticides also, and I will improve drinking water. And at the end of the day, it's really a matter of cost. And what I'm seeing right now is that the water utilities, they no longer have a lot of money in their budget. The price has gone up quite a lot due to inflation, and they have a long list of issues. And PFAS is only one of the long list of issues that they need to address. And the reality is it seems that we're not rich enough to address this problem at the moment.
Okay. Wow. So I'm reminded a little bit of the debate around asbestos, don't touch it, leave it alone until you have to, and then maybe take the measures that are necessary. But if you don't have to touch it, don't move it. And I guess I'm wondering, though, if we do leave it, I mean, so everything is trade-offs and costs and so forth. And the ultimate calculation is very hard to make. But if we opted for letting it lie in the water and in the soil and so forth, what are the trade-offs that we're looking at there? What are the consequences of not removing? And let me ask that to you, Benoit, and then I have some other questions for our other panelists. But if we chose not to remove because it's either too expensive or too risky, what are we risking by not removing?
Well, it's all a matter of health benefits versus cost, really. And I would say that there will be some levels where we need to act. But right now, we know that drinking water is typically not our main source of contamination. And therefore, what Meredith is mentioning is a huge first step to do, to try to remove these compounds from our environment in order to reduce our exposure, and then pinpoint the systems where there's an abnormal level of contamination, and start with these systems to try to bring it down to what I would call the background level of contamination. Because if you're not aware, the entire water cycle of the planet has been contaminated. And we find these PFAS in very minute concentration all over the place. Even if you go in the upper Tibet, where you would not expect any industrial contamination, well, it falls with the rain. If you go in the Arctic Ocean, you find PFAS, so they're all over the place. So at one point, I think that there will be, maybe one day we will address this problem, but we're still only at the early stage, and we need to address where we can have a significant impact on population.
Yeah. Okay, so removal is complicated. So we're back to production then. Meredith, you've given us an example of a shift in industry away from those chemicals before the regulation was even completed. So I want to ask you guys, I want to talk about industry, and then I want to come back to consumers with you, Diego. But I want to ask about industry. How hard is it for industry to shift away from the use of these chemicals? How necessary are these PFAS? If we're all wearing them, if we're all sleeping on them and in them, and they're in all these places, is it because they are absolutely essential for our modern life, or is it, what is the need for these chemicals, and how hard is it to change away from them? Let me ask you that question, Sergio, and then I'll come to you, Meredith, and then I want to talk about consumers, Diego, with you.
Well, the industry's behavior is based on regulation. When regulation is strong and sets limits and tells you what you have and have not got to do, then the industry follows. The reason behind this is that when the industry stops abiding by the regulation, it disappears or transforms. So I'm certain that the industry will look for those changes when they are necessary when it comes to protection and the type of materials and the regulations. So this activity is very clear. I mention this because throughout my career, I have been able to compare the development in Mexico versus other countries. And I had a chance one to ask someone from Europe, if you were in Mexico living in these conditions, and I described that for him, what would you do? You are someone who is used to follow the law, to have good environmental quality, and I was shocked by the answer. He said, I would do the same thing you're doing. In other words, it doesn't matter what behavior is in one place, it's the regulation and enforcement of the law that governs that activity. Now, to set those boundaries and have them clear, it's an entire process. You cannot just take out your magic wand and say, from now on, this no longer works. It's an entire process that needs to happen where the industry needs to participate as well. At the end of the day, whether we like it or not, the industry is a job generator. They generate the benefits and move the economy. And there needs to be a balance between the economy, development, our care of the environment, and they all have a part to play. There are two additional elements here that need to be in the equation. One of them is how the marketing activity and communications and sales are deeply involved. Marketing tells us what to wear, when to change, what to do, what type of food we eat, how we eat that food. It impacts everything, the type of devices we use, the instruments we require in our daily lives. But that's something we never touch. It's just left there. And that element moves the entire production economy. Without that element, there's no production. Without that element, the consumer has more or less access to this. And here I also want to touch on consumption. The consumer does decide, but they're also responsible. And sometimes we leave them out of the decision making. We always think of the consumer as, well, something that's out of discussion. Even in Mexican politics, the consumer is not discussed as a stakeholder that has an influence on decisions. And if we really look into it, the consumer is the main generator, but they also endure all the consequences. So they should have a part in this. And their activities are portrayed and displayed through NGOs. They bring on board additional elements that are not just necessary or required by the population. So that's my perspective on that.
From somewhere, consumers certainly play a role in that. Before we get to the consumers, Meredith, back to your anecdote about the regulation that stopped carpet manufacturers from using PFAS. As I understand it, PFAS has 1 million uses. One of them is fire retardant, fire suppressant. But others are simply elasticity and waterproofing and so forth. So to what extent can we live without PFAS, and where must we live with PFAS, and what role for regulation and industry and all that stuff?
Well, you're putting your finger on, I think, a very important concept that we need to think about for toxic chemicals more broadly, which is what it is, a use and essential use. If it's a medical application where it may take 20 years to requalify the equipment to get through the Federal Food and Drug Administration, then maybe it's an essential use. If it's mascara, I don't think that's an essential use. So starting to build the concept of essential use into our laws and regulations is one thing that we can do. Again, at the state level in the United States, there are probably 25 states that have implemented laws around children's products, cookware, food packaging, carpets and rugs, personal care and beauty products. And so you're seeing different states try to do things, but again, it's kind of this one at a time effort, one product group at a time, but it is applying pressure. And there are market segments where the consumers, just to go back to the consumers, where the target consumer is very environmentally minded. So you have the outdoor apparel, activewear, sportswear, sector where people who spend a lot of time hiking and camping care. And so it's quite fascinating that the Patagonias or, you know, some of these outdoor sports apparel manufacturers have found polyesters that provide the waterproofing that people are looking for. Water resistance. Do they really need waterproofing? Again, the concept of essential use. Do we need it to be water resistant or do we need it to be waterproof? And asking those questions has guided them to find alternatives. They're not perfect, they're plastic, but it certainly is a step in the right direction.
Okay, so it's not, it's there is a need to figure out what is essential versus what is nice to have. And in those nice to have categories, are there alternatives that are suitable? That makes a lot of sense. So on this consumer side, Diego, you have a little of you have some experience in mobilizing public opinion through especially youth and so forth. Where do you see a role for mobilizing the public to move the needle on the question of PFAS production?
Yeah, absolutely. I think, oh, can you hear me? Is this working? Is microphone? Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah, right. Perfect. Thank you. I'll switch to English as well to make it easier. For the translation, sorry for speaking very fast earlier as well for the translations. For everywhere, like there is a role for consumers everywhere. I just want to add first to Meredith's point on the essential versus not essential use. There is a really good study by Cousins that I can share it if you're interested later, and they have a table outlining all of the different applications of PFAS, the most generals, and then in a scale of 1 to 3, the essentiality of it as well, which is really interesting to see where they are, like what their the specific risk assessments and readily alternatives. But it's interesting because even in one of them, for example, with firefighting foams, which is one with a readily alternative way to phase out PFAS from their use, and the government of Canada has taken the step to do that, still it's very delayed. Like they're looking until 2029 to start implementing that, which is one of the ones that is already regarded as non-essential and readily available, and it's so delayed. And I feel like that talks about how oftentimes, and we've seen this not only in toxic chemicals and substances, but in all environmental aspects and climate aspects as well. Oftentimes they're pushed, and the economy is prioritized, a way of doing it in a what is deemed viable step-by-step way. But at the same time, we have to start taking this action now. We cannot continue the debates. We cannot continue questioning these scientific studies that have been there by experts like the ones here decades. Since the 70s, there's this study of industry in the US that knew and hid the effect of PFAS, specifically PFAS and PFOS. There is a famous case of DuPont, like leaking these into wastewater in West Virginia, hitting it, fortunately being sued and losing the lawsuit in 2017 and having to pay for this damage. And I'm not saying that industry is always bad or that they have this purpose of hurting consumers in mind, but they often prioritize profit. That's the thing that is there in the mind. Profit, selling the product, marketing, like Sergio was mentioning. And I feel like consumers and NGOs step in this because, okay, first of that, policy and governance, there is this need to implement these rules, but oftentimes implies delaying them, working with all stakeholders, finding these alternatives, also satisfying sometimes the perspectives and priorities of these stakeholders. So there's these complexities and conflicts of interests in a lot of these decisions that I feel like we really need the role of citizens, of youth, of NGOs, of advocacy, without these conflicts of interests, advocating for something that we see is wrong. So for something that we see is hurting our health, the health of the most impacted communities. Specifically, there's also a way to push for these, not only in national legislation, but international treaties. Some of the PFAS that are regulated, the less than 10 among the thousands, like Meredith was mentioning, which, by the way, makes no sense. It's like an analogy of cigarettes. We ban one brand, but you can still buy the other handful of brands. In the same way, companies cannot use one of the PFAS, but they can use the thousands of others, and the effect is still there. That link between fluoride and carbon. So fluoride. So definitely there is this need to push for that change in international treaties too. We've seen it in the plastics treaty. There was this push to ban the use of certain toxic chemicals such as PFAS. didn't gain a lot of support. There was a lot of lobbying from industry. There wasn't a lot of ambition from governments, but still we need to keep putting in the fight. That's something that I'm very passionate about. Definitely not an expert, but because I know about this, I've learned about it in my classes, reading about it. I'm passionate about it because I think we need a change. I feel like we need to inculcate that not only on youth and children, but everyone, like all of us, we need to be aware of that, pushing for that change in our companies, in our governments, in our industries, in our families, communities. Because do we prefer a pan with Teflon and the food doesn't stick? Yeah, or do we prefer the health, our health, the health of our children or future generations? What is more important to us? We really need to reassess how we measure value there and impact. And yeah, thank you. Sorry for going a bit broad, but
that's fine. That's fine. Yeah. Okay. All right. So you mentioned a lot of things there. One of the things that catches my attention is this question of, questioning the science. Is it clear? Is the science clear that it's bad for us, or is there still questions? And one of the things you said reminded me of this phrase about the best time to plant a tree. Do you know when the best time to plant a tree is? It's 20 years ago, yeah. And you're saying sort of the same thing. We know what's going on with PFAS. We need to regulate now, not wait for the science to say yes or no. My question to you, Benoit, is how clear is the science? Is there a debate? Are we confused about whether or not PFAS is good for us?
Well, they're not good, but clearly there's a lot of issues about regulating PFAS. Science is not clear because if you look at the regulations in the US, Canada, Europe, Australia, they're all over the place. So first of all, I think it would be good to try to come up with some coherence in the legislation, in international legislation. And one of the issues is related to what we call short chain PFAS. So short chain PFAS are PFAS which are smaller, as the name implies, and they're more mobile, and we know they're less toxic. And currently, for example, in Canada, we have an objective at 30 nanograms per liter for a list of 25 PFAS, including short chain and long chain PFAS. Now, treating for short chain PFAS, unfortunately, is very expensive and very difficult to do. And we know they're less toxic. If you look in the US, they have a list of 6 molecules, and they are fairly easy to remove from water. Well, cheaper actually than for short chain PFAS. So if I have a contamination problem, I would rather be in the US under the US EPA jurisdiction because I know it would be easier to meet than being in Canada. In Canada, the cost of, if you have a contamination and you need to treat, I would say my experience is that it's going to be like 3 to 5 times more expensive for a community to treat for PFAS. And this is only due to the legislation and the uncertainty about short chain PFAS.
But when you say uncertainty, though, Benoit, is that uncertainty something that can be used to cast doubt on the need for legislation, or I mean, even in the uncertainties of science around short chain, is it clear that something needs to be done in terms of regulating the production of PFAS?
Well, uncertainty is always part of science. Yeah. And if you look at in Europe, they decided that, like in 2001 that they would go toward the principle of caution that we heard earlier. And so they set very stringent rules, which are not really related to science. Now, science has kind of catch up to them. So even the caution principle of pesticides in Europe is being challenged. In North America, we've, at least in Canada, we've always been highly influenced by the US EPA. And the US EPA has a health benefits approach. And therefore, you need to demonstrate benefits. And when I talk about benefits, I talk about health benefits. And you put that in comparison with cost. And when it's not the case, well, you see lawsuits. Like currently, the American Water Works Association in the US is suing the US EPA. And they're saying that the PFAS regulation is too stringent because the cost estimate has been, in their opinion, underestimated by the US EPA. So it's a big debate. There's a lot of uncertainty about health benefits, but there's also a lot of uncertainties about the cost. Yeah. Because when you start treating, if all the utilities decide we're going to treat for PFAS, well, the cost of carbon will go up. It's all about demand on these products. So there's a lot of uncertainties in both sides, which makes it difficult to move on.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. So we're back to this trade-offs piece and what we get in return for what it costs to clean things up, which takes me back again to the production side and this differentiation between essential PFAS applications and more, let's say, luxury items. I don't know what to call them. I guess optional, non-necessary, nice to have, but not necessarily something you have to have. Maybe if I'm a fireman going into a blaze, I'm really interested in making sure that my clothes don't catch on fire, and that seems like an essential use. Medical uses, Meredith mentioned, but maybe there's plenty that really don't need these PFAS applications. Okay, we're getting to the moment. I'm going to ask you for your questions in just a moment. And remember that to put a question up, scan the little QR code, go to the section that says questions, and then also when you see a question that you also have, you can like that question. It will put it up in the queue as we go through there. So I want to actually shift now. Well, in a moment, I'm going to shift to the results of the first survey. We'll move to the next survey on this segment and then the questions. But in the meantime, I know, Diego, you wanted to get back in there. Go ahead and finish your thought, and then we'll move on to the survey and the question and answer period.
Take just 15 seconds. I just wanted to add to the scientific uncertainty part. Completely agree. And like all of this, it's very hard, right, to prove that certainty, not only in the area of PFAS, but also with climate and climate change. And that's one of the biggest arguments for not pursuing these policies or action, that we don't have 100% certainty. But that's also, I want to just draw back to that importance of that precautionary principle and that precautionary approach, which is in like frameworks like the Montreal Protocol, like the Stockholm Convention, like the Rio Declaration, that we really need to think if there is this chance, a very high chance, that it can be correlated with these health risks, with these health impacts in this disproportionate way for the most vulnerable communities. Again, how much do we value that? And you have this concept in economics of multiplying your expected valuation by that probability. So then I feel like if we put that higher valuation on our health and everything, even though with that scientific uncertainty, it still gets us to way more stringent policy than the ones that we have right now.
Excellent. Okay, great. So let's shift gears a little bit. I want to go over the results of our poll from the beginning of this session. If we can put those up, that would be amazing. Here we go. The exposure that worries you the most: drinking water. Benoit, we have something to say about that, I imagine. But yeah, it's in food, industrial contamination, household products, and many sources, including textiles. But boy, people are really concerned about water. Okay. And I guess one thing that I'm encouraged by, Benoit, before we move on to the next poll, is that the one that you mentioned that is possible, if somewhat expensive, is water through absorption. Is the removal of PFAS from water and soils more advanced in water than in other areas? How are we doing relative, for removal in water relative to other places where PFAS is stored?
Then drinking water, that's where it's the most proven, and it's quite often the cheapest to do. But just to react on this, actually, it's food. Food is your main exposure to PFAS, not drinking water. If you have contaminated drinking water, then it will become your main source of exposure. But if you have only a background level of contamination, it's mostly through food and food packaging, which is often related.
Didn't we agree that PFAS is in all of our drinking water, though?
Yes, it is, but typically it's at fairly low concentration, so it's a background concentrations.
Okay. So
and then when you have a site that's contaminated, then it can go up like 100 times the level of background contamination, then that's when you start to treat.
So when it's bad, but our most common exposure, our most dangerous exposure is through food and food packaging. Is that true?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. And before we move on to the next piece, if that is our most critical exposure, how difficult is it to change food and food packaging away from PFAS chemicals? Who wants to take that one?
I think Meredith would be best placed because they've done a lot in California for that.
I I do think that there will be solutions. People are looking at PLA, and this is where regulation, I do think, will become more effective. And because I can't remember how many states, but somewhere 10 to 15 states have taken action to restrict the use of PFAS in food packaging. And so the markets will respond.
Okay. And just to check my understanding, if my food is wrapped in PFAS packaging, there is leaching that occurs. There's some sort of cross-contamination from the packaging into the apple, the broccoli.
The packaging itself is problematic, but I would go one step further because it's the food manufacturing system, you know, back in the plant where the food is being processed, there are a lot of perfluorinated chemicals in the processing, whether that's a conveyor belt or the lining of a vat or whatever it is. And I actually think those are bigger sources in terms of incorporating PFAS into our food.
Ah, okay. And on the list of things that are essential versus non-essential, the plant machinery in the processing places is what level of essentiality, as Diego put it? Are we talking about a 1 super essential or a 3 not so essential?
There's so many applications. If you break it down, they're used for lubricants. They're used to accelerate the cleaning within a facility. And so if it's really for cleaning, it's a cost thing, you know, and maybe you have to spend more money cleaning, or maybe that means that your water consumption goes way up, and maybe that's problematic. So you know.
Back to the trade-offs.
Yeah.
And this is sort of a case-by-case, industry-specific kind of thing that needs to happen.
So.
Getting to Sergio's point, actually, about the multi-stakeholder engagement and engagement with industry to try to figure out where the trade-offs might be least painful to get things out of the system. Okay. Sergio, you wanted to come in?
Sí, en esta parte de envases de
Yes,
alimentos,
talking about food packaging, the experience that I've got is focused on thermoformal formats. They are used as a basis of food. So what I've seen in the industry, in the food industry, is that this reduces the risk through using the same type of plastics. For example, if I am doing a packaging with a PET or a polypropylene format, they use as a source post-consume PET waste from the same application. This means that if I use a package for a sandwich, I use it in recycling for the same purpose, for food. This reduces the risk from using different types of plastics with different types of applications. So I eliminate the use of anti-statics or flame retardant components. And also the certifications for food. So if you meet the certifications, your packaging is not in that risk. So if it is at risk, we have to go over the certification processes and the different elements combined. So it is very important, food packaging, but we have to check where. There's paper that is used to isolate, to eliminate oils, to infiltrate in other materials. There's a lot of PFAS, but not in a plastic packaging when it comes from a similar application. So for you, there are options, right? Maybe we have to look into more specific applications, but we may be able to stop using these chemicals, or we have to be more aware of what is happening in each type of industry, because we cannot generalize at all. And we don't have to be irresponsible about it. Well, so we have to look at each industry. We have to see what the application is, what the legislation says. Let's try to use the same source, maybe not the same packaging, but you can recover similar applications.
Okay, so I do want to get to your questions. I know there are many questions here in the room and also questions online. Before we do that, we have one more poll that I want to share with you that we will put up here in just a moment. And this is about actions. And I'll remind you again, this entire conversation is directed at the environmental authorities of our 3 countries who are here present. And so now that we are moving into actions, you've heard a little bit about the problem, you've heard the nature of the issue, the complexity of it, and also now we need to move into action. So you will have some options there to choose from. Please recommend to us the actions that you think should be taken. And let's move to some questions. I know that there are many that we have. And remember that as questions come up that you see, you can submit your own question, but you'll also see a little like button to promote certain questions that are common among them. And also, I received a comment during the break that some people are having a hard time getting in and using this high-tech version of interaction that we're using. So if you're in the room and you find that you are not able to use it, we'll see if we can make some time to come around to you. So here we go. How can community-led efforts complement regulatory and industry actions? Diego, let's start with you. This is your area of specialty, man. What do you think?
Thank you so much, Julian. Yes, I'd love to answer that one. Well, I think I'm going to hint at mainly the regulatory complementancy there, because regulations and policies depend a lot on the political climate and how people react to these policies, how they feel, the public support. Just to give an example, we had the carbon tax here in Canada, or like a federal pricing system, and then the last federal election happened. People were unhappy about the carbon tax. Then the new government came, and the first thing they did was take the carbon tax away. And that was a very much political-led move. In the same way, there is a lot of policies that get supported, like we saw at the beginning with Rachel Carson in the 70s and talking about toxic, and then public opinion shifted to support this type of policies. Then the EPA started with regulations. And I feel like we don't realize often our power as consumers, our citizens, as voters, that we hold on governments to support. But it's important to show that we support these policies so that they continue in place. It's important that it's not just a handful of us that are worried about this, but that we make everyone worried about this, that we pass on this knowledge to our families, to our communities. That's what motivates my organization. And what I think we strive to do is not reach some children and some youth. It's amazing that some of them are doing amazing work, protesting in different fields. But what we want to do is reach everyone where they are at their own levels in different countries with different ways. But it's important that we are all aware and all doing something. And that's the only way in which we can actually achieve these regulations.
Okay. There's another cluster of questions here that has to do with figuring out how I, as a consumer, can avoid PFAS exposure. Yeah, so there's a question in Spanish here that is asking about whether or not there are any laws. Oh boy, some excitement happening up here on the stage. But anyway, there is a question about whether or not there are laws that obligate industry to note and sort of declare that there's PFAS in them. And I think that's very related to this question about steps that consumers can take to reduce exposure. So Diego presented us lots of pictures of where PFAS shows up. We've said it's in all the water. We've said it's in a lot of soil. Okay, so what can I do then to protect myself from exposure to these things? How does industry have to communicate to me that they have these things in their products? I don't know who wants to take that one, or maybe several of you. Let's go Sergio and Meredith, and then we'll keep going. Go ahead, Sergio. Or Meredith, go ahead.
So I would say that some of the most effective action that's been taken over the last 5-10 years by NGOs has been efforts to promote consumer right to know and product ingredient disclosure. And I think it has been effective in cleaning products, personal care products, a number of other sectors where companies now are obligated to disclose whether or not they have certain harmful chemicals. And so the question that I've come up with is, if you are in a place where those consumer right to know laws are in place, put pressure on to make sure that the entire class of PFAS are disclosed, or total organic fluorine or some other indication of how widely the products are used. And if you're not in a place where there are consumer right to know laws, push for them. So I would advocate for that.
And in the
and
US,
then there's always the possibility of just simple things like using natural products, like natural wool rugs, which may cost more, but if you're concerned, there are in some ways some simple fixes.
Yeah, and those places, is this a state by state jurisdictional thing? Is this a federal thing? What is it? Okay, so in the United States, it's a state by state thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, other than things that are food and health that are regulated, a number of things that are regulated by the Food and Drug Administration.
Okay.
And pesticides, of course, have to be registered.
Okay, okay, great. Sergio, ¿cómo ves?
No existe una ley como tal.
Well, there is not a law per se that compels you mandatorily to include information about PFAS in the labeling. However, product labeling should tell you what type of risks you are taking with this product. However, in Mexico, one thing we see is that we tend to lose dimension of what labeling should include and what they should tell the consumer. For example, it could say, use 50% of post-consumer products to make packaging, but then the label uses 60% of the product. And removing that label is pretty much cutting it off. So you lose all that environmental usefulness of that 50% recyclable material. Similarly, we see, for example, information on the labels that is not really useful in telling you what's actually going on. They might not include the regulation that it abides for or the website for consultation, or the standard, the logo, anything being used. Or it might mention that, but not content information. So the label is the means for the regulatory industry to inform the consumer on their product. So we need to be very mindful of what is going on the labels. That's important to communicate effectively with the consumer for them to decide whether they buy your product or not. Now, there are products that you may or may not consume, but there are others that are necessary and they have a certain level of exposure. And getting to know that is a good question.
Mary, do you want to come back in on that?
I missed the end. Where did you end?
Sí.
Well, the end was that it's very difficult to know. So as a consumer,
It's very different.
Yeah, at the end of the day, it's hard for me to know. And if I read that label, there's a lot of things in there. It's just hard to differentiate.
And all I can say is yes.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just that simple. It's very, very difficult.
Yeah. Yeah. So I want to go back to then this question that I asked earlier that is getting some resonance out here. How hard is it for companies to move away from this stuff? Do they even know in all of their supply chain that where the PFAS is located? And could they, if I said tomorrow in an industrial food process of some sort, no more PFAS, how hard is that for me as an industry to move away from any PFAS touching this product in any way? Can you even answer that? I mean, it seems like
it's Herculean.
It's Herculean.
It is.
Okay.
But at the same time, I think that product manufacturers shouldn't be left off the hook because of that. I mean, it is a big ask, but if you're the person selling the product, what is your obligation to the consumer to be able to tell them what they're getting exposed to?
Yeah.
However, the way our manufacturing sectors are set up, where there's one facility manufacturing for 10 different manufacturers, different product lines, a lot of times a company, especially in the apparel industry, they'll say, well, we don't have control of, we don't own our full supply chain. We don't own that factory. And so, we're at the mercy of what that factory wants to do. So we often are one step removed from how these chemicals get introduced into the products.
Yeah, one or more.
Or more.
Sounds like we
Or
could
more.
be many steps removed,
Yes.
depending
Yeah,
on the length
yeah.
of the supply chain.
Well,
that we're
and
talking about.
that's one reason I think that I keep harping on the class concept,
Yeah,
because
yeah.
one of the problems with PFAS is I like to say all roads lead to the perfluoroalkyl acids.
Uh-huh.
And when you ask, are they all safe? What we know is almost every PFAA that has been studied has been found to be harmful.
Uh-huh.
And the ones that are not PFAAs are either manufactured with PFAAs or they degrade into PFAAs. And so short chain sounds great. People say they're safer. Maybe you could say the toxicity is less for that, but how did you get that? And what is it going to become if it does do any degradation over time?
Yeah.
So moving up in the chain all the way to the chemical manufacturers is important.
Okay. Okay. All right. Well, that's a nice segue to your last chance to address the three governments that are here in the room. Your best last bit of advice here to our, well, let's see, to the governments, but also to consumers and industry who are out there. Let's go in this order this time. Diego, what do you got?
Time?
Oh, I don't know. Let's see here. How about 30 seconds?
Okay.
Okay.
I'll be brief. I want to hint back at that. It was mentioned. Industry can be a great ally often, and I feel like one of the biggest things here is it's everywhere. It's hard to detect, so it's also hard and costly to ask from both industry and consumers to be looking at these tags for every single product they consume. Oftentimes, we just go into the store and we buy whatever is cheapest, and that's the case for the majority of the population. I know for a fact in Mexico. I've seen it also in Canada. I'm sure in all of the world, most of the population buy what's cheapest, and that often involves it's not being organic, it's not made sustainably because all of that is more costly. So that's also hinting back at if we have those regulations in place, it's easier, it's fair for everyone, it's a level playing field for industry. And it's really much needed. So I think coupling those policies with education so people can understand why, what's the problem, and having that package come together, same with informing industry and working with them. It can be a collaboration with everyone across the three countries. We just really need that ambition and to couple that through various strategies with that end goal. And I also want to push for the class that Meredith was talking about. Thank you so much.
Great. Okay, Benoit?
Well, unfortunately, I think that the human experience in these times and ages, well, it's being exposed to micropollutants is part of this experience. 200 years ago, we were exposed to other types of contaminants. We're dying from bacteria more easily. Now we're exposed to all these trace contaminants, and of course, it's a type of problem that is generational in the sense that it will take decades even to see changes in the level of contamination with PFAS in the environment, even if we were to stop tomorrow. In this type of problem, I think that the big challenge is to also be able to look at other environmental problems that we have. PFAS is one of the problems. We also have climate change, which is also a big problem also, and trying to see where can we invest and try to convince the people to invest. Because you'd be surprised to see that actually my experience is that quite often people are not really willing to spend so much money in having better water treatment. If I was to tell you that the PFAS treatment cost, I would say in Quebec, maybe $40, $50 per person per year. So this number might seem small, $40 per person per year, but if you're a family of four, it's $160. If I add $160 on the municipal taxes account, well, I can tell you it's a big deal. It's a big deal. And so I'd be really curious to ask people, how much are you willing really to pay for us to address? Because we can address it, but I'm really curious to see how people are willing to pay for us to address that problem.
Excellent. Sergio, what's on your mind?
Primero, muchas gracias por la invitación.
Well, firstly, I want to thank you for the invitation and having me on the panel. Thank you all for listening. And I have a great takeaway. It's very clear to me that we are continuously facing challenges. We saw that earlier, even with pesticides and agriculture and everything around that. We see it now with the PFAS. And we will continuously discover and come across new conditions, new challenges, and new problems. We might be able to solve 10 PFAS, but then we'll see another 90. And those 90 in their reaction in the environment will be completely different. And we see that in the air. When we add a new type of fuel or a new additive, what is the reaction with photooxidation? We don't know. That is one of my main takeaways from today. We don't know everything. We cannot solve everything. And we're always doing new things, hoping they will be the best for everyone. Every now and then in Mexico, we switch from glass to PET bottles, which solved problems with our air, but now we have a waste problem of PET bottles in the Sierra Mountains. But we managed to get the products all the way there, and we extended service coverages. And these are the consequences, that there's waste material where there should be none. Now that's the new challenge. So that leads me to my second takeaway, which is the speed of change. We've discussed that regulation should play a significant role, that the population should have a significant position on this as well. But there's also a speed for each stakeholder to respond. And the last one to respond is always the authorities. So in that sense, our authorities should not only be fast in their responses to these new conditions that will arise. We do not have a lot of time to discuss things. We need to be very assertive as well.
Okay, Meredith, take us to lunch.
Thank you. And thank you for everybody for participating. I would say two things. First of all, Climate Change Canada has actually done a fair amount of work about prioritization of PFAS based on the extent of use, what it means economically, and the hazards associated with different PFAS. And out of that comes the concept of, well, let's look at the sectors and the uses. Let's look at, lubricants. And I do think there's a lot there that can tell us, let's focus our attention here, take stronger steps in the places that have the potential to have the biggest impact, because the PFAS are so ubiquitous. Trying to tackle them all at once is very challenging. The second thing I would hope for is more attention to the power of the incumbent. The chemical manufacturer is not motivated to change, for instance. And so some company may innovate and come up with a better alternative, and then not be able to come up with get that alternative adopted because of the barriers to adoption, whether that's scaling up of the chemical or regulatory barriers. And so looking at those impediments and working to make sure that these alternatives have a path to be adopted, I think is very important.
Very cool. So there is a role to be played for facilitating innovation and bringing it to market and just allowing both the industrial but also the commercial processes that would allow us to find alternatives. We could accelerate those if we wanted to.
Incentivize, subsidize, yes.
Okay. All right. Excellent. Excellent. Well, friends, thank you so much. Big applause for our panel. So much great information and so many great recommendations. Thank you. Okay. We got just two things to do, maybe three things before we go. One, let's look at the results of the poll that we just did before the question and answer piece and see what we got from the collective mind, the collective intelligence of everyone who is here and also online. And just to remind you, we have, it looks like, I would say close to 150 people in the room. I think we have about the same number online. And here's what we have. What should we do? more regulations and bans. Looks like we're getting a policy piece here. The push for transparency, we talked about labeling, we talked about letting consumers know what's in the products. And then, of course, this innovation and design piece that Meredith just set up. And there are things that governments can do to support that. And then, of course, the public education and awareness piece, Diego has spoken a lot about that. And then I don't know if there are options below that we need to look at. Are those all the options on the list there? There we go. And then monitoring, health tracking, and cleanup and remediation. Well, there we go. How much do we want to pay for that, Benoit? $50 a head, my family of 5, that's a lot of money. But I mean, geez, what if we don't do that? I mean, the question is, how much does it cost if we don't filter that stuff?
The thing is, a lot of people are actually buying filters for their house,
Ah.
and they're spending way more than that.
I pay that much anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. Okay. Well, there we go. Okay, so one more poll before we let you go. And if these polls seem like they are coming fast and furious, they are, and it's because we want to hear from you. And this is one way to hear from you very directly. So the next poll is about what question or concern do you have about environmental contamination in your community? And I just want to emphasize one more time, this helps the JPAC give advice to the governments that are represented here in the room. Okay, now let's talk about lunch. Who wants to talk about lunch? I do. Okay, lunch is next. That's going to be for about an hour. We'll come back at 1:35 or so. The room has changed. It is now in a room called Van Horn. Anybody know where that is? Next door. Well, that's easy. Great. So for those of you who are in the room, just walk out, make a left, and we'll see you there for lunch. It is now 12:35. Let's come back at 1:35. We're going to change gears in the afternoon. We're going to do one more of these sessions on microplastics, and then we're going to change to a dialogue at your tables. This is another opportunity for JPAC to get your feedback on what's important to you and how to deal with the problems that we're addressing here today. So one final round of applause, and let's get some lunch. Okay, well, I trust that your lunch was satisfactory. Mine was fabulous. I had the fish. Did you get the fish? Brenda had the fish. Raise your hand if you had the fish. That was good, right? Yeah. Okay, good. We'll do a poll about fish versus chicken next. No, I don't think we'll do that. Okay. Anyway, I have to say, one of the great pleasures of this work is not just witnessing the incredible work of the people who come up on stage, but I really love being a part of the conversations at lunch and at coffee and so forth. I'm sure you do as well. And I'll take advantage of that sentiment just to remind you all that after the sessions this afternoon, we have, I believe, like an hour and a half networking event that starts immediately afterwards. And networking is such a funny word, but really it means just a time to talk and hang out and get a sense of what everyone is doing out there on all of these important topics. So don't miss that. Keep it in your calendar. Yeah, there's that. So we have a few things to do now. We're gonna look at some poll results. We're gonna set up the next panel, which is on microplastics. And then after that, we're gonna turn the microphones over to you at each of your tables because, again, I'll say this, I don't know, maybe 8 more times today. This is the opportunity, or rather, this is the request from JPAC for your input. And so we're gonna get to have a conversation at your tables that will be directly informing what the JPAC elevates to each of their respective governments. So we're going to change the format a little bit after this next session. Okay, but before we get to that, this next one is about microplastics, and I wanted to see what the results were from the poll that we launched just before lunch. So let's see how that is looking. And by the way, welcome back to those of you who are online. You may not have had the fish, but I trust that you have eaten something good. The question that we wanted to know about was what question or concern you might have about environmental contamination in your community. And here's what you said. This was an open format question, so you had a lot of opportunity to say what was on top of your mind. So we won't be able to see everything, but we're gonna have some well, we have some general categories here, as you can see. So water got a lot of conversation, contaminants generally, a lot of concerns over there, a lot of concern around indigenous communities, and of course PFAS, the cost of cleaning all this stuff up or from keeping it out of our water and soil and air in the first place, and then soil. Let's see here. Let me read a few of these. Yeah, maybe go up just a little bit, and we can start with a few of these. Yeah. Whoop. How about, let me, all right. Okay, so disposición y manejo de la basura en las comunidades rurales.
Disposal and management of trash in the rural communities.
In these conversations, but of course, rural communities are critically important. OK. Dans un contexte de contamination généralisée de l'eau, l'air, le sol et les éléments par les pesticides, les PFAS et des autres pesticides.
In the general contamination context, we talk about PFAS, toxic substances that have effect in the health, diversity effect, and talking about an industrial agri-food system based on monocultures and chemical products and effects on health. For the zones whose economy is based on tourism, how to transition to face the great environmental challenges.
How can you promote economic action there and also preserve the thing that makes those places special? And here we go. Cumulative effects are the biggest concern. We put these things in silos, but it's all connected. It's true, there's a necessity to fragment the conversation and talk about these things separately, but of course, it's all one big problem that affects our health and our well-being. Let's do, well, okay, yeah, let's do water. Water is good in Mexico there. How about one up there? One up? No? Up? Other way? We can keep going down. Yeah, open air dumps and solid waste, certainly. La disposición de residuos sólidos a cielo abierto es un grave problema. Okay, these are super helpful. This is very, very useful because we're gathering from this public forum, both online and in person, the priorities that are elevated now to the JPAC, the public forum. So thank you for those. Okay, in keeping with our manner of work thus far, we have another poll. And I hope you don't find them tedious. We find them fascinating because we get a lot of good information. So please bear with us as we go through these because they're really, really useful. The next one is about microplastics, which not coincidentally is the topic of our next session. And the question is, where do you think microplastics pose the greatest risk? What are you most worried about? And remember, if you're at home, we have this QR code that you can scan. If you're here, you can scan the screen. You also have these incredibly cool wooden cubes at each of the tables that has somehow carved into it these super weird QR codes. That is very amazing. I'm taking one of those home. Okay, so if you can answer that poll, we will come to the results of that when we get to the question and answer session. Let's open up our conversation about microplastics. I want to invite Samantha Athy up to the podium here to talk about microplastics. She's going to give us a little overview. Sam works at the Marine Plastics Program. Well, she is a Marine Plastics Program Manager at Earth Echo International. Let's give her a big round of applause.
All right. Can you all hear me okay? All right, cool. Well, firstly, I just want to thank the organizers of this session for inviting me to speak today. For more than a decade, I've worked at the intersection of microplastic research, education, and advocacy. And my path has taken me all across North America studying the sources, fate, and impacts of microplastics in different ecosystems. But I'm here today to pose a question. What will it take for us to take action on microplastic pollution? I entered this field at the age of 19, a wide-eyed college student who believed that good science alone was enough to spark change and get us out of this issue. But the more that I learned and the deeper I delved into this topic, the clearer the crisis became. Microplastics are not just floating in the ocean. They've been measured at the peaks of our tallest mountains, in the deepest ocean trenches. They're in our drinking water, in our food, in the air that we're breathing right now, and they're in our bodies. Added to that, we're in a moment where science and misinformation are colliding. Some still defend the status quo, arguing that plastics are inevitable, indispensable. Yet evidence continues to grow. Plastics are fragmenting faster in the environment than we can measure them. They're leaching and transporting toxic chemicals, and they're affecting species and systems in ways that we do not yet fully understand. Yes, real knowledge gaps exist. The long-term health effects of microplastic exposure in humans, the cumulative ecological effects, and the true scale of microplastic emissions. But uncertainty is not an excuse for inaction. It's a call for smarter, more ambitious policy. And the complexity of this issue is reflected in our panel today. You'll hear about microplastics in the Arctic, some of the most fragile and remote ecosystems on the planet. You'll hear about how microplastics move through marine mammals and ripple across food webs. You'll also hear about how microplastics impact the health and well-beings of our communities at home. But all of these stories have the same truth. This is not a niche issue. It's global, it's systemic, and it's a deeply human problem. So, what will it take for us to take action on microplastic pollution? I'll share that for me, that turning point into taking more urgent action wasn't necessarily a presentation of this information or a scientific research study or a data set. It was watching my friends and my sister become mothers and knowing that my niece inherited microplastics before she took her first breath. That was one of the moments of clarity in this abstract issue for me. This issue became more abstract, more personal, and more urgent. In my current role as Earth Echo International's Marine Plastics Program Manager, I work with the next generation of youth leaders who are pushing forward upstream solutions, policy, redesign, prevention, solutions that match the scale of the problem. And I'll be honest, I was invited here to represent youth today. That felt a bit surreal. I had to check the age limit. I've just entered my 30s, and so I'm no longer the youngest person in the room, but that's exactly the point. There's a new generation of youth leaders that are rising with fresh ideas and with energy and fresh ideas to address this issue. And they need to be trusted and empowered like I was. I've been working on this issue for the last 10 years, and I know that we've made progress, but I also see how much work still remains. And if there's one thing that I've learned throughout this entire time, it's that leadership is not about age. It's about voice, urgency, and the willingness to show up and take action. The purpose of this forum today is to help JPAC advise global leaders on the gaps that matter most. The information that you hear from the experts on stage is important, but what matters more is what you do with it. Whether you're a scientist, a policymaker, a community member, or a young person just stepping into this work for the first time, you play a role. Science can illuminate a problem, but only people can take that and drive real change. And the truth is, none of us get to opt out of this. This is a problem that every single one of us contribute to and are contributing to right in this moment. Every single one of us is impacted by it, but that means that every single one of us can be part of a solution. At this point, we have the science and the knowledge. We have the tools and the responsibility. We just need to find the courage to take action, whether it's with your vote, your purchasing power, or by taking full advantage of being in a room like this today. So with that, I'll just end by saying thank you again for having me. And I want to invite you in joining me and asking yourself, what will it take for us, me, you, our world leaders, to take action on microplastic pollution? Thank you.
Okay, great. Well, let's keep it going. I want to invite our panelists up to the stage. From Canada, we have Dr. Tony Walker from Dalhousie University. Come on up. We have Nancy Ramirez from the University of Baja California. Come on up. And we have Alexandra Harrington from the IUCN who's going to be here. So everybody, let's give them a big welcome. Okay. Well, so so much to talk about here, as always. But let's see, Sam put up the cover of The Economist magazine there, who wrote this article that you might call a defense of plastic. And they say a few things, basically. They say the health effects, the ill health effects of microplastics aren't entirely clear yet. We're not quite sure. They say, hey, we make plastics, and they're durable, and they allow goods to be shipped all over the place at lower fuel costs because they're light and they're durable. They say if we didn't use plastics, we'd have to use glass or other materials, and that's not only that heavy, but then you have other resource drains because we just consume so much that we need plastics. We can't possibly live without plastics. And by the way, it would be a lot more expensive. That's sort of what the defenders, that's the typical story of plastic defenders put out there. So, because I'm sure all of us have had the experience of sitting around at the dinner table talking about plastics, and somebody says, yeah, but they're not so bad. I need plastic. Everything in my house is plastic. Come on. I'm going to ask you all to give us a sense of how to respond to those arguments when people make them around the dinner table. And should we go reverse order? Do you mind starting, Alex? Is that okay?
Is it turned on? Is it on? It's on. Okay, excellent. Good. Thank you very much for the question. And I also wanted to say thank you for the slides and for talking about youth, especially because I do a lot of work with youth. So it's, I think, really important to get that voice out there. So usually I'm responding to these in the context of the international negotiations. So it's 10 p.m., 1 a.m., and you're really tired. And some of the responses I might have would be a little bit less than correct. But I think the biggest thing when we hear this type of argument from the economic perspective is to think about, yes, there might be a lower cost at this particular moment, but what are we amortizing? What are we actually funding by using this? What are we putting into health systems? What are we putting into our bodies? What are we putting into the bodies of future generations that then will be a bigger health burden, will be a bigger cost burden to society, taking away the morality, taking away the environmental concerns? What are we doing to our future? And even those of us who are here today and will continue to be here for a while, to our expectation of a life from that. So I think that's a really important argument, which gets to the health concerns that we do know exist. And actually, I was talking to some people at lunch today about the health concerns as well. And knowing that we might have imperfect science, but the science we do have tells us that this is very much an issue. It will continue to develop. It's something we know is linked to things like the endocrine disruptors, the EDCs, the endocrine disrupting chemicals, which started as a very niche topic in the early 2000s from the UN Environment Program, and now is something that is on the second iteration of its report, which I'm actually very happy to be an expert on. So we do know that science evolves, and we don't need to have perfect science to regulate it and know it's bad. And I think just one other point that we do have to realize, because it's very difficult for those of us who work in this, I think, to say this, but there are some benefits, at least at the moment, to plastic. So I don't think anyone here is saying we need to ban all plastic. And certainly when I started working in this context on the treaty negotiations, it was one of the biggest challenges we faced from media in particular, was the report that UNEP has allowed us to negotiate a treaty to ban all plastic. That is not the case. The idea is that we address plastic pollution, we address things like single-use plastics, but we do have to also be realistic and recognize that in many parts of the world, the safest way to get food, to get water, to get prescription medication, for example, still is plastics. So until we can come up with an alternative, they will have a place, but it's what we do with them afterwards, what we do with them in terms of recyclability, reusability, circularity, all of these things, rather than just saying black or white, yes or no. Yeah.
Right. Boy, there's some themes coming out with what we talked about in some of our other conversations. I mean, you know, what's cheap now may not be cheap later. There's some hidden costs. It's not turning the light switch on or off. There's a progression. There's an evolution here. Yeah, lots of stuff. Sort of these themes come up and over again. Nancy, what's on your mind? Tell us about your work and tell us a little bit about how you have these conversations with the people who defend plastic, if any.
Thank you very much for inviting me to participate in this forum. I have learned a lot I've been working for 20 years to address pollution. It is difficult to weigh different things because there are many pollutants, including microplastics. When someone says that we should not be concerned about microplastics, is that we have to tell them that they're not looking at the whole, what happens during the whole path of plastics and the environment. Plastics uses fossil fuels. It also creates greenhouse gases, and we're always trying to buy into the idea that the plastic is naked, and the king is not naked. Is not naked, is accompanied by other additives and other compounds that are toxic for us. We have proven that the diphenols, the phthalates, all of them are damaging for our health. And when they get to the environment, they can also absorb other pollutants. So an argument that should be enough is that they are the means of transportation of those additives plus the ones that they add on during their life cycle. And another thing that we are told that the recycling is a solution. Unfortunately, not now, not as it is now, because we only recycle 9 or 10% of plastic. There are many types of plastic, and this makes it a more problematic pollutant. We're talking about 5,000 types of plastic, 60,000 combinations. So it's not easy to treat these microplastics. It is a pollutant that has different problems embedded to it because it is a combination of different compounds.
Okay, well, what do you think, Tony? What would you add to those points that?
Well, I probably can't now because Nancy and Alexandra already did such a great job. But yeah, if we even just circle back to the first and the second session, where we discussed, the pesticides and more recently, just before lunch, PFAS, so 3/4 of all the plastics ever made, I think, since accurate inventories began, we're already at like 10 billion tons of plastics ever produced. There's probably more. But 3/4 of those are already waste. So if they were so well designed, why are they already waste? Why aren't we reusing them? Why aren't they already currently in use? And as Alexandra already mentioned, some of the biggest problems lie in the single-use plastics. And again, going back to our conversations this morning about essential versus non-essential, there's so many non-essential plastics currently in use, currently being produced, currently being overconsumed, that these are the low-hanging fruits that going back to the dinner time conversations, they're some of my favorite conversations, actually. Those arguments really don't stand up and have any validity in the face of so much waste. It is a great product and it can be better designed. As Nancy already mentioned, there's a cocktail of over 16,000 known chemicals in there. There's probably as many more unknown. And of those, a quarter of them are known to be toxic and harmful. So that's not they are not well designed and certainly not designed for end of life and proper disposal. Yeah.
Oh, what an interesting distinction there. Designed for what? What do they work for? That's a really interesting point. 3/4 are not recycled. Did I get that right?
Well, yeah.
3/4 ends up being waste?
Well, there's been some really great global inventories or mass balancers, Jenna Jembeck and Roland Geyer and other colleagues. And so current estimates have, production of plastics around about that 10 billion mark, of which 76%, give or take, plus or minus. These are estimates, right? Yeah. So they're not absolute numbers, but 3/4 already exist as waste. Whether you further subdivide that as some of it's been recycled, but not very much, less than 10% globally, and the rest is at best in the landfill, at worst in the environment, or unfortunately, in all of us.
Right, right. So we have these massive numbers of production, maybe a delusional sense of how much gets recycled, and maybe we're only starting to understand the full health impacts of this, not to mention the pollution ones. Sam, what else should we be using in our quiver of conversational points to be made about plastics?
Yeah, I have this conversation at my dinner table as well with my family, even just this past Thanksgiving. I would just say a couple points. Kind of along the common thread across all of these topics is the scientific uncertainty. The science is clear. There's not a gap in knowledge. There's a gap in action. And so I think we need to really remember that scientific uncertainty does not equate scientific safety. Just because we don't know something is harmful doesn't mean we shouldn't be taking precautionary measures to protect our families from it. I think when we think about what is the perfect, I get asked the question, what is the perfect material? What should I be using? There is no perfect material, and it's a waste of everyone's time to be sitting around waiting for that. The fact is that the system that we've set up for plastics, this linear system, is not working. You've created a lightweight, durable material, which is definitely important for some aspects of our life, and definitely cannot ban all plastics because of some of these properties, but that lightweight durability, what does that really mean when it becomes a centuries-long environmental issue?
Yeah. Well, there's another theme here, this precautionary principle piece. But it's fascinating, this part about the fact that there is no perfect alternative is not an excuse to say, well, we should just keep on using plastic at all times and in all manners and wherever we want to. Let me talk a little bit. I'd love for you guys to talk just a little bit more about why people should care. I mean, okay, fine, we got 10 billion tons of plastic. So what? Tell me a little bit about the health consequences for humans, and then I'd love to talk about it for marine animals as well, because I know there's a lot of research done at the University of Baja California. And then if we do a round of that, then I'd like to come to, okay, well, where do we start? I mean, very similar to the first conversation, this isn't on or off. This is, we can reduce these one-time use plastic things. Maybe there's other areas of improvement, and then also maybe some alternatives. So I'd like to talk about all of that. Let's start with the why should we care piece in terms of health and contamination. Can we do another round just like we did? Go ahead, Alexandra.
Sure, absolutely. So I think Sam pointed out one of the most important reasons we should care. If we are not motivated by environmental factors, altruism, anything else, we know that plastics are in all of us. We know that they are now crossing the placental boundary, so they are being now constituted as part of new life. Every time a baby is born, it is born anywhere in the world with plastic inside. So I think that is a really important reason. Beyond that, if we don't control the plastic pollution that we now have that is currently being generated every day, we are threatening not only the environment, but also many infrastructures around the world. I work with a number of countries, especially in Africa, that are developing countries. They don't have the means to process the waste that comes to their shore, let alone what their own citizens produce. One country in particular, Cabo Verde, had a 5 to 10 year plan for waste management and built systems accordingly, and they ran out of capacity in 2 years because of things that were coming onshore. It is a very small country. They are not producing that much on their own. It is things that they're finding onshore. So making sure that we think about this in terms of understanding that the human impacts are health, of course, but they're also things like infrastructure and capacity, overcapacity. Where does that go? How does that get handled? Because even if you're in that island context, you can say, okay, well, ship it to a neighbor, ship it to another country, which is another conversation entirely. But that shipping cost is extremely high. And so the governments cannot afford to pay that either. So they're in this very paradoxical catch-22 with what do you do with it? These are smaller countries, but it also works for sub-regional areas, subnational areas. And it also does touch upon the idea that we don't know. We know there are 16,000 plus chemicals. We don't know exactly how many are in plastics. And when you pick up a piece of plastic on the beach, as I'm sure we all have, there is no code. There is no barcode. There's nothing to scan to say, this is what is in this bottle. this is what may then be harmful to you if you're trying to recycle it, or this is something that you can recycle. So you also expose a number of people, especially waste pickers, to really deep, profound health issues that they don't even realize they're just doing their job or trying to help a community.
And you mentioned on the health side, endocrine disruptors.
Yes, yeah.
Tell us a little bit more about that and what other things we know our plastics are causing in terms of health.
So we know endocrine disruption is one of the biggest things right now. We know that there are connections with certain types of developmental diseases, especially in children and in youth. We know there are connections to hypertension, diabetes, et cetera. We also know that there are many things we don't know, but we believe there are connections to cardiovascular disease, which makes sense if we think that from a health perspective, you have pieces of plastic in the bloodstream, they will accumulate somewhere, as do fats, as do other things. So there is a much more long-term knowledge that we will start to gain, presumably, as people have plastics in their bodies over time, and we learn what those will be.
Okay. Wow. Okay, let's turn to the sea. Nancy, what can you tell us about plastics in the oceans?
Bueno, pues no está en un mejor panorama que en la
Well,
Tierra.
we don't have the best panorama, really. The Earth is an underestimated problem. Soil has 24 times more plastics than we see in the ocean, but everything produced on ground will end up in the ocean. What's particular about this pollutant is that by being so small, it makes it available even to the smallest organism. And the smallest it is, such as nanoplastics, we could say that it goes into plankton and upwards in the food chain. So the damage is exponential because it goes upward, and we have other pollutants that go with that microplastic, and they become part of that biomatrix. So yes, we might not have a proper definition of the damage of plastics and the damage of accompanying chemicals. However, they are harmful. That's undeniable. What comes from each component, that is still to be answered. But the experiments that we need to conduct and that have been conducted show damage that is physiological, genetic, it's in our immune system, and it could even lead to death. The question is no longer, are they harmful, but how can we reduce that harmful load, the damage in organisms that allow us to conduct experiments like sea creatures like fish? We've seen that, but it's still uncertain what we will have in human beings, but we're going down that road. Nowadays, we're studying marine mammals because they're the ones that could be more similar to us. We cannot yet run experiments in humans, but we can take that organism that is very similar to us. It's on the shorelines, it's exposed to what we manufacture, to what we ourselves are exposed to, or they're in the islands. So they are a reflection of the marine environment and the coastline environment. So through those studies, we could answer a few questions about what is happening to us.
So, Tony and Sam, we have a picture of what it can do to our health. Where we make plastics is not necessarily where they end up. In fact, it sounds mostly like that's not the case. They end up on other people's shores. We are starting to see the effects in human health, but also through the marine mammal experiments, start to understand what further impacts they might be having on our health. What else do we need to be thinking about in terms of health and infrastructure and contamination? Let me do Tony and then Sam.
Sure. How long we got? There's so much to do. And just so as everyone is aware in this room, plastics and microplastic pollution isn't just a unique marine issue. In fact, the marine is both a sink and a source. I had grad students a few years ago monitoring Hurricane Larry as it passed through and tracked up the Northeast Atlantic. It never made landfall in the US or Mexico or the Caribbean. It was still in the ocean, but picked up plastics in the sea spray in the rain and then landed in remote parts far from urban environments in Newfoundland, the easternmost North America. And during the peak of the tropical storm, the hurricane, when it made landfall, it was shedding and depositing over 100,000 microplastics per square meter per day, both before, during, and after the storm. So basically, it's raining microplastics from the ocean in remote terrestrial environments. Plastic pollution in agriculture, in soil, is a huge issue. I was in the Food and Agriculture Association organization last week, and it's just, you know, it's only just being recognized now by policymakers, but we need urgent action in that regard too. Again, we only have an hour for this panel, so maybe I shouldn't continue, otherwise I'll rattle on. Yeah.
Well, that is a stark image of the hurricane raining down microplastics at that rate. That's a new statistics I'm going to take to the dinner table. Yeah, Sam, what else? What are you worried about besides everything that's been mentioned so far?
Just besides all that. Yeah, I think one of the things that we need to be thinking about are the economic costs of cleaning up. If we're not going to address the issue upstream and we're just going to throw money at cleaning up forever, then we need to be thinking about what those costs are. I think they're in the billions estimated a few years ago. But I actually wanted to share a story from back home about how this is kind of impacting us locally. Talking about the hurricanes got me thinking. So I'm from North Carolina, which is on the middle of the East Coast in the US. And so we deal with hurricane season, multiple storms most often, and that number is increasing as time goes on with climate change. But as these storms come through, they leave a wake of debris that our landfills then have to deal with. But most of what our landfills are filling up with is single-use plastics and food waste, things that we could keep out of our landfills and save more room for hurricane debris and debris from these storms, which we're just going to get more of. So I think that that's also really interesting, is like we're not being able to keep up with all of this, what we are keeping out of the environment. And so it's affecting our communities in that way as well. So we really need to be thinking about, again, how this system that we've set up for plastics is very linear. How can we move this to a circular system? How can we put value in the plastics that are out there that are being produced and keep them in circulation? But at the same time, how do we make sure that they're safe for our communities and for our families to use, let alone when they get out in the environment? So that's what I was just thinking about.
Yeah. So two really great illustrations of the way that plastics affect economies all over the world. Developing economies with ocean currents flooding up tons of plastics, but also the landfills full, and we can't put all the stuff that the hurricane wrecked, in addition to all the plastic that just got rained down on us. Okay, well, so I think we got a sense of the gravity of the problem here. Let's move on to where we start, or where we continue rather, because this has been started for a long time. You've mentioned some policy angles. You've mentioned some I don't know what to call them, I guess models in terms of the circularity stuff that you mentioned. So we talked about banning single-use things. We talked about making things more circular. What do we need here, guys? What do we need in terms of policy? What do we need in terms of consumer behavior, industry behavior, models, science, research? What do we need? Let's go in reverse order this time. Let's start with you, Sam.
I think that this is something that's come up in conversation a lot of late as we've seen the global plastic treaty negotiations hit the media. But I think two things that I think of what we need, well, really kind of three. But the first one is we need to phase down production of harmful single-use plastics. We need to, if we want to keep producing plastics, they need to be safe and they need to be something that we can reuse and keep out of the environment and filling up landfills. And added to that, we need to move towards the circular system to make that happen. One of the important components of doing that is EPR, extended producer responsibility, shifting the burden from consumers to producers. And the third thing I'll say, and I was going to save this for my note if I was addressing the 3 country leaders, but essentially we need to mobilize young people. There's so many people, myself included 10 years ago, like there's so many young people who want to take action on this issue, and they have the energy, they have fresh ideas for solving solving this problem. We just need to invest in them, even if it's just trust, let alone like support and funding and that kind of stuff. But we need to get young people involved in this as well.
Love it. A lot of people may not be familiar with the EPR side of things. Can you spend just a minute explaining what that means? You want go ahead, Tony. Well, I was asking Sam, but if you got one, go for it.
Coincidentally, extended producer responsibility was just implemented in my province of Nova Scotia yesterday, and a former student helped design the framework for the policy.
Wait a minute. So, you mean this youth thing that Sam is talking about?
Exactly.
Makes some sense?
But anyway, just to recap in terms of some of the biggest producers of single-use plastic packaging are the producers, right? So they're the ones responsible. Oftentimes the argument, especially at the Plastics Treaty and around the dinner table, oh, it's a waste problem. It's the consumer throwing it or mismanaging it into the environment. No, it's not. It's because the material was designed poorly. And so as Sam started to define it, it's shifting the burden. Instead of it being taxpayers in our municipalities paying for the management and handling of that waste and hopefully recycling, we know it's only 10%, so it's not very good at the moment, but get the producers to pay for handling the end-of-life material. And guess what? They'll realize that it's not recyclable anymore. And so then they'll realize it's expensive to deal with. And also then they'll start to redesign. And then it'll be market-driven by the industry to design better products because they're the ones left on the hook to deal with it and recycle it or treat it as waste if it's not recyclable. Yeah. So
right. So if I got to pay for the cleanup and I'm the one that makes the stuff, I might be motivated to make some more sustainable manner of packaging.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Great. So that's the EPR thing. Did you have others, Tony, on that one? Did you want to get into?
Yeah. So, I mean, what other things can we do? We mentioned single-use plastics, and globally, there's all kind of fragmented policies, and there's lots of them. These three countries that are present at this forum today, two of them have policies related to banning of microbeads, absolutely useless products other than some medical issues. And one of the speakers earlier today said, well, we could get rid of PFAS in, mascara. Well, that's another one of these non-essential uses. So glitter, microbeads, things that we didn't even know was in our toothpaste and exfoliating products was banned by the US and Canada about 8 years ago. So maybe Mexico could be next. But I really do believe a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity exists. And this is where Alexandra can speak best, is a global harmonized plastics treaty. And at the moment, we're kidding ourselves if we have running around with all these fragmented policies because it's a transboundary pollutant.
Yeah.
So.
Right. Maybe we can go to that, Alexandra, and then I'll come to you, Nancy. Tell us a little bit more about why we need to approach this thing collectively, which, of course, is one of the purposes of this particular forum. Say more about that.
Absolutely. I mean, I think many of us in the process still believe that we do. There is obviously a sense of some countries that perhaps we don't. But I think for all the reasons we've heard today and many others, we know this is a transboundary problem. We know it is a transboundary problem of impacts, also of production and sale and consumption. We know that it is something that will not stop on its own. And we know that if we ask countries to start banning every portion of plastic products, microplastics, plastic bags, all of these efforts are wonderful, but they will not accomplish the goal. They will not be provided for evenly. Even if we do this at the regional level, there will not be the same enforcement or the same legal structure of a ban on microplastics if we do it in the African Union context, as there will be in the Organization of American States context. It will not work that way. And we need something that regulates all aspects of a global problem that's also global trade influenced and global consumerism driven. And also has the global impacts that we feel around the world and really does touch each of us as an individual. I think just to come back, the EPR idea is an essential element to drive that global understanding, because it is something that no matter where the product is produced or where it is consumed, there is still a responsibility. Also, I think what we have seen in the negotiations, because they have been so tough, because they have started to really see a fragmenting along this discussion of, do we regulate the life cycle, the full life cycle of plastic, or do we not? And it's a fight that, so there are several youth delegates in this room who were here or with me in Geneva, who they got to spend 2 weeks with me hearing arguments about all the time. And I know we will again. But as we know more and more about plastics, and we know that we need to regulate it, we know we need to regulate along the full life cycle in one treaty that doesn't depend on multiple other treaties, as has been suggested by some countries in the aftermath of the last negotiation, piecemeal, but instead addresses every nuance and creates also the option for growth. So when we know more scientifically, we can address annexes, we can update annexes, we can have amendments, but having everything in one spot is the only way to really tackle the problem and cut down on the loopholes that we know exist now, and we know will continue to exist as there are new forms of plastics developed, and we also come to know more about the harms as well.
Okay, great. Okay, Nancy, where will we start?
Bueno, yo creo que hay esfuerzos.
Right. I think that there are efforts that are going in the right direction, such as banning single-use plastics. I do see one small detail there in this journey that I've taken from Baja California to get here. I went through at least 2 states of the United States, and in one of them I got a plastic bag. I didn't in others. So the enforcement is not complete. The implementation is not complete. So I think that to make things work, they need to go hand in hand with education. We do have this mentality of consumption, that everything is so easy for us. And that's what disposable products, single-use products, provide for us. So it's not about enforcing policies, but rather actually looking into the enforcement and making sure that they work, which is what we have not achieved. So no matter how far Mexico, Canada, or the US have moved forward, because Mexico has banned single-use plastics, but I see this when I go into a shop. You don't get the bag, but they sell it to you for 10 cents. It's actually ridiculous. So yeah, it's not free, but pretty much. And then we haven't completely been able to take on board the bioplastics. The first time I saw that in the supermarket, I thought, oh, wow, that's really good. And then I see ladies that said, well, those are breaking, so I need to use 2 or 3 at a time. So these become even a higher source of plastics, and they need very specific conditions that are rarely met naturally in the environment to break down properly. So the message is, let's stop cheating ourselves. Please don't give us solutions that are not actual solutions. If we do something, this needs to be guided correctly. And I would go for the solution of banning single-use plastics. These are 35% of global production. That is unnecessary. Plastic, to me, is not the villain of the story. It's actually how we use it. I can't imagine, for example, in medicine, how can we go without plastic? It's been a lifesaver. But there are other aspects of life where it's completely unnecessary. And as Tony mentioned, we also have that primary plastic. That is just bringing more profits to the industry. It's not indispensable. And the industry is actually making profits. They tell us they're not making profits, but they are. And the big loser is the consumer. At least in my experience, I've never seen an industry that really absorbs all the costs. That's the consumer.
Yeah, okay, well, we're still on this theme train here, and this differentiation between essential and non-essential plastics sounds very familiar from our last conversation. And on the non-essential ones, you know, the microbeads, the single-use plastics, it seems like there is some progress being made. This EPR idea, the extended producer responsibility, I'll be fascinated when we come back next year to hear how that's going in your province, but also in other places where it's been tried or is being currently tried. And then, of course, the global political will that needs to be done to put that treaty together, I'm sure is not easy. And there are so many interests around the table. That's tough. That's tough business. Slow going, but necessary. And if not now, when, right? Okay, all right, so let's turn to you all and let's turn to our audience online to see what's on your mind. Let's check first with the results of that last poll that we did and see where people came out on that. Where do microplastics pose the greatest risk? We have food systems and human health. We have oceans and marine life, freshwater systems, air and atmospheric deposition, and soil and agriculture. Although, curiously, I've heard a couple of you say that actually soil is quite a bit more severe than you might intuit. When you think about, I don't know, dolphins and penguins and big mammals with plastics, and of course they do have them, but it sounds like the soil is just as bad. Okay, great. Let's launch the next poll, and then I want to get to the questions. Let's see what we got. So, what solutions? We've turned to solutions now. What's on your mind? What do you think makes the most sense? Where should JPAC focus their advice to their respective governments? All right, let's turn to your questions. Let's see what you got. A lot of questions being drawn in here. And here we go. Okay. Yes. Let's start with that first one. Comment l'Amérique du Nord peut-elle harmoniser ses politiques pour lutter contre les microplastiques à l'échelle régionale?
North America.
This is for you, kind of. It's for everybody, but you have the most experience here. You've talked about global experiences. You said regional experiences are not necessarily the final goal, but is there a role for regional organizations to play in these conversations?
It definitely is. It will not be as comprehensive a role, and it will not necessarily be as impactful for the global community, but it is very important. And it's obviously very important when you have North America per se, which is the components are part of different organizations that are sharing overlap in structure, so Organization of American States, as well as obviously USMCA and NAFTA, et cetera, that there are discussions on this. I think it would be very useful to also think about, even if we do have a global plastics treaty, how can the regional entities that these three countries are a part of work together? And how can we foster the different countries coming together and working together as a North American region? We do have to think of it to be the very dull, boring international lawyer. We do have to think of it in terms of legal obligations. And since the legal obligations are not necessarily there at the moment, at least USMCA or NAFTA, we would be very much constrained by that unless there was a feeling of the need to go into that in another treaty negotiation. So that is one example of the many types of limits that we see in regions. But certainly from a political pressure point of view, from mobilizing youth from various provinces, and especially given the difficulties of this issue in the United States right now, the options to have states work with provinces and with Mexican states as well to figure out how to address some of these issues internally could be quite powerful.
Great. Okay. So we mentioned that of the 10 billion tons or so of plastic that we have produced, and 3/4 of which has washed up on a lot of shores in lots of places, only 10% or so has been recycled. There's a question here about wondering about what, if anything, recycling does even there. Are there sort of hidden costs of recycling? When if I say, oh, it's recycled, don't worry about it, it makes it seem like it's all cleaned up. But what is the case on recycling? Who wants to take that one? Tony?
Well, we'll all have a go. Yeah, so recycling, when you think about the waste hierarchy, recycling is really quite low down on that waste hierarchy. It's only marginally just better than landfilling. And so the question really is recycled plastics account for microplastics, and that is true. So depending on if you do mechanical recycling, which basically they grind it up into fragments, and then depending on the polymer, they'll remold it into product to product, or downcycle it to, I don't know, these chairs, for example. But the grinding process definitely releases microplastics, both in the atmosphere, leakage in effluent and cleaning water in the facility. And then there's another type of recycling called chemical recycling, which is touted as a solution. And yeah, we're getting thumbs down over there. And by any stretch of the imagination or definition, it's not even recycling. It's basically waste to energy or combustion, releasing fossil fuels, and then all of those cocktail of harmful chemicals. So that really is not a viable solution at all. So product to product, fine, but it is definitely a source of microplastic pollution. And there's also limits to how often plastics can be recycled, because the properties that make plastics useful, they degrade if you recycle a couple of times. And because of the complexity of the polymers, not all, somebody mentioned PET plastics earlier this morning, not all PET is the same. I mean, there could be a myriad of different chemical compounds from one company to another. You know, think of a green water bottle versus a clear water bottle. They're not the same, but they're still PET. You couldn't recycle them together.
Oh.
Yeah, right.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So even if we could recycle 100% of the plastic, with the current means that we have, we would still be making a lot of microplastics pollution. And even if we could recycle 100% of the plastic, we couldn't do it infinitely because it breaks down each time you do it.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. There are several questions here relating to this EPR concept. And Sam, you were going to get in there. I want to give you a chance to get back in there. There are two questions here that are related to the EPR. One about what can governments do to ensure that EPR doesn't actually mean that the consumers will pay sooner or later. And then, yeah, this other one actually in Spanish at the bottom here is related to the EPR thing. How does this work? Where do you see it happening?
Yeah, sure. I think to the first point of how governments can ensure that EPR for producers is not transferred to consumers is that more than just industry needs to be involved in that policy making. EPR policy is happening, it's coming, it's at least in the US, as other countries as well. And I think more than just industry needs to be involved in those discussions in the development of that legislation to make sure that communities are protected and that the consumer is not bearing the costs of it.
But are we going to pay eventually? I mean, the consumers, you know, industry's job is to make things, but also to make money. And at the end of the day, and maybe this isn't a bad thing that we pay, but like, what are we paying for, really? At the moment, we're not paying for anything, and we're just eating plastic all the time. So like, I don't know, is that the natural consequence of just paying the real cost, the full cost of what it takes to package and send all these things?
Upfront, or paying the cost of our not having clean drinking water because it's contaminated with microplastics, or it's downstream from a production facility or a chemical recycling plant, not being able to breathe clean air, developing cancer, losing loved ones. Like, what is the cost? And where are we willing to pay it? If we have to pay it, I think that was a theme that the other topic areas also kind of visited as well.
Yeah. What do you think, guys?
I'll just jump in relatedly, but on the topic of subsidies, which often comes up with the discussion of EPR, one of the things we've seen in the global treaty context is a lot of efforts by some countries, including some that I do advise, to bring subsidies language in or to keep it in, and then a lot of pushback against that. And the pushback is always basically on the scare tactic that it will make every product exceedingly expensive, right? And these chairs will become massively unaffordable. I've worked with groups that have done modeling on the tax and subsidies elements of this. And it is estimated that per ton, if all the subsidies were taken away, and subsidies globally for the plastic industry last year was about $3 billion. If we took away those subsidies, it would cost per ton about 54 American cents more per ton globally, if we took away the subsidies that are currently funding the industries. So when we think about the cost, there will be an increased cost perhaps more marginally than we think. And a lot of those arguments we hear that are really intended to be scare tactics about how much more products will cost are really only that. And when you start to do the breakdown, the economic breakdown on it, and looking at the policies as well, it just doesn't make sense.
But am I right in understanding or interpreting that 54 cents a ton is actually a very low cost?
It's a very low cost.
Okay.
It's a very low additional cost.
Okay.
Because when we think about how much is needed to make I don't see bottles of water. This is wonderful. But those bottles of water that no one in this room has, if you had one, it is not that much plastic. So when you think about how much plastic a ton can make, it is really quite
fractions of a penny.
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Okay, guys. Well, there is this very interesting and popular question on here I want to take, and then I know there's a few people in the room who are having a hard time accessing the Slido, so I want to take your questions as well. But this top one is this a human rights issue? I mean, is this just economics, or are we talking something more profound? I mean, you're talking about, the potential to risk human life, Sam. What's your view on whether or not it's a human right?
Yeah, it's actually very interesting. This is a topic of discussion in the global plastic treaty negotiations as well. And youth see this as a human rights issue and that it should be treated as such in the treaty. But maybe you could speak more to that in the negotiations. Yep.
Sounds like a political third rail here, Alex. What does it mean to call plastics a human rights issue?
Well, it either is a very good thing or it's a way of trying to kill it very quickly, depending on who you're talking to and when, just to be completely frank. But it is a human rights issue. And so when we actually had the authorization to negotiate this treaty, it came from the UN Environment Assembly. And many people thought, all right, it's a standard environmental treaty. It became quite clear in the resolution that was adopted in 2022, which will seem to many of you like not that long ago. When you're in the process, like it seems like forever ago. But there are specific terms about the linkages with human rights. Since that time, we have seen the growth of things like the UN General Assembly recognizing the human right to a clean, healthy, and sustainable environment. And we also see in the Global Plastics Treaty context, this is a cross-cutting issue, not only in terms of something that's pretty that you put in the preamble saying it's a human rights issue, but also recognizing it is a youth issue, it is a women's issue, it is an indigenous community issue. It's also an issue for workers themselves. So particularly for what we call waste pickers, so the frontline workers in recycling and in waste management communities, but also really for all workers who are exposed to plastics, even those who are very highly skilled, who are still in contact with this. It becomes a human rights issue, which is, of course, connected to health as well. So when we talk about it being a health issue, that is also a human rights issue, certainly an environmental issue, but that links to human rights as well. And so we know this to be so interconnected that it really is, for many of us negotiating it, a very profound connection that we couldn't have a treaty without.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. I think we have time for maybe one or two in the audience. Somebody want to put in a question live, the old-fashioned way? No? Okay. Oh, we've gotten very shy. Here we go. We got Brian over here. Karina, go ahead and there we go. Thank you.
So, like in where I live, we have a recycling bin, and a lot of the plastic goes in there. How much of that actually gets recycled, and of that, how much of it gets recycled without really harming other people?
What do you guys think? Who wants to take that one?
The
percentage of recycling is very, very low. Globally, we are at 9 or 10% of plastic recycling. So we're very far from getting to the model we have with glass or aluminum. They are at 70 or 80%. Even paper that is at 30, 35. This is ridiculous. I mean, plastic is particularly difficult to recycle. There are many types of plastic. So in general, technologies are focused on certain areas. And what we're saying is that this is a wide variety of plastics. And as Tony mentioned, during recycling, some properties are lost, so it will have a higher energy cost and more material, new material. So there's many things.
Irony in what you just pointed out, Nancy, which is to say, it seems like plastic is the most frequently packaging material used, and yet it is the least recycled of all the ones that you just mentioned, between paper, aluminum, and glass, which are the sort of most common packaging materials. That's a little frightening. Okay, well, here we go. Last chance to turn it around.
Well,
Yeah.
you know, I mean, even just to go back to that, I'm glad you did ask that question, because everyone else has fallen asleep after their luxurious lunch.
Yeah, yeah.
But, you know, let's say your recycling bin contained a dozen different polymers, right? But the kind of, on the global market, there's only a hand, well, less than I could count on one hand and still have fingers left over. But there's only a couple of polymers that really have any end-of-life value in the recycled market, and that's PET, which is like the Coke bottle or the Pepsi Coke bottle, and then polyethylene. So like high-density polyethylene, like your shampoo bottles or something, detergents, and then film, you know, low-density poly. Other than that, everything else is just noise, and at best probably gets shipped over to another jurisdiction. And those countries like Cabo Verde, for example, if those waste exports land there, they don't have the infrastructure to deal with it. And also, the global markets are the same for them too. So it gets burnt or it's contaminated. And with the new Basel Convention for shipping waste overseas, it has to be like 99.9% clean. And it's not. A peanut butter jar still contains peanut butter in it. So,
Yeah, certainly does. Actually, I wanted to get to your last words of advice because we're running out of time. But before we did that, I wonder if anyone has a quick response to the second question up here that says nearly half of all the plastic ever produced has been made in the last 15 years. What accounts for that acceleration? It seems like the opposite direction of the one we want to be heading in. What do you think, Sam?
Yeah, I can speak to this because I think about this a lot, in that I think we're moving away from a more circular reuse system that has been used with materials for generations. We used to see a lot more value in our materials, but now we're making plastics disposable, we're making fashion disposable, we're making furniture disposable, and built to last a couple years and then tossed, whenever you move out of your college dorm room or whatever. Yeah. And so I think we're also moving in the wrong direction, where we're seeing people as disposable. And I think this entire shift we can talk about how we want to redesign plastics and build a better system and educate people on how they should recycle what and all this. But I think we also really need to move away from this culture of disposal and more, and find the value in this material and be proud of it and make sure that it lasts. And if we, if it gets, if it's like, for example, a vacuum cleaner that is broken, making sure that we're taught the skills on how to repair some of these things, because we're losing that too. Yeah. But yeah, so I thought that was an interesting question.
Yeah. Okay, well, we got just a few minutes left for your final best recommendation to JPAC to elevate to our three governments. So let me start with you, Alex, and we'll come down this way. What's left? What's on your mind?
So those of you who know me in this room already know what I'm going to say. You can just stop listening now. I think the most important thing, and I think many of you do those as well, plea to all three countries would be to be very proactive in the global treaty negotiating process, to really push that we do have a global plastics treaty. Canada has been very proactive. Mexico has been very vocal and proactive. The change in U.S. administrations has seen a very different tone. But certainly two of the three have been very supportive thus far. So I would plead that continues and that we don't lose the momentum from the countries that are in North America who are very supportive of this. And whenever we do have it, because it will hopefully happen one day, then that it actually goes into place robustly and that it is properly taken home and adopted at home.
Excellent. Right. Just to be clear, though, so we have to negotiate. The countries of the world have to negotiate this treaty, and then they have to ratify it internally. Yes. and make legislation or administrative measures that measure up to that treaty. Correct.
Exactly. So whenever we get the treaty, we will all celebrate. We will all have a very huge party, and then we will wake up the next morning and realize that the work is not yet done. Exactly, because we then have to convince whatever the threshold number of governments is around the world. 50, 60 most likely, to ratify it so it can start going into effect.
Okay, all right, great. Nancy, ¿por dónde empezamos? ¿Cuál es tu mejor consejo aquí para
Nancy, give us your best advice. I think it all boils down to education. We need to change the mindset. The mindset of consumerism needs to be eradicated. At a given time, I said to my students in the pollution class, what are you willing to stop doing? And the answer was profound silence. So it's very complicated, but we need to bet on that. And we also need to really involve or engage the designer and the producer. Years ago, a cell phone or refrigerator would last years, but that goes hand in hand with that need that we believe we have of getting the newest thing. So I agree with Sam. We do need to give more value and longer useful life cycles to materials, but we need to involve the producers. But I'm betting on education. I'm betting on those different social movements, the different groups that are bringing visibility to the problem, to the parts of the population that are screaming, look at this, and making other people look at the problems. And then, of course, enforcement of all the legislation and following up on that legislation.
All right, so we have global policy, we have culture change away from a culture of disposability and more toward producer responsibility. What else, Tony?
Broken record. I agree with Alexandra, that I think we should all be on team high ambition. In fact, team highest ambition to move forward with a global plastics treaty, whether it's consensus or majority or not, but it needs to move forward ASAP. And I think I'm going to talk offline with Nancy because we both teach a pollution class. Yeah. So we probably have a lot more in common than we imagined. Yeah. But we all need to be on the same side, on the same page.
Fantastic. Okay, Sam, take us out.
Yeah, I think there's two things that I would advise putting forward, in that there are gaps that exist in the science, but the more important gap that we need to address is the gap in action across all of these issues, but this one in particular. And the science is clear enough. The way forward is clear. We just need to find the courage to take action. And the second thing that I advise would be to activate and empower young people. Raise your hand if you're under the age of 35 in this room. Yeah. Okay, there's a lot of youth in this room. Yeah, it's under 35, by the way. There's a lot of young people in this room with fresh ideas, and they're working on solutions. I encourage you to ask them what they are. And yeah, I think that that's really the path forward. And if we don't do it, how embarrassing. Like, do we really want to live with that?
No, we do not. No, we do not. And for those of you online, I'd say more than half of the room raised their hand in here. I'd be very curious to know how many people online are in that youth category as well. Okay, wow. So lots to be done. Just one last thing, Sam. You said the path forward is clear. What do you mean by that?
I think I see a lot of hope in the urgency that young people act on this, that I don't see that's reflected in world leaders. I got the opportunity to attend alongside other young people the global plastic treaty negotiations, and it was just political hesitation on a level I've just never seen in my life on TV or in person. And it was really discouraging. But then every day with Earth Echo International, I get to work with young people who they're not asking for permission to take action on this. They're driving forward solutions, whether industry or whoever likes it or not. And I think that that's really what we need to be looking at and moving forward to. We need to follow their example.
Yeah, great. Let's stop with that one. That was great. Thank you. All right, and as is our tradition here, let's take a look at the results of the final poll and see what you all suggested we need to be doing. You guys like the EPR, the producer responsibility and regulations. Okay. Circularity. We didn't talk as much about circularity as we probably should have. That'll be next year. Lots of plastic alternatives and innovation. Right, there's lots of materials out there. We didn't talk too much about tech either, and the ability to come up with new materials, organic stuff, funguses and so forth. And yeah, community and consumer action, big call from Sam on that one. And then the waste management and recycling. Recycling doesn't sound so great after all this conversation. That's too bad. And safe product material design. Great. Oh, and there's more. Yeah, filtration, capture, a little bit lower down the list. And corporate sustainability came down the list. Maybe people are tired of hearing that phrase. I doubt that people think that corporations shouldn't take more responsibility for their sustainability. I wonder how credible they think that is. Okay, great. Well then, we're going to do the following. We're going to take a little break right now and get yourselves a cup of coffee, stretch out, get the blood flowing a little bit. The next thing we're going to do is organize ourselves in the following manner. Before you go, let me explain how this is going to work, because it's going to be just a little bit different than what we've been doing. So the next phase of this is for you all to gather at tables where you speak the language. That's first. And then we're going to invite you to talk about approaches to these topics, but also others if you have them. Some of you have come because of your interest in the environment generally, not in these three topics. But if you do have interest in these three topics, what I'm going to ask you to do is to share something that you know about, a story that you're involved in or have been near, about some effort that is, in your view, either making headway or fighting the good fight to make a little progress. Now, why? Remember that the JPAC is elevating advice to the three governments. The point of public participation is that you get the best ideas from casting the broadest net possible out to as many people who can give you that kind of feedback. And that's what we want here in these stories. So I'm going to go over the details and the instructions when we come back. But first, you may move tables in just a moment. So you'll note that on each table is a little flag. Well, there's a lot of flags on some of the tables, but some of them have a language bit. So for example, where Sam is standing over here, there's a Spanish table. Is that French back there? There's a French table over there. We have English over here. And actually there's two languages. So we have English and French. So where you want to have, yeah, there's another one, another English language right there. Great. Are there French exclusive tables in the room? Somebody have a French? Yeah, we have a French flag over here, French language flag rather. Great. So what I want you to do is locate yourselves according to the language that makes the most sense for you. So go out and have a cup of coffee and then bring your bag and come back to the tables where the language that you want to have a dialogue in will be spoken. We have the very good fortune that our panelists who have been up here all day will be leading the discussion and helping us to have everybody engage in this in the most active way possible. And then we're going to hear a little bit about your conversation when we come back. So I'll run you through it in just a minute. For now, just know that you need to locate yourself when you come back at the table with the language of your choice. Let's come back in 15 minutes. The time is 2:52. Let's come back at about 10 after 3. Have a cup of coffee. See you in 15 minutes. There is a lot to talk about still. Here's what we're going to do next. We're going to move into the dialogue exchange piece. So first of all, raise your hand if we have asked you to be a facilitator at a table. There we go. Okay. So these are the responsible parties for what's happening at your table. Okay. And it is these persons' job to keep the discussion moving and make sure that everybody gets a chance to participate. What kind of participation are we hoping for? The assignment is the following. You all have a vast amount of experience out in the world engaging these issues and others. JPAC is interested in gathering as much information and insight and intelligence as possible on how to confront the environmental challenges that face our three countries. We've talked about a few here. There are many others. For anybody who's been to these forums before, you know that there are, JPAC covers a broad portfolio of things. But of course, these days, they're driving toward their strategic plan and to the 2030 plan. So we're looking for your best insight into how to engage and confront the environmental issues that our three countries face. So how do we want you to do that? I'm going to ask you to tell a story. Now, why a story? A story about something that you have seen that works or that you think people need to know about. And if it doesn't work, a concern that you have about a particular issue. So, you know, I can tell a story about a women's cooperative in Mexico, in Baja California, who came together to do fishing differently, for example. I can't tell you a story about PFAS, but I could tell you that story. And I can tell you all the reasons why the fishing in that cooperative happened differently and why it's a useful story to understand the way in which gender impacts fishing, for example. Now, this forum isn't about fishing, but that's the story that I would tell in your seat. Why do we want stories? Because the stories pack so much information into a relatively short amount of time. You don't have to tell us every detail about it. You just have to tell us a story. And that story will come up, will bubble up in as we capture these in our notes so that the JPAC can together make their recommendations collectively to the three governments, okay? So if you have a story about the three topics that we have here, microplastics, PFAS, yes, pesticides. Whew, thank you. That was so long ago. Pesticides, then please tell it. So it can be anything. It can be, you know, I know a farmer who did this. I know in my local municipality we did that. Tell the story, okay? And then facilitators are going to try to gather some common elements. You won't be surprised, have another Slido to capture these things. So when you tell your story, after you tell it, if you could sort of summarize the story for us in kind of text format and put your name on it if you're willing so that JPAC can reach out afterwards, the Secretariat can reach out and gather more information if they need it. But that would be extremely helpful. So I want to hear these stories. Also, the JPAC members are sitting at your tables. Could you raise your hand if you're in JPAC? Guys, are you JPAC members? Okay, we got 1, 2, 3, and TEKEG members. Anybody in the TEKEG? Yes, we have some TEKEG members out there. So there we go. Great. So as you can see, this is the part where JPAC, TEKEG, and Secretariat folks can get your input. And remember, this is all for the advice that the JPAC gives collectively to the three governments. So we're going to have about, till about 3:45, 3:50 or so. I'm going to say, call it 3:50. Let's do a solid half an hour of this. I want to hear some of these collectively, and then we're going to transition into the next thing. So any questions? Okay, and for those of you online, I'm going to ask you to do the same and report as well. You have 30 minutes to talk. On your mark, get set, go. Okay, let's hear it. Let's hear it, my friends. So we have about 20 minutes to listen to about 120 stories. So let's do it. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, obviously. But I do want to hear some stories, and I think we probably have time to hear maybe half a dozen stories around the room, and to hear what you're up to. Now, I just want to remind you of two things. The stories are they're not just stories. They are an indication of what's possible. And they are a means of cross-fertilizing your experience and your intelligence to other people who are very likely in similar circumstances as you are. And so we really want to hear those stories. And I'm going to ask you, for everybody who told a story, to please log it into our little Slido. I know this seems kind of funny and techie, but it really is a way to gather as much participation as we can from everybody. And these stories are going to be really useful in terms of figuring out, like, what are interesting, innovative things that are going on out there. And let's not forget, half of this was going to say battle, but that's not quite right. But half of the struggle to remediate environmental concern needs some hope and some inspiration. And so hoping that that you all, in fact, I'm sure that some of you can provide that in some of the stories that you're going to tell. So we have a microphone that we would like to pass around. And I'm going to open a call for, here's two things that we can do. You can either tell your own story, or you can nominate someone at your table to tell the story that you really want them to tell because you thought it was a great story. And we got a few minutes for this. While we do that, I'm going to invite the JPAC members to come up onto the stage with us, because really these stories are directed at them so that they can gather and give advice to the three governments. So please come on up, JPAC members who are here. There we go. There's Bob too. And yeah, let's give them a hand, all the JPAC members. Yeah, welcome. There we go. Yeah, have a seat wherever you like, Rafael, Octaviana, Bob. Yeah, Esteban, come on up. Okay. So don't be shy. You've seen it's a very friendly crowd up here. Who is willing to tell a story about something that you've been up to? And feel free at your table to nominate somebody. I'm here till 5. We got one in the back. Great. Sam, you got a microphone in the back? Or Karina, all the way in the back, all the way in the back. Yeah.
Hello, everyone. I guess I'll speak in English to be, just to be, I guess, fair. Isabel Bisson, we were talking about here the citizen movements and how the grassroots movements, citizens movement is going to be increasingly more important because our governments are leaving us behind on environmental enforcement, on environmental protection. We all have been very disappointed with the latest changes in Canada, in the US especially, also, and in Mexico as well. Unfortunately, we had great promises. I guess what my table wanted to relay is that we as biologists have done a few, so we help communities protect green spaces that are up for development. And they hire us to do a technical report, a biological report. And we've done now 4 reports that we've been able to compare with the reports that are mandated by the developer. They need to do this in order to obtain a certificate of authorization in Quebec. That's the process. And 4 for 4, we have been able to determine that these reports are done extremely poorly, and really just to basically fill out the form and obtain the certificate of authorization. And it's now an open secret that the Ministry of the Environment here in Quebec is simply a place where they stamp certificates of authorizations, where they approve them. And so we are able to show that, for example, we found over 30 species at risk in a small area, whereas these developers did not find any at all. That's because they would go to do the surveys in one day in October. And if you're a biologist, you understand that that's a terrible way to do any kind of surveys, because everything's gone by then and you can't identify anything. So we also talked about Monarch, Dawson College, that are doing wonderful things. Elizabeth here, who also is working to protect green spaces, citizen mobilization, and Cameron, who's a student at McGill, who's done a lot with small farms, student-run farms. So it's the power is in us. And it's going to be very important. Also, with the CEC, I see that you have a place to talk about enforcement. That's wonderful. So, citizens movements, biologists, the CEC, and these meetings are just all that we need today. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you. Okay, the scientists putting on their superhero capes. Well done. Okay, what else we got going? Yes, we got one over here, Karina. Keep going, keep going. Oh.
Okay, we'll go right after. Hello, everyone. My name is Guadalupe Balaguer, and I am an intern at the United Nations Environment Program. And this past May, I graduated from Tufts University, where I studied environmental studies. And the story that I have to share with you all today is from my high school. So I went to high school between 2017 and 2011. And every day I would go to school on a yellow bus, and we'd pass a sign from the EPA that declared our school grounds dangerous and unsafe. And that's because the soil at our high school was contaminated with PCBs, lead, arsenic, and other toxic contaminants. So I would play field hockey every day after school with my team there. And it was truly scary just knowing that under all the piles of dirt that were around us were all these toxic chemicals that are known to cause cancer, cause immune system issues, and many other negative health impacts. And the reason why there are so many contaminants there is because my high school was built on a wetland site, and that wetland was filled with incinerator ash, and that incinerator ash included a variety of things from aerosol cans to anything you can imagine that was just incinerated back then. And the school was built in the 1920s, and it wasn't discovered, these contaminants weren't discovered until 2011. And 14 years later, there's still a lot of work that needs to be done. Over time, they've been able to remediate 3 of the fields, but the work isn't done yet. And it is scary because the long-term health impacts are known. So I'm going to see what happens as I get older, how I'm impacted by that. But I think that having this discussion, and especially our table, did give a lot of hope. And we talked about systems, the importance of systems thinking, that everything is related. Also, the themes that we've been discussing today of reevaluating and reassessing what we value and giving environment and nature a voice. So I'm very grateful for everyone that's here today and for the CEC to inviting me. And I'm hopeful that the future will come with better outcomes for us all.
Thank you, Guadalupe.
All right. I'm at the First Nations, Tribal Nations table, and Meredith. But I'm just going to tell us a quick story. Oh, no, Meredith, it went off. Oh, there it is.
And just introduce yourself if you don't
Oh, I'm
mind.
sorry. I'm Jason Walker, chairman of Northwestern Band of Shoshone Nation, Northern Utah, Southern Idaho. Great to be here. Thank you. I'm a member, newly appointed member to the TEKEG. Looking forward to that meeting. We had a lot of good discussion here. Mostly, it was basically all tribal nations and Meredith about, but we wanted to tell this one story from Mr. Snow. He's over here by the door. Their reserve reintroduced bison. They started with 16 head back in 2017, and you know, as a tribal person, you know what the benefits are. Some of you may not know, but it is an environmental benefit. Bringing back buffalo helps the ecosystem, and it has in this instance. Now they are at 150 head. He showed us a photo of one of the most beautiful places I've seen. I mean, I thought I lived in God's country, and that was nice to see that, the buffalo on the plains, green grass, trees are, you know, not all crazy, over forested. The buffalo help keeps the grass and the trees from overrunning the place, encroaching. invasive timber and species. So it was just great to see. And that's a story that we went with. Obviously, we have multiple stories about uranium cleanup. What we were talking about today, the plastics, the rerun of the salmon by removing a dam. And even my own was just when industry comes, because out in tribal nations, we're put where people don't want to be. But underneath that, there's natural resources that come to find out decades later, centuries later, that it's useful now. And so it's everything that was taken out, there's a hole there that used to be a mountain or used to be a sacred place for natives. But these are things that we're going to bring to, or I hope to bring to TEKEG. But I just wanted to tell that story about the bison and how much in a short time, less than 10 years, it has helped that ecosystem. And I think, multiple people who live in rural areas could benefit from that. So thank you.
Lovely. Hey, but before we give the mic away, hang on just 1 second. Can I ask you, are there opportunities for cross-border, cross-tribal collaborations there? I know you guys have rangelands down just across the border as well.
Absolutely. We actually talked about that. And it was a concern because being where I'm at, it's hard to get states to talk to each other when they were saying this pollution is affecting you, but it comes from this area. And now on an international level. So that's one of the things that we want to bring is like if the United States won't even listen to me as a tribe, how is this huge thing of 3 nations going to listen to what this group comes and brings to the table? So I do hope that this message moves forward, that whatever we talk about here, make sure it does get moved up and not put in a file cabinet inside the Beltway or inside your nation's capital or somewhere. And years from now, they open that up, say, well, this guy talked about that, or this group talked about that. Things that we come and we bring, we want to take action because we're getting in a place now where, and I'll say this again, I made that group laugh. The only thing that's going to be left when this world goes and the lights are turned out are cockroaches and Indians because we're resilient people. And I just wanted to think that. But yeah, rangeland is possible. They do have that bison program down in the states where I'm at. And they do it, and first you got to build fences to keep them in because they're not all polite like his buffalo. But if they're gonna come at you, they come at you.
They do. Yeah.
Appreciate it.
Great. Thank you. That's great. Okay, we got time for 2 more. Let's go 1 in the back and then 1 in the front.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. So first off, thank you so much for this great organized conference here today. My name's Sarah, and I work for an organization called Threading Change, and we are a youth-led nonprofit that works in the fashion industry to turn our industry from one that is unfair to one that is circular and that is rooted in environmental and racial and gender justice as well. And my story that I wanted to share was my organization has been working very hard recently to teach youth about the dangers of the dyes that are in our clothing, where so many companies are allowed to use PFAS in their clothing dyes. This is sitting on our skin, and it's currently extremely unregulated in the industry. We launched a very innovative event last week in partnership with the Circle of Fashion at McGill, where we invited young people to come out and be creative and learn about ways that we can naturally dye our clothing. So essentially what we did is we brought young people together and we encouraged everyone to bring a piece of clothing, or we provided them with a simple cotton t-shirt. And they had about 45 minutes to transform this t-shirt from something that was just a piece of white fabric into something that was colorful and creative using only natural dyes. And then afterwards, we took a moment to really educate them about the dangers of dyes and also about the conditions that warehouse workers often work in. They work without things like health insurance, without health care, without access to proper job working conditions. So it was just a way to show that we can educate youth and really bring forward this great future that we've been talking about by being creative and really getting in touch back with our sense of play again. It's not often as adults where we're given a space to be creative, to have freedom, to explore alternatives. So it's something that we want to keep promoting and keep providing this opportunity so that we can have this PFAS-free future that we're all fighting for. Thank you so much.
Well, I love that you guys went beyond sort of statistic reporting people's hands, well, literally dirty, right? That's really beautiful, very creative. Great. Okay, we got time for one more. Let's give Brian Lazarus. Well, let's do two more. Okay, we got Brian and Nancy, and then if JPAC has any thoughts, I'd love to hear them, and then we'll move on to the enforcement mechanism.
Okay, we had some great success stories. We had people taking on the government of Mexico, people taking on their community farmers that had come in and created pesticides, but also groundwater depletion, all that. And it's all persistence, knowledge, and a lot of work. But I have a personal story that I think is really good for this panel. When I was in the 80s, I'd be out pruning. We had kiwis in Northern California, and you'd be out pruning. Your neighbor would be doing dormant spraying for almonds, and which is they'd spray an organophosphate. And like my throat would lock up and my bowels would get a little jittery and all that. It's just a little organophosphate poisoning for the day because you're out farm fields. So 40 years later, Governor Brown put me in charge of Department of Pesticides. One of the first things I did, I told my scientists, let's get rid of that. And, you know, I'm also a lawyer. I understand the legal process. Getting rid of a pesticide it's like killing a vampire. It's pretty tough. They have more rights than you and I as humans, but we did, you know, and the governor, and this is where leadership really matters. Governor Brown would just say, well, be thoughtful, but this is a problem. Let's do something with it. So we ended the use of what was then the most widely used insecticide, but it was an old technology. You know, it was from 1965 when it was registered. I'd put a 1965 John Deere 105 harvester next to a brand new one in my slides and tell the farmers, none of you are using that thing anymore. It's time to move on. The same with chemistry. So if the government puts people in charge who really want to do something and they let them do it, we can really do something. So that's the message to this panel.
Nice. Nancy.
Hi. Hola, buenas tardes otra vez aquí. Bueno, me nombraron
Hello, afternoon, everyone. Again, so I have been named translator for the table. We had a very amenable discussion. We talked about positive experiences and concerns, and I will start with our positives. Here we have the Blue organization who analyze or look into the macro and microplastics in the water. But they do their work through art. This helps them create awareness amongst the people. They get explanations about where this comes from, and this beautiful piece of art eventually translates into that scare of where it comes from and what generates it. So that's a great idea to convey knowledge. And that was highlighted in our table a lot. Education and looking at traditional knowledge, also how to connect with original nations, tribal nations, and make the best use of their knowledge. We are looking for the magical solution and they already have it. We're not taking advantage of it. So we want to talk about exchanging best practices amongst the three nations and build the best front against these issues that we share. Another recurring topic was that education needs to start with example. We are the best teachers at home, in our own homes. Instead of choosing this product, let's buy this one, don't eat this, eat that. That's the best way to teach children from a young age and really convey what is best for us. And that's what our colleagues shared with us. We also talked about safe spaces, going into politics, also how to organize our ideas, and something else I found significant, and I will close with this. Sometimes we are concerned with what's happening at home or in our immediate environment, but we forget about our workplace. And our colleagues shared, well, I get courses and training about what to do and what not to do, but I don't really apply it because I don't have that awareness of the potential damages. That's very important. We tend to forget. We spend most of our lifetimes at work. So we really need to assign more attention to that part of our lives. And that's what he commented on. And I found it quite interesting. I've been told that this is bad for me, and I see that my colleagues just brush it aside. It might be uncomfortable for them, or they're like, well, I don't see any damage in myself, but pollution tends to cause a silent death in its majority, so it's hard to deal with. And I think that's all. I hope I didn't forget anything. Thank you very much.
Okay. Boy, that's a great collection of stories and interventions. And I wonder to our JPAC friends, any thoughts, any reactions, anything on your mind as you hear these really great stories?
Test. Yeah. Well, first of all, I don't know if we'll have any answers, but I can say maybe on behalf of all of us that I want to thank you all for the time that you took to participate in this collaborative roundtable and set of discussions. I've heard and we all took notes on what you conveyed, and I know that it's just an ocean out there of ideas and things that we could do together. But from the need for better enforcement, the multi-generational impact of contaminated sites. We talked about good environmental management and reintroduction of species and how that has been very helpful and can be cross-jurisdictional as well in terms of how helpful that can be. Obviously, youth and education is a recurrent theme, and we'll take that under very good advice in the work that we do moving forward. There's no awareness building without education, and it starts in the very, very early years. So that's noted throughout your comments. Stories on pesticides and how things have been really sometimes started as a grassroots movement, and grassroots can be just one person, right? That then just starts a movement, and then major changes can happen from there. So I firmly do believe in that as well, and we all do as part of our work. And again, going back to microplastic and your experience using maybe sometimes unconventional manners to relay a message that is fundamentally important, and going back to that engagement of youth. So from my side, as a Canadian JPAC and as the chair of JPAC this year, it's been an honor to hear all of those voices. You have my word that it will go into our advice in terms of next steps. We are working on a strategic plan for next year, and so this will form the foundation of more work moving forward. But I think we have a collective responsibility, right? A collective responsibility to take what we've heard today and do something with that. Be it with our own children, be it with our colleagues, be it with, our family. And so very inspirational. I'm humbled by all of your time and all of your efforts. And all I can say is thank you. I don't know if my colleagues want to add anything.
All right. Thank you very much. Thanks, everybody. Excellent. Okay, so we have just a few things left that we need to do. We need to hear from the submission on enforcement matters. A word also from the TEKEG group, and then some closing words, the closing ceremony, and then an invitation to you all to come join us for the networking event that will be right outside here. So, without further delay, let me ask Paolo Solano, the Director of Legal Affairs and Submissions on Enforcement Matters from the SEM, to come up and share a report. Thanks, Paolo.
Muchas gracias. Thank you very much, Julian. The facilitation of this event is impressive. I gotta congratulate you and of course all the team from Marcela, who has been organizing this, JPAC members, TK, and of course the public. I'm going to present what we call the Submissions on Enforcement Matter update, or the SEM update. I will give you a brief overview of what is the SEM process, and then how many submissions have we received, what is the status of submissions, and the most recent factual records that have been recently published under this process. So the submission is a public document that is filed with the CEC that basically asserts that one of the three countries is failing to effectively enforce its environmental law. And for this session, I've heard with attention, when you say enforcement or lack of enforcement, this is a mechanism addressing those kind of questions. This process was created in 1994 with the passage of the North American Agreement on Environmental Cooperation, what is called the Environmental Side Agreement to NAFTA. This process was re-implemented inside the trade agreement, the USMCA, CUSMA, TEKEG, ASEUM, whatever acronym you want to use. It's in chapters 24, articles 24, 27, 24, 28, and it's exactly the same. We receive a submission, and I'm just to basically guide you generally through the process, because I know Julian is very strict with the time, and one of the speakers have 45 seconds to do so. So I'll try to be brief and to the point. We receive a submission. There's an analysis that we do in 30 days on admissibility, and we decide whether this submission is admissible and whether we can request a response from the government in question. If that happens, the government has up to 60 days to provide a response, and then with that response in hand, we can recommend the preparation of what is called a factual record. Factual record is an independent investigation. Now, in many cases, the submission doesn't pass the initial admissibility threshold. We can request a revised submission. We can also terminate partially or totally the submission. We can also find that there are pending ongoing judicial or administrative proceedings, in which cases the submission is terminated partially or totally. I'm not going to navigate into those details. But once we recommend the development of factual record, it's time for the council to decide whether we can go or not with this investigation. Once the council agrees, 2 out of the 3 members can agree and issue this instruction, then we can, or time lock and time, the time that the clock starts at our end, we have 120 days to prepare a factual record, which is a very short time frame, but believe it or not, we are beating those timelines. We we present the council a draft factual record, the parties provide comments, and eventually this becomes a final factual record. There are 2 extra steps, 6 and 7, which are important in this process, which is once we publish the factual record, there can be a recommendation to implement a cooperative program, which could be very interesting. Also, the party in question has to prepare a report before the council members once the factual record is published. Now, the numbers that I'm providing here, you see 2 numbers, 2 circles. The first one represents the number of submissions we have received so far since the entry into force of this process, 116 since 1994, 18 since the entry into force of USMCA CUSMA, the trade agreement. And the other circle represents the number of independent investigations called factual records, where right now 29 factual records. We are about to publish our 30th factual record as soon as next week on an issue pertaining to the United States. So it will be the first factual record on the United States in almost 20 years. So I think it's going to be very significant. And it will be, of course, the 3rd factual record under the CUSMA USMCA. So I'm just going to quickly just present you the 3 factual records that we have published under the current treaty. The loggerhead total, which was filed by the Centro Mexicano de Derecho Ambiental, the Mexican Center for Environmental Law, and the Center for Biological Diversity. There was the first submission that led to a factual record interesting to note that SEMDA also filed the first submission that led to a factual record under the former treaty, which I think it speaks a lot about this group in Mexico. The assertion is Mexico is failing to effectively enforce the loggerhead turtle, the Tortuga caguama in Mexico. Is listed as an endangered species in Mexico. And well, there needs to be, certain actions for protection. What we found after the investigation, we went on site, we interviewed people, we interviewed authorities. We had a very difficult time gathering information, but we finally gathered information from the Mexican government that according to the general prosecutors' data, the environmental prosecutors, there were 200 deaths of these turtles reported stranded in the beaches of the Gulf of Ulloa. 200 deaths per year between 2012 and 2020. In 2013, just in 1 year, there were over 1,000 loggerheads found stranded in San Lázaro Beach, which is in the Gulf of Ulloa in Baja California. Another aspect that we also detected in our investigation is that from 2015 and onwards, we noticed that there was a decrease in the inspections and decrease in resources, decrease in inspectors in that area, which we noted in the factual record. And also another issue that we detected and made public is that Mexico used to have an onboard technical assistance program, which means that you have people on board detecting collisions or detecting total encounters. Well, that program ended in 2018. Between 2015 and 2018, Mexico implemented this program, but due to lack of resources and the resources were directed to something else, well, this program terminated. Part of the information that we found was that a lot of the stranded turtles found in the beaches of Baja California, a lot of these deaths were also correlated to the lack of enforcement, lack of presence, lack of resources, lack of inspection in the area. For many people, the vaquita porpoise is probably a symbol and is very well known, la vaquita marina in Mexico. It's the world's smallest cetacean and is the most endangered marine mammal. By the way, 4 U.S. organizations, no Mexican organizations, there were 4 U.S. organizations who filed this submission, asserting that Mexico was failing to effectively enforce its environmental law to protect the vaquita marina. I have colleagues here in this room that work in this file. I want to recognize Abril, who is this afternoon with us. And we had a group of people who helped us in development of the factual record. The vaquita is a species vulnerable to bycatch. What happens is the vaquita habitat is also shared by another species called totuaba. Now, what happens is that the fishermen go for the totuaba and they bycatch the vaquita. Totuaba is illegal to commercialize, it's illegal to fish, it's illegal to catch, but it is very, very, very profitable. According to information we had, and this is public, 1 kilo of totuaba bladder in the Chinese market reaches up to $40,000 a kilo. So it's even more valuable than gold if you count it per gram. Between 1997 and 2018, the vaquita population decreased 99%. Between 1997 and 2018, the population decreased at a 33% rate a year. Even though in 2021, Mexican government implemented a zero tolerance area, well, the numbers are not very encouraging. A minimum of 6 to 8 vaquitas remain in this area of the area of observation. We also noted that the use of gillnets continue to be used outside the zero tolerance area, and this was reported by people who work in the upper Gulf of California. I want to say that, yes, the vaquita is probably one of the biggest challenges Mexico has, but there was a lot of cooperation from Mexican government. We were able to, during this site visit, to have the executive director to be present there, to meet with several agencies, the natural protected areas, the fishing authorities, even Interpol was present in these meetings. We had a lot of information sharing from Mexico, and I want to underscore that. And finally, the North Atlantic right whale, which is going to become public very, very soon, was filed by Oceana, an NGO based in the US. The central assertion is that the United States is failing to enforce its environmental law to protect the North Atlantic right whale. There will be some numbers that will be published very soon, as soon as next week. We conducted site visits. We gather information on two phenomena that is affecting the right whale, the vessel strikes, and entanglement. That's what basically causing the right whale to die. We found that there's most of the deaths or injuries to the right whale is caused either by vessel speed or by vessel strikes or by entanglement in the Atlantic waters. With this, I'm going to conclude. Yes, just give you active submissions. We have nine active submissions. North Atlantic right whale, I just said, will be published very soon. We also have active Tren Maya avocado production, Valle de Bravos basin, illegal logging in Jalisco, agave production, vessel pollution in Pacific Canada, Sonora Railway Project, and the Nazas River Lower Basin. Number 2 to 8 of these submissions are before council to decision. We're still awaiting a decision from the council on whether or not we can prepare a factual record. You can see the council members' decision is pending in brackets since when we have been awaiting a decision from the council of the Commission for Environmental Cooperation. And with that, I finish, and thank you very much. And see you question.
Okay, thank you, Pablo. Okay, well, next I would like to invite Maria del Pilar Garcia Hernandez to give some perspective from the TEKEG group. Maria del Pilar, bienvenida. Welcome. Thank you. Let's give her a hand.
Bueno, para nosotras y nosotros los del grupo
For
de
us,
conocimiento
members
ecológico
of the
ha sido en esta mañana y en esta tarde una experiencia
it's
muy
been
enriquecedora
a
de
very
repensar,
enriching experience
de ponernos en
to be
estos
able
nuevos
to
contextos
rethink
que estamos viviendo
everything based on the current
hacíamos una
context
reflexión
in the
respecto
world. And we were reflecting
a la ceremonia que tuvimos del hermano Kevin del
based
territorio
on the ceremony from the Mojave territory.
y esta frase que dijo
And
que
he said that
nuestra primera madre
our
es
first mother
la madre tierra
is
y
our
es la
Mother
única que
Earth,
nos sostiene.
and it is the only one that
Creo
supports us.
que después con el discurso
And after
que nos dio nuestro presidente Jorge
the
Daniel,
speech from our
pues estamos viendo que efectivamente hay una
chair,
crisis
Daniel,
civilizatoria.
we saw that there is
un sistema
crisis.
totalmente depredador,
It's
sistema
the
de una
predatory
economía
system,
lineal,
a linear
y un
economy,
sistema
and
que
a system
prevalece la
that
acumulación de todo tipo.
accumulation of all
Y
types
bueno, pues
prevails.
estas nuevas generaciones
These new
pues tenemos
generations
precisamente que pensar en esta
have to
situación de
rethink
crisis que
about
estamos viviendo,
this
y
crisis,
hablaban y es la forma que consumimos.
and we have to reassess the way
Y
we
repensarnos
consume.
qué estamos
We
haciendo, qué nos
have to
ofrece la
think
industria
what we're doing, what the industry
por esa
offers
comodidad, por hacernos
in
las cosas
exchange
más
of
fáciles. Hemos
comfort.
dejado atrás
Because we wanted things to be easier, we had left behind more important things, knowledge that has been provided by our own communities. And I think that those irrational behaviors damage a world vision. We're all disconnected with our earth, with the only home that we have, our Mother Earth. When we're talking about pesticides, we know that there was a change on farming and agriculture. There are 170 molecules. I heard very clearly Dr. Laura. She said that there are some molecules prohibited in other countries, but in Mexico, we're still using these molecules, and the farmers are still using these molecules. And there is a system that is harming our soil because of that production with those toxic components. So there's still hope on ancestral knowledge. This exchange of knowledge can be possible, still be possible. We have to ask ourselves who and how this was produced. We have to know what is there behind that product. Is there life or death? Is there women or children exploitation behind that product? We think that we are the only beings, that human beings are the only beings and owners of the earth, and that we decide on behalf of the rest of the beings. There are beings that do not speak, but we have their voices, and they are also changing because of the current system humans have. We saw that there are 4 companies that control and decide the production of agriculture in our countries. You said that it is worth changing all these production structures. It is complex, it is difficult, but it is worth changing our vision for organic products, going back to what our ancestors have taught us, and it is not monocrops. Before that, it was exchangeable crops where monocrops were not used for profit business. And it was very clear to me to hear the Petro's reflection. Because of the vision that we currently have, we pay more for the clothes than for meat, for example. So it is critical to assess or reassess what we are currently living. Cecilia, we were saying that we have to listen to producers and farmers and not the companies. We have to support the territories that are feeding the population. You also talked about the PFAS, which are eternal chemicals that travel without frontiers. This is a critical moment for me because it really shocked me how PFAS damage our body, and now I know that PFAS accumulate for many years. So there's no possibility now to eliminate them, but precisely because we're talking about a linear economy, a predator's economy. There are proposals of a responsible production where we do not produce but only the essential. And the shock is that food is highly exposed to these substances, and that's terrible. We have to include education and that change of perspective where we are as human beings standing. Microplastics that are in our body, that's very impactful, that is shocking. All the things that we breathe and that we drink, we have all these microplastics. What can we say about this? What can the First Nations help? How can they help? We are the less accountable population for that pollution, but they are in our territory and we have to be resilient. We are told now that we have to adapt to these new circumstances, but we believe that there's still hope, that there's a lot of knowledge that can be shared.
Creo que cada uno de los que estamos aquí, de los que nos están escuchando, tenemos que reflexionar y hacer lo propio.
And each one here has to reflect and do what we need to do from our space, from our territory, from our day-to-day. And we need to defend and act based on how we think for us and for the people in the future. Thank you very much.
Okay. Wow. Thank you for that excellent summary, Pilar. That is fabulous. Okay. Well, we're winding down, friends. We're coming to the end of our time together. And I think that we need to just recognize the collective amount of time that you all have put into this, both here in the room and also to the 100 or 120 or so people that have been with us online. So big thanks to all of you. Thank you very much. And, it's hard to overstate the professionalism with which the CEC team puts these things together. A lot of you have been to a lot of meetings over the years, I'm sure, and I bet that very few of them run quite as smoothly as the CEC meetings do. The technical team, the logistics team, the people putting together the speakers, the agenda, and just everything runs incredibly smoothly. And I just want to give a big round of applause to all of the team who put this together. It is not a small amount of work, and it takes a ton of coordination. And what we see here at these events is just the tip of the iceberg of just dozens and dozens of hours of work. So thank you to all of you. And I think that's it. Finally, I'd like to invite Anne-Raphaël Audouin back up to the stage to give us some words of closure and take us into the next. Thanks, Anne-Raphaël.
Okay. Thank you, Julian. I'm the last thing now officially between you and a lovely evening and our networking, so I won't keep you too long. But I do have a few last final comments to make for the day. So first of all, I would like to thank the JPAC members, the traditional ecological members, some of which were online all day. Kara, I think if you're still with us, thank you for sticking around. It's really hard to, really hard to stay put behind a computer all day. So very glad that you could join us. Thank you for your time. Obviously, want to thank you for being here in person, for engaging with us all throughout the day, and highlighting that your feedback is absolutely critical, very important, and will assist us in providing our recommendations to the council. So please do continue to interact with us. Come to the networking event if you can. We want to continue talking with you. For your information as well, some people came to us asking about JPAC, TEKEG, how to get involved. We're pleased to inform you that if you want to take action and if you want to join this amazing table and group of folks that have been committing many years of their career to collaborating as part of the JPAC and TEKEG and working alongside the Commission, I was just told that some openings have been advertised on the government's websites. We know for sure that we have one opening and we're currently looking for a Canadian representative to join the JPAC. So please come and help me. I need help. And then I think we have openings as well on the TEKEG. So come and talk to us again during the networking event, and we'll answer your questions the best we can. Obviously, we want to thank the interpreters. Thank you very much. The AV staff, and particularly the CEC Secretariat staff. You do extraordinary work. I don't know how you do it, not just once a year, but several times a year. You heard us all cats, and today's event was really well done. So kudos to you, and please, a round of applause again. This keeps on going down. I don't know, I'm very tall, but there you go. I want to thank Julian. Julian, thank you. You're going to be clapping a lot. You were busy today. That's a lot. emceeing, moderating, not just one session, but 4 sessions, taking notes. That was absolutely spectacular. Thank you so much. Everyone will be present. All the people I just thanked will be here during the networking event. And for you who are here in the room able to join us in person, it's going to be in the Square Victoria room, correct? And so please look for the staff if you want to have a discussion or have any questions. They're wearing those orange lanyards. As part of our efforts to improve our events, I've also been told to tell you that we very much appreciate if you could fill out a short survey. So again, you can use the QR codes that are found on the tables or on the screen behind me. And we also have printed versions that can be handed over to you by the staff and Georgina in particular, who is Georgina, there. Georgina has the forms. She has what you need. So before we head on to the networking event, it's an honor now to conclude with the traditional closing ceremony led by Kevin Deere. And please, if you could come and join me. Thank you.
Wajani garana, yuwe, hayuwe, ogwe huero dirana, yuwe, hayuwe, tatku yagorano de, yuwe, hayuwe, hayuwe, yuwe, yuwe, hayuwe, hayuwe, yuwe, yuwe, hayuwe. Onagi, are, zinitsuga izwe, sagwe watkun waradu, yatsununya nya dego, ويقعد هون صدق نقوم ونزراد ونكتي أقدنا دوايره أيام سكي أقعدنا هودنا ساويرجا ساستانسرا جوا نه عندهم تقوى نه رادي ساستانسرا نه زان أيقعد نقول ياندنا أنو دوايره نجيجو تهوديجو صدقه نونهم نقرن نقول نوه وهذا هاد سجو هادي صارينه يهون تاسكاتس. أنا نه أنا وقع كاشونغ نقول نقوله. أنا أزواتان دي نقول نوه. أيام سكي أقعدو تنو نيزوانو. أزوات صاري نزواتزر أقعدو سجو رنادا قريدة. سكانة تنيزرونو تنيو. Signore doga yugonakta tase wado skatne. Anda watarunyo ono godinijara ziga idawes. Winizrade. Wanagi dagatkowe. Tokarani wana gets and gana ganura dunsara kadena yota. Nenugani gura. So I started out with a song, and in that song it says, Ama oguhue. That's what I am in my language. When I take that word apart, it just means that I'm a being that is forever. And what I said is that as we're looking around, all the things that we heard that was said, we're in a time where we need the best minds that we could get. I asked our ancestors, all of them that are in that Great Sky World Council, if they could communicate to us through dreams, through the natural world, any way, shape, or form to help us with the collective mindset and thinking that we need to all understand, so that hopefully these future generations coming, whose faces have not come out of the earth yet, when they will be born, they will inherit a happy, safe, clean, beautiful, peaceful, loving home. Because us, the present generation, that is our responsibility to them, and we can't let them down. We can look back and we could say, well, those other ones that came before us, they didn't care about us. But that's not true, because we're in this time now where we can't blame anything. We have to say, okay, what can we take now from our collective knowledge and wisdom that can help us then to make things better? The other thing that I'll say is a lot of the knowledge that we need comes from our own indigenous languages. I just gave you one example, and I'll leave you with one other. You know, in English, when we spell this word L-O-V-E, right? What is it? Love. All right, now I'm going to tell you what it is in my language. In my language, it's Ganadu Watsara. Let's take that word apart. The first part of it says Ganoru. Ganoru translates to something that is precious. Now, if you have something that is precious, what do you do with it? Well, maybe you put it in a place or not to happen to it. Maybe every now and then you take it down and you polish and you say, wow, this thing brings me some type of feeling of emotion, of joy, of something, because it's precious. The next part, gua. Gua is kind of like emphatic, where it denotes this thing of something that is complete. And because our language is so descriptive, because the nouns and the verbs are all incorporated, there's this word that comes up, tera. So the linguists that study our language, they say, well, that's a connector. But it just goes to show that in the language, every morning when you open your eyes, do you see that this is precious? The way everything is all connected and we're all participating in this sacred dance. Now, just that one word, Ganarukwatsara. See the preciousness of how everything is interconnected, starting with this walking clay that is infused with spirit. So now your spirit can express itself. We shouldn't wait till we all die and we're dead and go back into the womb of our mother to understand that collectively, all of us, we are the eyes of this clay. We are the ears of this clay. We are the voice of this clay. And we should understand our relationship to this clay, because there's no separation between it and us. And if we all understood that preciousness, all these people that are in these positions of government, in these corporations and all that, if they said that we're all precious, the earth is precious, they are precious, why can't we then put our collective minds together and make it better equally, so that we can have the idea or the concept of heaven on earth, where we come here to sing, to dance, to rejoice, to be happy every day, because every day is a gift. So what I said is that all your minds are free. When you're going to leave this place, we ask the messengers of the great source of life that you be protected, that you get home to your loved ones, that you find them all in good mind, good health, happiness, peace, and joy, until maybe the next time we'll have this opportunity to sit in each other's sacred presence. Because we don't know, nobody's guaranteed tomorrow. Maybe we'll never see each other again, but you know what? We will, because there's no such thing as death. We look at our elder brother, sun is round. We look at our grandmother, moon is round. We look at our mother earth, she's round. So we say we come from, in my language, Izinat Goruyudi. It translates to the other side of the blue. We come here for a time and we're already going back home. That circle has no beginning, it's forever, and we are forever. So with that, merci beaucoup. Thank you very much for giving me this little bit of time to share some of the wisdom and knowledge of my people. Thank you.